Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Battle Hardened Orlando, the last Battle Hardened of the year. Sold out event, max capacity, 110 players. Very excited for this event today. My name is Nick. I am your local Florida man, and with me we also have Yuanji Lee.
Hey, how's it going, Nick? I'm super excited to see what goes down at this tournament. It's the last tournament of the year, but also is the kind of second tournament of this new post Iyslander, post Lexi meta, which is shaping out to be kind of a pretty crazy world.
Yeah, I think people are still trying to figure out like what's the best. Like some people think it's Bravo. Is it still Dromai? Is it just any ninja? Like really, what does this field look like, do you think?
Yeah, and I think a lot of we saw at the Realm Rumble. There's a lot of these other decks that were maybe in the past considered fringe playable, end up doing really well. Like I think Yuki and Ellie in their respective tournaments both made top 8 with Bolton.
Yep.
I don't know if I think they were playing like you could switch between
The hybrid. Yep.
yeah, between going full on combo and Raiden aggro. And then you have I played Uzuri last weekend and I thought it was really good. I think I ended up winning like 8 matches, so like eight out of 11. That hero is poised to be really strong as I think kind of like a rogue deck that a lot of people aren't ready for. I think at the Realm Rumble only 3 people register Uzuri. I am curious to see if more people register Uzuri for this tournament.
Yeah, I know of 2 already. I know local Florida man as well, Guy,
Yeah.
who typically plays Dromai, is also on Azuri today. So we're seeing people pivot for sure to Azuri from being like hard fans of decks for months, like Dromai.
Yeah, and I think Uzuri is one of the primary winners of Iyslander rotating out. That matchup was one of her worst, and with Iyslander leaving, not being able to kind of use Frostbite's attacks people's turns, I think a lot of heroes like Bolton, like Uzuri, kind of emerged now, like the heroes that had like really tight resource curves before.
Right. Yeah, like Dromai playing a basically red line deck for the most part. At least that's been like the popular of version of that deck that's been doing well. But against Iyslander, like you can't really play that and expect to win when you have no ability to pitch for AB. You're not really siding well for that. Like you can put in Oasis Respite, but that doesn't do so much. Like you can stop a red Aetherized Fane maybe once, but yeah, I think Uzuri is positioned really well right now. I think people are kind of mixed on what it means to not have ice in the format anymore. Like some people like it as like the stabilizing factor where it makes aggro kind of in check, where you have to put some cards in your deck that are hedging for that. And then some people are really happy because it opens the format up because decks would just hard lose to ice, like you mentioned. Bolton hasn't really been in the format for a long time.
Yeah, and we're in a sold out game store. It's really an electric atmosphere. I think we're ready, just about to start the first round of the event.
And for round 1, we have a juicer. We have Rob Seigel,
It's the return of the king. He's back.
has taken a break for a long time from Flesh and Blood. I'm sure a lot of people know Rob previously from Team Dragon Shields. Took a break from the game, and this is his first event back in probably over a year. So this is really exciting.
For those of you who aren't as familiar, maybe you got into Flesh and Blood a little bit after like the initial craze. Rob was kind of like the Brodie Spurlock of the beginning of Flesh and Blood, where he was like hardcore grinder, did all these events when we were kind of in lockdown and you could play like online skirmishes, armors, or he was in there.
Yeah, what a season that was. I remember playing online skirmishes with Rob, and he was in the race for first to 1,000 XP in the United States. He got second place, unfortunately, barely missed the mark, but he was grinding on a weekly basis all of those events. He loves Flesh and Blood, and we're so happy to see him back.
Yeah, Rob playing one of his signature heroes that he likes and is known for, Bravo. Evan Herndon, kind of new kid on the block, young guy, has already gotten really good results for his age. Got won Battle Hard in Milwaukee, and got second at U.S. Nationals, losing only to Charlie Dunn. So this should be an exciting matchup to kind of start. It's kind of like the old guard versus new, but the old guard is now the new guard because he's coming back.
He's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the heroes. Let's talk about those.
This is quite a matchup. This can be one that some people think differently on. I think typically people think what we call Dio -IO is worse into Bravo than Bravo is into -IO. People think this is a really hard matchup for -IO to get her items to hit, like boom grenades, and to be able to block out crush effects that are going to be really impactful. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, I think -IO struggles because you want to be playing towards these really big hands, these 4-card, 5-card. You play Tome of Find Out from your arsenal.
Yep.
You play High Octane, like whatever you name it. And Bravo is really good at punishing these types of plays because you come in with a Spinal Crush, a Crippling Crush, whatever. You're gonna have to deal with it. Interestingly enough, Evan is playing with left-handed square setup for his equipment.
Yeah, and so here we see play one of the game. We have a Sprocket Rocket boosted, hitting a red zipper hit, and then we have a block from Chokeslam. We see that peaky at the top of the deck from that really strong -IO deck. Being able to look at the top of your deck, very strong. No other hero really like it except for Kano, really.
Yeah.
Backup protocol blue.
So, see a backup protocol blue.
Counter.
Yeah, and I think turn 0, probably like one of the only reasons why you would want to be attacking. A lot of the games end up in fatigue.
Yep.
For the -IO side, it's like whether or not you can put together strong enough turns to kind of do damage before you run out of cards in total. So boosting away a card early, I think Evan's really trying to sculpt the hand that he wants.
Yep. You want to go into turn 2 setup while this backup protocol will maybe be helpful or just be an adaptive plating block to where you have this 3 block available to you. We'll see if this actually comes up as something he wants to be.
I believe he has a blue 0 to 60 in his hand.
Nice.
We'll see. Maybe he wants to block with it just to get some value out of the backup protocol blue. If he has 2 blues, then the backup protocol actually acts as kind of like an extra resource for the turn.
Right. Like half an energy pot, kind of.
Yeah.
So we see Rob picking what he wants to pitch here for just a good old hammer for 6, pitching 2 really strong cards, Crippling Crush and Starstruck.
Yeah. Setting up the pitch stack, one of my least favorite things in Flesh and Blood.
One thing I am not very good at is preparing for second cycle.
Yeah, coming in for 6. Oh, let me make a note of that. Let's see if it comes up.
Yeah, let's see if this Crippling Crush Starstruck comes up. But like you mentioned, I do think more so than damage, I think deck damage is really going to be like the factor of this game. Not only can Evan not deck out with boost, but can he set up turns that do impactful damage to be able to get Rob from 40 to 0 through things like Civic Steps, which is a new card that's very, very strong.
Yeah.
See a red boom grenade, very strong, not cranking it.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be pretty hard with a 3-card hand to push a boom grenade through, especially Bravo has access to, a lot of armor. Rob is actually, interestingly enough, this is kind of like a newer trend among a lot of Bravo players to choose not to play Tectonic Plating, but instead to choose to play Final Spring Tunic. I think Final Spring Tunic is a more powerful card overall, giving you free resources. Instead of just having the block value and letting you carry over resources. And it's going to be really good in these matchups where you want to be a lot more defensive, since it lets you kind of block your whole hand while your Final Spring Tunic is ticking up, and then being able to play a Crippling Crush on a turn.
Yeah,
with
and
3 cards.
It also opens up plays that one of the strongest plays I think in the game is CNC Pummel off of 3 cards.
Oh, the juicer. CNC Pummel off of a 3-card hand. Name a more iconic trio, I guess.
Just so strong to be able to do 10 damage and rip 2 cards from your opponent. That swing can be game winning. And so Tunic opening up that playline like we saw with Oldham before Old Man left us, and Living Legend was a really strong thing that would swing games. So we see a really strong turn from Evan here with High Octane into Toma Fyendel back to 1 action point.
Yeah, one thing is that, so Rob chose not to block with armor, so I think he chose to block 6 onto a 0 to 60 for 4. So we might actually see this boom grenade connect, or Rob is going to have to give up armor.
Yep, absolutely. This is a really good brain point, this yellow zipper hit for 4, threatening this boom grenade. And this boom grenade, if it doesn't hit this turn, it is going to stick around. So it's going to be something Rob has to respect.
Yeah, and that's always going to be like a point of contention. Like, do you block Do you let the boom grenade stick around? But the main problem with not blocking is that this is like your primary way to win the game.
Yep.
As Bravos to run the dash IO out of threats, and this is a red boom grenade, so more threatening than the other colors.
Right. Yeah, I do wonder if Evan's on the full suite, the rainbow boom grenades. I would assume probably. It's one of the strongest cards in your deck. We're going to see Evan have a pretty strong turn 2 for himself here. We've already seen multiple attack actions. We see a pistol into harpoon.
Yeah, kind of as good for dash IO as you can kind of get it. If you're kind of using up the Bravo's armor. So if Rob wants to stop the boom grenade, he's going to have to give either the Crown of Providence or the Final Spring Tunic in addition to his card.
Ooh.
So giving away all of this armor at the beginning of the game, it's turn 1, or essentially turn 1.
Yeah. No, this is quite a combat chain, and we see the Crown already gone and not going to filter with it. Basically, every piece of armor used this turn. This might not be a play that everyone would take, but also how many turns like that is Evan going to get, really? So maybe it is worth it to block with the armor.
I think on a red boom grenade especially, you just want, you want to get rid of it. And we see the reason why Rob chose not to get rid of the card. Warmonger's Diplomacy, a card that's actually quite good into Dash IO, not letting you play your most powerful cards.
Yeah, this is a super strong card that has kind of gone in and out of the meta, and obviously really strong into decks like Azalea that need to play these non-attack actions into an attack action, but into a deck that needs to play items. Obviously, this is huge. I assume Evan chose War, unless he maybe is thinking about a setup turn.
Yeah. So, but I think either way, it ends up being pretty good for Rob. Where I know, if you choose to do a setup turn, you've lost your boom grenade for that turn.
Right. Yeah. So
it looks like he did choose Peace.
Yep. Crank both. Get 2 counters on your pistol. So we do see a setup turn, which is interesting because both of those boom grenades are going to die.
Yeah, I think choosing to crank the boom grenade, this ends up being a huge win for Rob.
Yeah.
I think that's 2 reds now that he's out. So Evan only has access to 1 more surprise 4 damage. Now I don't know how many total boom grenades Evan's playing in his list. I think you could go either way with it. You could choose to either cut some yellows, or you could choose to play like all 9. If you wanted to.
The rainbow suite.
Yeah, so depending on his setup, this could either be really backbreaking where, he has to kind of cycle through his hand to progress the game, but, very unfortunate sequence. Now, because we see that he played a red boom grenade, we know his arsenal has to be pretty good card.
Yeah. Unfortunately, these boom grenades are going to both die at the start of Evan's turn. This might be a time to cash in at least one of those adaptive platings.
Yeah, we see Crush the Weak. This is a pretty interesting decision. So not a lot of people, I think, are playing this card.
No, especially not in red. Maybe in blues, but red Crush the Weak, this is the one I believe that if crushes, there it is, they can't play attacks with 3 or less base. So this used to be great against things like Phi, Chain, these decks that were playing these low power attacks that maybe get buffed over for some reason. But this obviously is really good into a deck like Evans, where you are playing these 0 for 3s with Go Again that you're going to boost. So very interesting to see Rob teching that card.
Yeah, I think really good in this matchup. And Rob kind of being on the back foot on that first turn cycle, I think has kind of caught up quite a bit with that exchange.
Ooh, here we see a juicer of a play where Dash IO effect grabbing a Tech Core off the top of the deck. So this one will come in with 2 counters. His current one has 1 counter on it. And we started the turn with 2 resources, still 1 floating. And then, of course, because an item came into play, there goes our gun, counting up again.
Yeah. So one of the nice things, though, about the fact that Evan played the Tekla core off the top is that there's no more surprise factor.
Right.
Dash is hero ability, is a once per turn hero ability. So as the Bravo player, there's no boom grenades, no surprise damage coming anymore.
Because that is one way you could force damage through the Bravo. You see a boom grenade on top, you attack. They don't see any threat. They're like, I'll take the 3, I'll take the 4. Surprise boom grenade, you're actually taking 8 now or 7 now.
Yeah. So it lets you block a little bit more efficiently. So like for example, on this yellow zipper hit for 4, before if you have if boom grenade is possibly in play, maybe you have to. We saw like Rob blocking 6 on Evan 0 to 60 for 4.
Right.
Here you can feel pretty confident. Okay, I just have to block 3.
Right. So here we have another sync. Wow. On both of these attacks that are coming in for 4, Rob has the perfect cover up.
Yeah, and I wonder, and Rob is making a decision here. You're choosing, I think, to kind of block damage now, but those sync belows can be very important tools later on. We'll see if, like, what Rob chooses to do. Maybe he wants to keep cards in his hand because he has a play lined up. And I see a Tear Asunder, so maybe he's thinking, hey, this is my chance to kind of go for it when Evan has, not so great of a turn.
Yeah, and here we see a card that hasn't seen much play, but is kind of really cool in Dash.io, Hyper Scrapper. You're not getting the Hyperdriver effect, but you are just buffing a 2 base Hyper Scrapper. We saw it buffed by 3, so this swung for 5.
Yeah, Hyper Scrapper, I think, is really big into the Dash.io's like eventual game plan. If Evan is playing, I think it's called Convection Amplifier. It's the item that gives Dominate up to twice.
Yep.
And you are able to kind of get almost there, and then the other person ends up with no armor. They're at 4 or 5 life, and you just need to do the last little bits of damage, but you're kind of out of deck.
Yep.
Hyper Scrapper with Dominate is one of the ways that you can push across the end. Here we go, right on cue.
There is Convection Amplifier. I know Evan is on 1 copy of this card, so
okay.
What's nice about this card is I believe you can choose. I believe you choose when to give Dominate. I don't think it's mandatory.
Yeah, exactly. So you can activate it, and even more than 1 time per turn.
Yeah.
So Convection Amplifier, a great tool for Dash.io to kind of deal with people trying to fatigue.
Yeah, I know Evan is also on 1 copy of Optical Monocle. He's also on 3 copies of BIOS Update, which not every Dash.io player is playing, but Evan told me before this round he thinks it's one of the strongest cards in the deck, being able to play free items when you boost them.
Oh, wait, no, I think, is that, oh, no, that's
Dumpster Dive.
Dumpster Dive.
Yes. You see in his hand a Dumpster Dive and something else. Can't tell with the shuffling, but this turn has definitely a couple more attacks. Spark.
Yeah.
Great
Spark of Genius is one of the most powerful cards in both Dash.io and Dash Inventor Extraordinaire. What a card, letting you tutor out an item and draws you a card.
Yeah.
So it's basically like 2 cards in 1.
And it doesn't have go again, but when you get a crank item, you just get your action point back.
Yeah, that's true. Although Evan didn't get a crank item off the top, he played that Convection Amplifier. So we'll see. He doesn't have Achilles Accelerator, so I think this is his turn.
Well, he sparked for a Boom Grenade, which he then
Oh, he cranked.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
I think that's a blue Boom Grenade as well, which is interesting. He's choosing to keep some of the yellows in deck.
Yeah, I think maybe, so here we're at a point where, okay, you just saw Rob block with 2 sync belows.
Yep.
What is the chances that he has another defense reaction in his arsenal?
True.
Rob only has access to, 2 more armor block, and so maybe this is the time. This is the time to push.
Yeah, so we see him activate Convection Amplifier and Zipper Hit for 5, Dominate. And the only way Rob could get around this is if he gave up both of his armor, including his tunic, and a 3-block, or if he somehow has a D-React.
Yeah.
Which we can tell he does not, at least in hand. I'm not sure what his arsenal card is.
I think his arsenal card is blue unmovable.
So we see Unbelievable in his arsenal here. So Rob definitely could block this and cover it up.
Yeah, and this is actually if Rob gets to play the blue unmovable, a huge punish for Evan choosing to take this line where he is kind of gambling on Rob not having another defense reaction. But of course, as we know, he did have it.
Sometimes you just got to hope they don't have it, put them on better have it, and in this case, Rob did have it.
Yeah.
Really smart, I think, to arsenal that unmovable to be prepared for something like this.
Mm-hmm.
So Evan not able to get that Dominate hit off, was able to not get the 5 damage from the current
dumpster dive for
pending Boom Grenades, and we see a Dumpster Dive. I believe this is 3 go again.
Is it? It's red. No, it's going to be for 4 go again. He did not boost an item or an equipment. So Rob is going to have to give his last, non-tunic piece of armor. I think this matchup, it could go either way, whether you would rather have the tectonic plating or the tunic, because I know we talked before about how it lets you play these 7 resource cost cards while you're blocking, but now when you're Rob, even though you're at 36, Dash is capable of pulling off like a 30 damage turn.
Yeah.
Not having the armor, maybe that'll come up in the future.
Yeah, you're giving up 2 armor on your chest piece, which is a lot. So Rob, we just see passing. He had to use everything, including his arsenal and all of his equipment except Tunic to block. Back to Evan, boom grenades all die.
Yeah,
And-
Evan has so far played already 4 boom grenades.
Yep.
So
I believe he banished one as well.
Yeah, and we see that he has. I think he banished it off.
A boost. I think he banished a blue.
Off the boost.
Yeah.
Okay. So and we see that he's playing blue, so he's more likely closer to 9 than, like less than like 6 or less.
Right. Yeah, some people not playing the blue booms or maybe less yellows, but I think Evan looks like he's on the 9. It looks like his. What do you think about his current deck situation? We see a lot in Grave, a lot in Banish. Do you think Evan has enough cards in deck to get to that 36 threshold?
So it's always hard to tell, right? So Dash can still set up some pretty strong plays. You can do like max velocity on a turn. Use a red backup protocol, max velocity again. That's 20 damage by itself, not counting like anything else. So Dash IO is able, with her hero ability and with the card pool that she has available to her, able to put together these like enormous turns. It's just whether or not Evan can find it. Now he's already, believe, played a Toma Findel, as well as banished a Toma Findel off of his Tekla Foundry Heart. And Toma Findel is really the kind of glue card that puts together these like enormous turns together.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. I think we finally pushed through the D-reacts and the armor to the point where Rob is having to block 6 on 4 breakpoints, and we've seen 2 breakpoints now this turn. So Rob is thinking, do I block for 6 again here?
No.
Or do I block for 3 and take this boom grenade finally? Or is Evan's last card in hand not an attack?
I'll take 7.
Yep, so he's going to take the 7.
Yeah,
27.
and so this is actually like huge. The way that the matches end up playing out, even though Rob is at a very healthy 27, the difference between trying to kill somebody who is at like 30 something versus like right below 30, I think is pretty big for Dash.io.
Absolutely huge. And Rob started this game at like 50 something too because of all that armor. So getting all that down, and now we're down to 27. Evan's done a good job getting damage through, and there's still 10 damage technically on his weapon too. So if we see a high octane turn, that could transition into getting Rob half of his life down.
Yeah.
Partial buff.
So Rob's turns have really just been, I'm going to block you, maybe Arsenal card, and pass. We haven't seen him swing an attack in a very long time, taking the strategy of, let's see if your deck and your draws can do enough damage to me.
Yeah, I mean, Evan has kind of had the momentum the whole time because of, having boom grenades in play. This is going to be the first, I think, turn where potentially Evan's not going to be threatening a boom grenade or having a setup for the next turn. So Rob maybe has the space to attack back, take a few points of damage.
Right. And like we mentioned earlier, this game might just come down to Evan runs out of deck and the 31 life he's at doesn't matter so much. We see him boost a BIOS update. Hasn't been able to play that card yet, even though we've gone through a good amount of the deck, which is unfortunate. Having a buff is really nice for creating more breakpoints, getting more cards from Rob, and also boosting items really strong to be able to get them for free. Something like a Pounder, which we see Evan has pitched at least 2 of. I would assume he's on 2 or 3 of this card. So
okay. Yeah, Pounder is also really good, I think, for when you know that they're going to fatigue you, playing them out and sitting back. Now, sitting back into Bravo is pretty scary, though, because Bravo has a lot of ways to punish you if you're trying to just play items.
Right, and it used to not be that case because Bravo just played a lot of these blues that weren't so impactful, but with new cards like Starstruck, Terror Sunder from a few sets ago, there are so many hands that even if it is all blue or a yellow and some blues, they can still threaten so much.
Boulder Drop.
That card is
Boulder
so
Drop
good.
plus Pummel is actually quite a scary combination.
Yeah.
Even if your hand's all blues and you have like a Pummel.
Yeah, like a Pummel and Arsenal or something that can translate into so much. Boulder Drop being a new card from the Round the Table set, very strong blue card.
Evans played his last red boom grenade.
Yep, there it is. We see a red Chokeslam. So Rob really teched out on these red crush cards that aren't as prominent as they were at one point. So we see Chokeslam here if it deals 4 or more, if it crushes. they can't buff their attacks anymore. So I think Evan's fine to take this. He's probably not going to be buffing this turn.
Yeah. Dash.io doesn't have a lot of buffs. You could be playing Goliath Gauntlet, or as we saw earlier, the Tekla Pounders.
Right.
But if there's nothing in play, like not really much of a threat. I think the reason why Rob is playing Chokeslam, though, isn't necessarily for this matchup. I think it's good into Ninjas as like a 2-card play that you can make with your Findel Spring Tunic.
Yeah, it's also kind of okay into Brood if you're expecting the Blood Rush Bellow. So
Definitely.
yeah, there's definitely some play in the current meta for that card to be.
I think much stronger to Rhinar than.
Oh my goodness!
And he has the immovable. Heist is a very dangerous card.
This is so wild that Rob, both times Evan activated the Convection Amplifier to give Dominate, Rob had the Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think blue immovable is kind of like, what's it called? It's, Bravo needs to be playing these blue 3-cost cards, for Anothos. And and Evan's kind of like the victim of, just incidental inclusions in your deck list.
Yeah, like that's actually a card I think people consider cutting in Bravo because it ends up being this weird place where I don't really want to arsenal it in a lot of matchups. It ends up just being pitched into Hammer so often. Then second cycle I'm drawing these blue unmovables I probably don't want. But in this matchup, we see it doing so much work and just covering up both Convection Amplifier activations. And Evan's got to feel pretty sad about that, feeling like, I had my last Red Boom Grenade. I was so ready to get at least 5 free damage in, and all of it was covered up.
Yeah.
So there's the second Toma Findel played, I think, this game.
Yeah, but he's banished away the third one.
Oh, okay.
Does he have an extra action point?
Yeah, he did not. Okay.
Oh, so that was actually like a huge point. I think Evan had a throttle in his hand, so even if it was like a blue throttle, if it was a blue throttle, then Rob could have blocked with his Findel Spring Tunic on it. But if it was a red throttle, it's actually really big how Rob chose to block with the Tunic on the 4 power breakpoint.
Yep.
If Rob had given 2 cards, assuming that Evan's last card in his hand was actually like a red throttle, then he could have just activated his Sundry Heart and like thrown 6, and Rob would have been taking the Boom Grenade. But as Rob played it, that line is just not available to him.
Yeah, I think Rob played that really well, covering for that. Losing Tunic, of course, in the shuffle there, but I think definitely worth it, playing around the fact that Evan could have definitely forced that Red Boom Grenade through, and now it's gone. No more Red Boom Grenades at all in the deck. There's no way to recycle them, at least in Evan's list, so they are gone for good. And we see Evan's deck is probably at about 2 hands left. It seems about like 8 to 10 cards.
Yeah, this Sprocket Rocket, oh, what a combination of effects. So you play as the BIOS update to give this Sprocket Rocket +3.
Yep.
But then Sprocket Rocket boosted away a blue Boom Grenade, so it was actually coming in for 7. I think Rob is just going to elect to just take the extra 2 damage instead of... I mean, it's about a break even if you block an extra card on it, but if Evan comes in with anything else, then it's just worse.
Yep. So I think this is fine. It's a blue Boom Grenade. You take your 1+2 damage.
Yeah.
Rob still has so much life to work with, and Evan's deck might not have 25 damage left in it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen him. So Evan's been sitting on 6 counters on his Steam.
Yep.
On his what is it called? Symbiosis shot.
Symbiosis, yep.
For basically the whole game. And like Symbiosis shot is really one of the ways that you get to stack damage throughout the course of the game, because you're incidentally playing all these items when you're doing setup. But and then you get to like play high octane, get a bunch of action points,
Yep.
attack for 12, get chip the opponent down, and then get to try to like push the last pieces of damage with like a max velocity and boom grenades. But we see that Evan, like how the banishes have been, and I honestly haven't been paying too much attention to what the boost has been banished, what attacks he's been banishing off of boost. But really unfortunate that hasn't been able to put together this like really big turn basically at any point in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't seen a combination of things like red backup protocols to turn your blues into reds. Pounders, we haven't seen one played yet, and we're getting to the end of the deck here.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a combination of boom grenades that finally hit. So we see Evan, I think, probably playing his last boom grenade in this yellow one off of a spark, and then a red crush the week that Evan just elects to take, because at this point, you can't really waste your cards blocking, I don't think.
Yeah.
So here we go, pitching for a red throttle.
And it was a red throttle. So Rob playing around that turn really well.
Yeah, forcing Evan to arsenal it because he knows it's not going to hit, so might as well keep it in here. Gets 2 cards again. Then we see a blue throttle being swung with, threatening the 3 from a yellow boom grenade. These D-reacts have been so strong.
Yeah, so Rob is definitely going to be taking the damage off of this boom grenade, but Evan's out of deck. And so I think that's the game.
Evan has conceded. Got Rob, respectable, right? Rob had to block with basically every single card in his hand at most points. I think his D-reacts lined up very well, and Evan would have gotten closer.
Yeah.
But to get through all of that armor suite, blocking that much and that efficiently with D-reacts and getting him to around 15, I think that was a really good showing for Dio. I just wish his hands would have maybe lined up a little bit better for him.
Yeah, I think honestly, as Dash.io, the most unfortunate thing is drawing your items towards the beginning of the game.
Yep.
Having to kind of commit to playing the boom grenades out, and then letting during the phase of the game when the defending player has all the information,
right,
and the armor available to make the efficient blocks. So great showing by Rob. Rob's return.
Return.
Yeah. We'll try to see if we can pull him over for a little brief interview. Rob is an old friend of the Fable Hunters that I represent, so we'll see if we can get him on. What did you think of the match overall?
Yeah, I think it was a good match. I think that is, like we talked about earlier, a difficult match for Dash.io.
Yeah.
If we're talking about OG Dash, obviously you can pivot into that pivot pistol package and kind of chip away at the opponent's life with your weapon, so you're not taking as much deck damage. But boost, that mechanic I think is so hard to play into while also you're going to be blocked out.
Yeah, I think that Bravo has kind of the right mix of tools to deal with Dash.io really effectively. You have the armor, you have disruptive attacks when the Dash is trying to set up, and you have, just like we saw, you're just naturally playing a bunch of these defense reactions like Blue Immovable to kind of stifle the Dash when they're trying to make these convection amplifier plays.
Yeah, and I think with Bravo, against him, you probably want to be setting up, right? You want to be okay, I'm going to set up these boom grenades. I'm going to set up a core, so I know next turn I can hit you for 20, 30 plus damage. But then, like you mentioned, you try to set up, they hit you with a Starstruck, and now Starstruck would dominate. How do you deal with that?
And Rob, I think, was ready with the Crush of the Weeks. That card is also really good into Dash.io.
Yeah. Great game to Evan. Trying to get Rob on. Do you want to?
Can I? I'll take
absolutely.
this one. You get the next one.
Here you go, my man.
Great game, dude. I'm in. All right, clock in. Thanks, bro.
Hey, what's up, man?
Congratulations, Rob, on round 1.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it, man. It's been a while.
I was saying that we were talking about your early beginnings as kind of the OG kind of king of Flesh and Blood here in the United States of America. And what a return. Is this one of your first comebacks to competitive play?
Yeah, man. It's probably been, I think New Jersey was the last time I played in a big event or a bigger event, Pro Tour New Jersey. So, I don't know about an OG individual for competitive play, but, I missed the game and I'm happy to be back. So, yeah.
Yeah. So how much Flesh and Blood have you played kind of in this interim? And what did you think of kind of how the game has progressed since you were last playing competitively?
Yeah, so I kind of left off the game. I played a lot of Bravo in the past, and I think, to answer your first question, I've been playing a little bit of Talishar online, and grinding with the homies, which is, that's definitely helped out a lot, being able to have access to being able to play a lot. But the game's definitely progressed. You got heroes that are just kind of coming out of the woodwork, or just the metagames definitely developed a lot. It seems since I've last played, there's been a lot of heroes that have retired, reached living legend status, stuff like that.
Yeah, but Bravo's always here. He's actually pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what helps me out a little, because I haven't played a whole ton in terms of competitive play, but it's kind of a straightforward deck, as you know, and I've played a lot of it in the past, so just kind of with some minor tweaks and whatnot, just kind of blocking the swing of the hammer, man.
Yeah, I think we were talking about during the game. There's a couple of instances where, choosing whether to block with armor, choosing whether to let attacks through, is kind of the tricky part for the Bravo player. And I don't know if you kind of like sniffed it out, but I think there was one turn in particular that I wanted to talk about where I think Evan had a red boom grenade in play, and he's attacking you with a blue throttle, and that was the turn that you chose. You had 3 cards, and you chose to block with a card plus your Find Spring Tunic, leaving 2 cards back.
Yeah.
And I think you could have played it either way. You could have just put 2 cards in front of it and said like, I'll block maybe the Tunic on the next attack. But I think actually Evan had in his hand the red throttle.
Oh,
so
yeah.
If you had done the other line, then
Yeah.
he would have just like used Foundry Heart or something and then played the red throttle.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was, maybe not specifically throttle. I think I was just waiting for another larger attack and just trying to cash in that Tunic in a opportune time, just trying to keep my life total pretty high. You had 12 damage on board with the gun. So, if he'd found, like he was saying after the game, high octane, I was facing a lot of damage potentially. So I was just trying to keep that life total high, I think, there in that point, and then just cashing out that Tunic. I was thinking in my head, if he comes in with another 4 attack, whatever, at least I kind of got that information out of him that, maybe he doesn't have it on the backside after that first attack, and just I think I wound up Arslan maybe Crush the Weak right there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just blocked with another 3 block, then Arsenal Crush the Weak. So, and yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Just try to block it up.
Yeah, Crush the Week is an interesting card that I don't think a lot of people are choosing to play. Do you want to just talk about why you chose to include it in the deck list?
Yeah, I like that. It's it just costs one blue. Also, if you got a Tunic counter and you play that the Starstruck, you can potentially pummel it. You make it cost 2, and if you got a Tunic counter, there's that pitch of blue. It's a pummel target. Also, I've just been playing against a lot of Bolton online, man. A lot of like Boltons out there just crushing me, against Bravo. So I don't know. I threw it in there. I'm like, hey, let's try it and see, if it does something cool.
Yeah, I think it's good into Bolton. It's good into. There's some people playing Uzuri. I think also good in that matchup as well.
Right.
So and a lot of these decks now are playing like attacks with 3 or less power.
Right. Yeah. So hopefully that could kind of do me some justice. If they got a handful of 3 powers, or against Ninja or whatnot, then they got to dump 2 cards out of hand just to not get crushed, and then it's more disruption, I think. Yeah.
So I don't want to keep you here forever, but it was really nice seeing you. And then
man, it's great seeing you, dude.
I might have to catch you, and we'll like film a little clip for Saint.
All right, cool. Yeah, absolutely, man.
The OG Fable Hunter
sure.
Sensei.
Yeah.
So it was nice seeing you. Congratulations on the round win, and good luck in your future rounds. Maybe we'll see you in top 8.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, and thank you to everyone who's watching. And this stream wouldn't be possible without the help of our sponsors that are always there to make sure that I get paid. So let's watch the sponsor reel and support these guys who are supporting the stream.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
All or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Yo. Oh, shoot. There's no giveaway yet. Sorry. Hey, everyone. That is time in the round now for round 1. So we should be jumping into round 2 pretty soon. Just wanted to hop on real quick, fill some of the dead air here. Hopefully y'all enjoy that venue shot because it is crazy in here. Who did that? It is crazy in here. We are packed in this wonderful Florida weather. I mean, I'm from New Orleans, so I deeply miss 70-degree winters. This is insane. So it's really nice outside, and actually they're maintaining quite a nice temperature inside. I'm impressed. It feels real good in here, even with like 110 people plus like the staff and a couple like people who are just wandering in. So pretty nuts. Really nice event so far. I can't believe Rob is back. That was pretty exciting round 1, so hopefully all the viewers enjoyed that one. We are looking to get, I believe, his name is David Nethray or something for round 2, a Dromai player local to Florida. So for the first couple rounds, the idea is going to be to pick up some like local talent, make sure that they make it, and then by like round 4 or so, swap to just like records alone and let that kind of make its way all the way to top 8. So that's going to be the main format of the day. We, as you might have noticed on the caster list, the sponsor list. We're short a few sponsors at this event, but that's okay. We're having a blast. This really was a special way to end the year, to fly out and come to Florida and enjoy this weekend. It's going to be not only action-packed today, but the coaxing is also ongoing tomorrow. So make sure that even though we won't be streaming an event tomorrow, there is going to be the coaxing stream, which is just sounds like a wonderful event. If I could have made it out from Orlando all the way to Colorado back-to-back like that, probably would have done it. But, there's like teardown time between setting up all the stream stuff. I just couldn't swing it. So it's a great weekend, absolute great weekend. We got Guy here enjoying. Show the people. What is it? What are you eating? Banh mi. That's a banh mi. Hold it up. Look at that banh mi. This man was late to the event because he was chasing after these banh mis, and he finally is finding room to eat one here. Guy 1-0 right now on Uzuri, not Dromai, so that's pretty spicy as well. But there we go. As we jump into round 2, one thing I wanted to mention, there is something new that's enabled in the chat here. I think you should see a button for it, not sure. But it is possible now. To actually become a channel member. It took a bit because, you need like viewership hours and like this, that, whatever. But if you want to become a channel member and support Savage Feats and the traveling and the casters and all of those things, you don't have to be a sponsor officially, although we do love the sponsors. They come through big time, and it's just a great way to plug all of these different just wonderful basically resources out there for the Flesh and Blood community. Right now we've got, we'll go through all the sponsors one by one as the day goes on. But basically, if you're all by your lonesome, there is still a way that you can support the stream. And it's just through a channel membership. You should be able to join, I think it's like $4 or $5, something like that, through YouTube. And you unlock a bunch of emotes and a badge. And, we're here all day. We're here for the live chat. So it should be a great way to engage with the stream as well. I think, there's some pretty fun ones. I'm gonna drop some in the chat. But there you go. This is only, obviously, if you want to. There's no pressure. We're already out here. The business model is built to be fine just as we are. But if you want to go the extra mile and support the chat, and support what we're doing here, already Anthony Vero and Ravenous Babel, 2 Old Town favorites of mine. Anyway, look at you guys coming through as Savage fans. Super appreciate it. There is no end to the coverage that Savage Feats is willing to travel around and do. Let me tell you, this past year was incredible. If you click back on just this channel and see what we've done, that wasn't all of it. There was also the calling. There was also all the min-max events. All that stuff is basically just all over the place. Like if you've tuned into coverage, probably like half the time it was Savage Feats this year, which was pretty incredible. So it was a wonderful year to really make sure that the ship was up and running, and it's going strong. And 2024 will be a great year. And now, if you want to participate at all, there you go. Boom. You can become. Oh shoot! Look, he's got it on his end. So you can either super chat, or there is like a Savage fan button, something like this. Whoa, careful with that scroll bar. Holy moly, he almost sent $500. That's crazy. But there we go, people. We have round 2 underway. We're going to be coming back. I do have a bunch of giveaways planned for today from my personal collection, so we're gonna get to those as well. Casters are gonna take over for a little bit while I coordinate round 2. And dang, look at that. We even have a super chat. Look at this is Guy, by the way. XC2. Hello, chat. This is Guy right here. Look at this man. Wow, super appreciate this, folks. We're going to be, round 2 is like paired right now. Break screen for like 2 seconds. We'll be back with a Dromai, a local Dromai player. There we go. Love you guys. Absolutely love you guys.
All right, everyone, welcome back to round 2 of our capped out Battle Hardened in Orlando. 110 players. We are about to switch over to our round 2, which is going to be a Vynnset versus a Rhinar, both of which are 1-0.
Yeah, Vynnset is a really interesting hero. Runaways did a video on Vynnset, and I think a lot of people really like the hero and the hero design. I think people just like the idea of making rune chants, attacking with both physical and arcane damage. Rhinar is also, another kind of beneficiary of Iyslander leaving. So I actually think that Iyslander is pretty tough for Rhinar.
Yeah, and I think looking through the field today, there's not as many ninjas as I think a lot of people expected, which can be a hard matchup for Rhinar. So I think Rhinar is a little bit better positioned if there are more Bravos, more Dromais in the fields. And then Vynnset, this fringe pick that not a lot of people are on, but possibly a beneficiary also from Iyslander leaving. Taxing what you want to do in a turn can be difficult for Vynnset. If you have these specifically 3 cards you need to play to get your rune chance off, to play your rune gate. So I think a little bit better position too. And like we were just talking about off stream, when you take out Arcane Barrier from decks because Icelander's gone, decks like Vynnset that have a lot of arcane damage they are trying to get through benefit.
Yeah, I think it's always a tricky balancing act that you have to do when you're preparing for tournaments, because you have to submit your deck list. You're scrambling the night before, figuring out, do I put in this card, do I put in that card? Arcane Barrier is oftentimes a card that you don't know if you need it or not during the tournament. Iyslander was the main reason why a lot of people were running Arcane Barrier, and now that Iyslander is gone, maybe I can take it out, and characters like Vynnset and Kano are just waiting in the woodworks. They're like, it's our time to shine.
Yeah, 100%. When you're looking through your deck, you're like, man, do I need 2 or 3 more poppers? Do I need warmongers in the deck? Can I squeeze that in now? It's like, can I cut maybe Arcane Barrier? Maybe I won't need it. But I think round 2 is actually ready now, so we can jump into the match. This will be really interesting. I actually don't think I've specifically watched this specific these 2 specific heroes play against each other before, Rhinar versus Vynnset. So this will be really cool to see how these pair against each other. Rhinar typically is playing some amount of Arcane Barrier.
Yeah.
So
I think just to talk about that point, while the players are setting up, I think Rhinar has an interesting decision as to which piece of Arcane Barrier to run.
Yep.
Because usually you can run the Skull Horn, and that's 2.
Yep.
But against a character like Vynnset, you just want 1.
Yep.
So you can either run Gloves, and then you can't run Gambler's Gloves in the matchup, and your rolls get more risky.
Yep.
Or you can run Arcane Lantern. But if you play Arcane Lantern, then your Blood Rush Bellows aren't as good.
Much worse, yeah. It is going to be interesting to see. I assume you wouldn't play Skullhorn in this matchup, right? Like, do you ever need AB2?
No, I don't think so. I think if you wanted to play Skullhorn, that would just be for Kano.
Yep.
And then potentially, so the other route that you could do, and I don't know if John's going to do it, but you could play Null Rune Hat.
Mm-hmm.
But Null Rune Hat is also giving up. There's always these trade-offs that you have to make. So one of Vynnset's most powerful tools into any kind of mid-range value trade matchup is going to be Widespread Destruction.
Yep.
Which is the card that if either player, whoever takes damage this turn, they need to banish their arsenal. So it's like a command and conquer. Mm-hmm. Crown of Providence is really good when they make that play. So I wonder, a lot of the equipment choices is largely going to determine, I think, for the Rhinar side, how well they're prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, I agree, because giving up your helmet for Arcane Barrier and giving up Crown of Providence is definitely hindering the fact that you can dodge a widespread one of the 3 widespread annihilations that are in, or not annihilation, destruction, that are in your opponent's deck. So I assume we'll likely see gloves. That's going to be my guess as far as what
the red sleeve. It's like no mini snaps here. I just have a comment. I just put it in the sleeve.
Yeah, so I think that's what we're going to see turned over. We'll see when you're building a Rhinar deck and you're playing Rhinar, I think some are more reliant on scab skins than others. So we'll see if his deck is more reliant on scab skins, and maybe not having gamblers will be detrimental to him.
Yeah, I think in terms of decks that the Vynnset want, how the builds that Vynnset wants to see, I think that the more aggressively slanted the Rhinar is, the better it is, or the worse it is for Vynnset.
Yep.
Because, Vynnset's a hero that blocks okay, but doesn't really want to be blocking all that much. And then Rhinar, if you're playing more mid-rangey, playing for like Intimidates, then like you're saying to your opponent, well, you can't block, and then Vynnset's like, well, I don't want to block anyways.
Yep. Exactly.
But when you're presenting, like really big turns with Blood Rush Bellow, with I don't know if you would be playing like Berserk, things like that, that like really like stack your turn up, then the numbers become a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah, we can see we're about to get started. Looks like Vynnset is on the play, and we actually see Rhinar on Scowling Fleshbag. I wonder if he's just not playing Crown, and that's his only defensive hat, or it just means he's leaning more aggressively because it lets you block with it and hold more cards because you're ripping a card from your opponent's hand that they could aggressively be attacking you with.
What a great start for the Vynnset, being able to play Read the Runes on the first turn, banishing a Deathly Whale, so it's probably going to be able to keep the rune chance flowing for at least the first couple of turns.
What a strong turn. Red Deathly Whale in your banish already is so good.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Scowling Fleshbag. Scowling Fleshbag is like a really powerful tool into a lot of the more aggressive matchups, like you play it into like Ninja or Dash or whatever. It's like really strong at, stopping their big turn. Into this matchup, however, a lot of the times I think what the Vynnset wants to play as their second attack is going to be a card from Banish.
Card from Banish or just their weapon. So it's not like they're really holding a card, I don't think, to do things. It's usually non-attack and then attack from Banish or something to that capacity. And if there is a second attack, probably from Banish or just weapon. So we're going to see immediately this Rhinar doing a Alpha Rampage, one of the first cards ever printed from Welcome to Raid. Really strong card, so 9 double Intimidate essentially. 1 Intimidate off Rhinar, 1 Intimidate off the card text.
Yeah, and I think this is like what we were talking about earlier, where Vynnset probably doesn't want to be blocking any of these cards anyways. Yeah. And the downside of Alpha Rampage can threaten a lot of, like true damage. You can't block out effectively against that card. However, the rate on the card isn't that good. So you spend 3 cards, your pitch, the Alpha Rampage, and the card that you discard. But in return, you just only get 9 damage. So each one of those cards is contributing 3 damage. You can think of it that way. And we see Tanner has the Widespread Destruction
in his hand, yeah. Mm-hmm. One good thing about Intimidate is that if you were wanting to block, because Vynnset often does want to just like sculpt hands that maybe I don't need these 2 cards. So if you did Intimidate the cards that he didn't want, this can make it a difficult decision. So we actually are seeing blocking with the Widespread or Widespread Destruction.
Yeah, Widespread Destruction I think would have been pretty strong. As it would be unlikely that John would be able to kind of block out the whole turn.
Yep.
We'll see what Tanner has in mind with the remaining 4 cards.
So we're going to see his decision to banish a card. One thing that can be a little bit difficult about Vynnset is not taking too much blood debt. Because once you have one from the previous turn, a Runegate card, you often don't really want to put another one there.
Sure.
Because at the end of your turn, if you can't play it, you're taking another point of damage and you're just kind of whittling yourself down.
Yep.
So we actually do see another whale. So we'll see if he can play it this turn.
Yeah, so really we would be needing cards like you can creep in Envelope in Darkness.
Yep.
And that's pretty strong. Taking an extra point of damage, making a rune chant allows the Deathly Whale to make 2. So we have another way to pay life.
This is a really good start. So if he does pay life, which it looks like he did, one of these rune chants will be unpreventable, which means Deathly Whale's trigger will actually happen this turn.
Yep.
Deathly Whale.
So this is 8 with Go Again because of the Shadow Puppetry, giving it a buff and Go Again. What a great... His first hand was red Read the Runes, red Deathly Whale, and Shadow Puppetry. Like, what a great start to tee up your next turn.
Yep. I wonder
First one's unblockable.
how defensive John's deck is set up. I think generally a bit of defense is quite good. Yeah, Ravenous Vowel said...
Envelop in Darkness.
All right, Nick, you're removed from the casting booth. You can never... No.
It's Envelope.
It's Envelope. It's Envelope.
Right, sorry. It's an Envelope in Darkness. I'm so sorry.
This is quite a lot of damage that Tanner is threatening this turn. I was going to say before, I wonder if John just pulls the trigger on the hat.
Yeah.
You have like every time you get in this situation, it's like a 50-50.
Right, like is Hat going to be beneficial to you? Does he need those 2 cards in hand here? He probably will, right? Like, is he going to play that?
Yeah, Pat knows.
Is he going to play that whale, or is he just going to weapon? I also love that he's playing Scepter. I really like Scepter as just a way to, on turns where you want to be building up rune chance, it doesn't pop your existing rune chance, and it threatens another rune chance.
Sure.
6, 7.
Yeah, so we see the
You're right.
the flail and the scepter. So it looks like this is 7 go again, not 8.
Coming in for 7.
7 go again. Breakpoint here. He's already taken damage, so this doesn't matter too much. The beneficial effect of Shadow Puppetry to banish off the top of the deck in Vynnset doesn't really matter as much as it used to in like Chain or something.
Yeah, but I still think that like sometimes you do get So for example, if Tanner was playing what was it called, Funeral Moon.
Funeral Moon is a great card.
Getting like a Funeral Moon just like off the top, like really good. Getting a Blood Debt attack off the top, I think is also. You were saying that you sometimes get caught up like behind in being able to clear out your Blood Debt, but drawing a card's always pretty good. Pretty good compensation.
Drawing a card is a great mechanic, which is why we saw Chain LL pretty quickly because of playing from Banish, having extra cards in hand essentially is really strong. It looks like we're going to see a follow-up of Flail here. So not breaking the combat chain, so Whale's not going to go off yet, meaning this won't pop rune chance he's about to make.
Yeah, and I feel like this kind of is telling me that we're going to use Spellbound Creepers.
Yeah, I think that is quite likely, because if this does hit, which it's not, it would have generated another one. We are going to generate 2 rune chance off of Deathly Whale because we've taken a point of damage from our Vynnset ability, and John has taken a point of damage, so the Whale from Banish is close to being playable. We need 1 more rune chant.
Oh, and we're just seeing an Arsenal and Blood Debt being taken. So it looks like the Alpha Rampage was actually much more effective than we had previously thought.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you intimidate, like you said, you have the cards that you wanted to block with, and they're just in your hand now.
Right. So you effectively take what people consider an IP penalty when you just had a card you kept and didn't draw your full hand up for the next turn.
For the people who aren't as familiar with the lingo, so to speak, IP penalty is kind of like when you commit an infraction in the game. One of the fixes that oftentimes you get is you committed a rules infraction, and so the punishment is that you draw 1 fewer card every turn. But in Flesh and Blood, every time you just don't play a card from your hand, that's the equivalent to just taking a penalty.
Exactly. And we saw a red pack hunt swung, basically just 2 card 6, which is fine on rate.
But Tanner's just taking it, and I think this has to be a big turn for Tanner to kind of come back into it. You have the 5 card hand, you have the card that you started in the banner, so you have essentially 6 cards available to you.
Yeah, and we're already at 24. It's kind of scary. We've taken a couple of attacks from Rhinar, and we've already done 3 damage to ourselves with 2 Blood Dad and Whales, the Flail Swing. So this definitely has to be a big turn to kind of switch the tempo into our favor. So we're going to see a
Runeblood Incantation.
Runeblood Incantation. So this one comes in with 3 counters, then at the start of your turn ticks down 1 and 1 and 1.
Yeah, Runeblood Incantation is a really good card for Vynnset to kind of just keep the momentum going. With this card in play, essentially you get to make 2 rune chants every turn.
Yep. We see an envelope in darkness. Oh,
He's learning.
Hopefully I kept my job. So it's Envelope in Darkness. We're going to pay Vynnset's ability again, so here's another point of damage.
Yeah, we're going up to 4 rune chants.
And then one of these whales is going to come in. This is going to be buffed with the Envelope.
Yeah.
We're thinking what to do here. We have 7 damage pending on the board already, and let's see what we decide to swing. Looks like we have an attack in Arsenal, potentially.
Maybe.
Okay.
So coming in for 4 rune chants with the Deathly Whale. This is 9, I think.
Yep. 9 physical, does not currently have go again, and one of the arcane damage is unpreventable.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing about Vynnset is if you don't have this train of rune chants going, it can be really hard for your deck to function. because you need existing rune chants from the previous turn typically in order to play the cards you're trying to rune gate. So Deathly Whale is the perfect vehicle for, especially when you're playing with Vynnset's ability, for making sure your opponent's taking damage so you're getting both, hopefully, rune chants or at least one from Whale.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting the line that Tanner chose, where he chose to play the envelope before playing this Deathly Whale.
I know that's already active.
One of the things that you kind of run into is maybe he was thinking, well, if Rhinar kind of ABs out all 4 of the rune chants,
Yeah.
then I'm not going to get the extra rune chant from the Deathly Whale. However, the kind of awkward part now is that because he has a 3 cost in his banish zone, one line that was available to him before, because he has access to Spellbound Creepers, being able to play like the envelope at instant speed would have gained him an action point and provided the 3rd rune chant to play his arsenal, or not his arsenal, his banish.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely an interesting line to take here. I think Vynnset can be kind of forced into certain lines if you're scared about your opponent having AB. When you're playing against decks that don't have AB, you have just full freedom to play the exact lines you want because they're taking your arcane for sure.
Yeah, so I think John, coming into the matchup kind of prepared for Vynnset is, putting a lot of mental pressure on Tanner to be to like, do I make the play? To kind of do I play around all your choices that you have available to you?
Yeah, and we see an interesting choice here in Oasis, not getting the heal, but preventing the rest of the damage. Not a very super efficient play as far as like card economy, but you did stop all of it, and that's the end of the turn.
Yeah, we had the triple. All 3 Alpha Rampages have been drawn already. Where we played 1, or we played 2. We played 1, we blocked with 1, and we pitched 1.
Yeah.
So all 3 zones, all 3 ways that you could use Alpha Rampage have been in effect.
And,
that should be a win condition in the game. You get a Alpha Rampage, or an Alpha Rampage into every zone, you win the game.
Yeah.
So this is one of my favorite cards in the game. Swing Big.
Yeah, I think one of Ethan's favorite cards as well.
Yeah, there you go. You're actually promoted, Nick.
Yes.
You're promoted.
Perfect.
Two card 8. What a great rate on cards. Usually in Flesh and Blood, the standard is 2 cards, you get 7 damage. This one, you get 1 extra damage. A little bit of a downside if they block. They get a Quicken token, which in this matchup is actually pretty relevant.
It is, yeah. I think Tanner's actually thinking about blocking this out because you have 4 block available easily on your armor between Grasp and Crown.
Yeah.
And maybe you give up Creepers if really the Quicken is going to help you that much, because we already have, like we mentioned, a card in Banish. We don't want to get too far behind.
Yeah.
So if we really can play 2 next turn with a Quicken, it might be worth fully blocking this for that free go again.
Yeah. But I think we see only a block for 3. So Tanner said, okay, I am, this is my chance. I'm ready to swing back. And if Tanner gets to go something like banish like a 2-cost Mauvrin Skies, play the Deathly Whale, come at you with like another 6. It's gonna do a lot of work in kind of coming back. Oh, and what a great card!
which one is that one?
This is perfect. This is Widespread Annihilation. This one banishes from hand, which is so strong. So this card is a 4 cost. You do need 4 rune chants, which look at that number of rune chants we have. We actually have 4.
Yeah, we have 4.
Oh, and the Mauvrian. This is so strong.
Yeah, so giving the Widespread Annihilation go again. Now, one thing that John does have to kind of help him deal with all of this turn is that he does have his Tunic on 3.
Yep.
So normally, it'd be tough to block out 4 rune chants, but because you have the extra resource available to you, he's going to be able to give, if he has a blue pitch in his hand, going to be able to give, 3 cards plus the Tunic resource.
Yeah, so you can pitch a blue and use your Tunic to stop all of these 4 rune chants, which is useful because you don't want to take any damage. That's what Widespread Annihilation says here. Anyone who has lost health this turn, they banish a card from their hand. So blocking all 4 rune chants and then blocking 6 might be what we're kind of forced into here.
I think Tanner flashed a card in his hand. I wonder if it's the Pummel.
So do you think this? Do you think it's just standard in Vynnset now to play the Pummels?
Oh, but John has a Sink Below.
We do see a Sink Below. So
does he have a blue?
It looks like.
I don't think so.
What is the
I think
first
I think his Savage is he has E-Strike, Savage Feast, Swing Big, and a Sink Below. So he's going to be taking arcane damage. So no matter what, the Widespread Annihilation is going to be doing damage.
Yeah, you can't block the rune chants. This is the effect the card doesn't need to hit for the effect to happen. So as long as you've lost life, you're going to get a card banished from your hand.
Yeah. And to answer your question, I do not think that it is standard. I believe that there was a Vynnset who was playing at Realm Rumble who was not playing pummels. It's, I think, a decision. Pummels let you have like a bit of higher ceiling, but if you play cards like Funeral Moon or whatever, it smooths out your game a little bit more.
That is coming.
The nice thing about this play, I think, is that if Tanner chooses not to go for the pummel, he could pummel his Deathly Whale at the end to kind of just like guarantee that you get the last card out, or save the pummel for, you know, a future line.
Yeah.
But if he does go for the pummel on this attack, if John blocks 6, then that sink below is gonna be doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I think another reason to wait on the pummel is to close the combat chain and force the banish to then attack again.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So we actually are going to see the Scowling Fleshbag happen here.
Oh, he is giving a lot of respect to pummel.
Yes. So this is an immediate banish, if anyone's unaware. So when this card blocks, it's going to intimidate a card from Tanner's hand, which means he would not be able to pitch and pummel. So this essentially makes it so that pummel cannot happen this turn.
Yep.
So we're going to randomly banish a card here. No matter what it is, we cannot pummel this turn, and we're probably going to see the sink below happen to cover up all 6 here.
Yep.
And there it is. What's nice, even though John's hand is all red, if this does just end the turn or something like that, we can just E-Strike on our turn. We can do E-Strike, draw a card, E-Strike for 7, so at least the hand is playable even though it's red.
Yep, I agree. E-Strike is just such a good card to smooth out when you get these kind of clunky draws.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see him draw, I think, a yellow riled up, white border, which is Poggers, the best border. So we're going to see what Tanner does with the Go Again here. So we do have Go Again off Mauvrion. Unfortunate that we don't have a Rune Chant generator this turn. Of course, Mauvrion didn't hit, so we're not getting those, which I think most players wouldn't let a red Mauvrion hit. It's just too much advantage.
Tanner closed the chain, and I think he's just going to probably either swing his weapon or, you know, activate the
flail or
the scepter. Scepter's a little bit worse, I think.
Right. It just takes Tunic, which I think John would be happy to give up.
Yeah, I agree.
So we are going to see him pitch for Grasp. Nice. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then you can either hold that and flail or hold it for next turn. I think.
Flail, I think, is a little bit risky because John has the
boots.
Scab skins.
Yep. So it looks like he's thinking, though. He can use Tunic. He has 1 floating, but he could use Tunic and the 1 floating to Scepter, which costs 2. The benefit of that is, of course, you guarantee probably a damage. The benefit of the flail here is that at least you take the boots, so the boots aren't available for future flails and they become better. We are just going to see the hold it and pass line.
Yeah, I think having the Tunic up is pretty big for getting Spellbound Creeper lines, though.
Right. Yeah, a lot of Spellbound Creepers, it's like a 1 cost you're trying to play, plus you're trying to pay 1 for boots. That's 2 in and of itself. And then you probably want 2 for like the pummel or something that you're holding.
Yeah,
so.
Interesting that we're seeing the Mandible Claw instead of the E-Strike. I think out of all the modes, John would probably rather use E-Strike for 7 than E-Strike drawing a card, because there's a lot of cards in the Rhinar deck you don't really want to arsenal.
Right. Yeah, so E-Strike and Arsenal can open up some flexible plays, so I think this makes sense just to hold it. 7 damage I also would have been respectable, because if Tanner just chooses to take it, you get him down to 9. Tanner, of course, still has his armor, but we are getting to a point where Tanner can't just be like, I'm going to take everything.
Yeah, and that E-Strike can be part of a push turn later on, where you use the Go Again to kind of punish. Like, you go again. If Tanner, takes it, going to 8th, then all of a sudden I come in with some Intimidates. It can be bad news for the Vynnset.
Yeah, or the classic E-Strike into CNC. We see a CNC in John's hand right now. So that can definitely be a really strong play. On Tanner's turn, we see him tick up his Rune Chance from his Incantation, and he did banish, I think, is that another whale?
Yeah, the whales, they are coming. Tanner has all the Rune Chance that I think that he needs to just, keep the plays going. This turn could prove to be really, really good with the Shadow Puppetry. I think it's a pummel in his arsenal.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of things happening.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see him pay the life. We've done like 5 damage, I think, to ourselves this game. So we'll see if this pays off, making one of them unpreventable.
Yep. Shadow players, they love doing damage to themselves. It's like a handicap, you know, like you play golf, you're like, you get a couple of points minus to your score. Shadow heroes, they're like, we don't need to start a full life.
Yeah, that's totally fine. This is interesting. This is Beseech the Demigod, I believe this card is called.
It's like nimbleism for the Banished Zone.
Exactly. So this will come in for +1, +3. So it's 5 + 4. So this is 9 with Go again.
Yep.
And 3 rune chants, one of which is unpreventable, which can be awkward because are you really going to pitch like a blue to stop just 2 arcane? It's not as great unless you have a yellow in hand to block both of it. But you've already taken 1, so it might not even be worth stopping 2 more. So we'll see what we do about the physical as well. Obviously, damage has already been taken by both players, so Deathly Whale is going to make 2 rune chants, which bodes well for being able to play the second one again this turn. So it looks like his hand is Skull Crack, Savage,
Reckless Swing.
Reckless Swing, the -1 to all attacks.
Yeah. This round's on me, and the commander card. One line that I don't think has ever come up, but could come up in this turn, is that he could block 6, use the Reckless Swing, and then get a resource to be able to Arcane Barrier on the follow-up. I'm not entirely sure that is what's going to happen, but
well, I'll take the 2 on the
it is something that could happen.
So we take the 2 rune chants, and then we have to do something about this 9 here. We're likely not going to eat it. Our hand's not amazing. We haven't seen a Blood Rush, really, sadly, for the Rhinar side. Hopefully there's one coming to really close out this game, but this is 9 physical. So we're probably going to see a block for 6, I would assume. On the next turn, doing something like just swinging back with a CNC or doing E-Strike for 7 Arsenal CNC is also likely, but we're going to see him block with the CNC and the Skull Crack.
Block 6.
So block 6, and then it looks like we're going to take the 3 here. Oh,
and we
there
do
it
see the
is.
Pummel. Pummel's coming in, so the power of this attack is going up to 13.
Yep, and we block 6, so we will take 7 here and have to discard a card. Really strong play. This is why I think a lot of Vynnsets choose to play Pummel. Like we saw him take his IP penalty earlier, keep an extra card.
Yeah.
You often are playing these free cards because of the advantage you get with Runegate.
Yep.
So being able to play a card like Pummel, which can be a resource sink, but also is giving you advantage and extra damage, lets you get your hit effects from Mavrian Skies, and in this case, Shadow Puppetry, which may or may not matter, and also just ripped cards, which is really strong in this game.
Yeah, I think the awkward part here is that unfortunately for Tanner, he is only going to be able to have 2 rune chants after this Deathly Whale. So, he would have really liked to have drawn one of his 2-cost Runegate cards. So something like, what is it called? Widespread Ruin.
Yep.
There's the I forget. I think it's Phantom, not Phantom Wraith.
Banshee?
Thinking about the card.
Phantom Wraith. Phantom Wraith is the 2 for 6.
Yes.
So one of these cards would have made this turn so much more smooth to play out. Just you want to see the Deathly Whales, but just having all 3-cost Runegate cards just makes it kind of awkward to put everything together. And now you got to wonder I have Go again, but I don't really want to swing my flail, because then if I swing my flail, then at the beginning of the next turn with the incantation, I'm only going to have 2 rune chants.
Yeah, it's interesting that he didn't choose to do Scepter, though. It gives you another rune chant on your next turn to work with and maybe forces another card out.
Oh, actually, the Arsenal card was swing big. So he chose to sink the E-Strike instead of sinking the...
Instead of singing this, which makes sense. But 2-card 8 is better than 2-card 7.
Yeah, we're in there, and I think that Tanner has to make the choice. Do you block armor? Interesting. Tanner has a Sigil.
Oh, interesting. I have not seen Vynnsets play Sigil.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either, but I kind of like it. Vynnset's doing a lot of damage, so a lot of times your opponent is going to be doing math based off of how they think that the game is going to play out, where you're at a certain life total, and having Sigil just throws you in for a loop.
Yeah, Sigil and Arsenal is such a strong thing that you can do in this game where the opponent thinks they have game or that you're going to end up killing yourself on your turn because of Blood Debt or something like that. So they might play a certain way, or they CNC you and you just end up netting 3 damage.
Yeah, Rhinar, most notably, might make some plays around card Reckless Swing that we're seeing in the pitch zone. Reckless Swing does 2 damage on your turn. You think that you have the game, and then the other player's like, nope, I have Sigil.
Yep. And you can kind of adjust the turn cycles to where you're playing towards that win condition, and then they Sigil, and then it kind of throws you for a loop.
Yeah, so we'll see if that comes up in this game.
It looks like we're lining up maybe a block for 8 here and choosing to get that quicken, because we are seeing 2 cards being committed, and I think this is the time one to use Grasp. You want to get both uses out of Grasp, so we need to probably use it at some point to get the second use.
Yeah, if we block 3 cards here, I think having the Sigil is pretty nice, though, because, you know, like John might be thinking, oh, well, you block 3 cards, like you banish a card, it's not a big deal. But if you just like use the Sigil, you don't banish to Vynnset, you can still play the card out of your Blood Debt because you have the incantation, and then we're kind of, you know, we're fighting at that point.
Yeah, a 0 card, 8 damage is really strong.
Yeah, 0 card, 8 damage plus like you got to swing your flail. He has to probably block armor on that.
Right, yeah, and it gets finally the last block on boots or a card. So, yeah, I think that definitely could be a play line to take here, is to block with 3 cards, you save your armor, play the Sigil on your opponent's turn before it's your turn. Then Vynnset can't banish a card, and you still have a play to make.
Oh, well, he does have a Rune Gate card, so that's pretty nice as well.
He does have the Phantom Wraith.
Yeah. Another line is you can block 6 plus the Grasp, and then, you know, attack with the or Hat, either way.
So we're actually blocking 3, 4, 5, 7. Oh, we're getting rid of creepers.
8. Okay, so we're taking. This makes a lot of sense if he has a shadow card that he can play.
Yeah, he did have Beseech the Demigon, I believe. So that's.
Oh, dude, Beseech is actually huge because with Beseech now you can banish the Phantom Wraith. You get the Quicken token. You get +3 on your banish, but most importantly, you get to pay a life. So being able to pay the life means that this Deathly Whale is going to be able to make 2 rune chants, being able to pay for both.
And then the Wraith is live with your go again, yeah. So
Tanner says, I got the Sigil. No.
We see John laughing at the Sigil because who plays that in Vynnset?
Yeah.
All right, so we see the incantation tick down. Does not go to grave yet, interestingly enough. It ticks down to 0, and then next turn it'll leave. So there's that Beseech. We're going to pay that life. And now one of these rune chants is unpreventable. Then we're going to see the Whale come out. And like you mentioned, this guarantees at least 1 rune chant.
Yeah, and what a kind of swing to get back control of the game. You know, it was looking kind of rough for Vynnset this whole time. But Vynnset's like, thank you for the Quicken token. I'm going to make great use out of that. Giving Rune Blades go again, always a risky proposition.
100%. Yeah, that's like one of the things the deck can struggle with, which is why they have whole cards like Mauvrian Skies dedicated to giving go again. So having a Quicken for free, basically, really good for Tanner here. Now this might only make 1 rune chant if John is able to block out all 8.
We'll go ahead and reduce.
No. So,
no. You're right. He's already taken the rune chant.
He has to take a rune chant. So no
guaranteed.
matter what, he's going to make 2 rune chants. This is going to be a great turn. I think that's the blue Phantom Wraith. So
it's 4, right?
Yeah. So not as strong as the red one, but you know, hey, I'll take 15 off of
17.
3 cards.
Because of the 2 rune chants too. So we had.
Oh
3
yeah,
to
yeah,
start,
17. I'll take 17 off 3
17 off
cards.
3 cards any day.
Yeah, I'll sure.
So we see a Fate for Scene, and that looks like that's going to be the end of the block. So we will take 4 here.
Yeah, John pitched a yellow for arcane damage. So you know, no blues here.
Oh.
We're on the full block out. One thing that you can kind of play to, and I think that John might be doing this, is, you know, Vynnset's not necessarily the most consistent of decks.
Right.
And so we're in a situation where Vynnset kind of wants to, you know, keep the rune chants rolling, and you do that with cards like Incantation or
Right.
or definitely whales. But we're using up all the juice.
Right.
There's no more juice in the tank.
Right, because after this Wraith attacks, it's going to pop the 2 rune chants, and then there's no more generation.
Yeah.
So Tanner's going to go into his turn with the only way to make a rune chant via Vynnset's ability.
Yeah.
So this actually might be, it's really strong. It's a lot of damage, but if Tanner draws 2 pummels and a sigil and a non-attack, like, we might see him have to take a turn off.
Yep.
So here we go, 2 rune chants plus 4 physical damage, so 6 total.
Yeah, John is probably going to block this. I would assume. Or
And
yeah.
our hand was
the,
Fate
the
Sing
triple the triple defense reaction. A great response to kind of Tanner's push turn. You would have expected that the turn would have done a lot more damage. The difference is 3 life. Like John would have been at 8 instead of being at 11.
It's huge, and I think the
And then I'm gonna pass.
whole of the stream, we've really seen the power of D-Reacts. We've seen Unmovable put in work, we've seen Fates, we've seen Sings, we've seen how strong they are at covering up breakpoints.
Defense reactions, they're pretty good. Nowadays, we can't have those. We gotta play block cards.
It is like playing a slot machine.
So we're going to see Incantation die here. We saw John pass back to Tanner, and Tanner's on a full grip here. We have to choose what to banish. We see that looks like a Mavrian
he
and a
has
Mavrian.
Yeah. Oh.
So double
He
Mavrian,
has a
Sigil,
sigil,
Suffering.
Suffering, and an envelope. Oh, and this is not
This is the exact
this
game we were
is
talking
not
about.
where you want to be as the Vynnset player.
D-React,
where
3 non-attacks.
you don't have any attacks, and this is one of the downsides of playing this hero, where sometimes you do a 3-card 13, sometimes you do a 4-card 1.
The 4-card 1. Not the 4-card 1 here. Oh, man.
Oh
yeah.
no.
Yeah, we see Tanner doing the Sai, thinking about what's the best way to make use of these cards, but there honestly is no efficient way, unfortunately, to use these cards. We will probably see the Scepter, so we can at least hold Rune Chance for next turn, and we will Arsenal the Sigil of Suffering. We actually...
Oh, it's tough. I think that...
All right.
I would have really liked to see Tanner cash in his tunic there.
Yep. He hasn't used it this whole game, I believe.
Yeah, and I think after you block out with the Spellbound Creepers, I think the value of that tunic goes down significantly. Now, that being said, Tanner does have the Envelope and Darkness in his hand, so, the tunic pays for that. So maybe he's thinking, like, I just want to play I want to pitch no cards.
Right. Yeah, Tunic can be really useful for... I mean, even if you only get 1 use out of the whole game, it can really fix a whole turn. But like you mentioned, it's really best for creepers, where we're flashing in like a Read the Runes for free or something like that. We're going to see him play this round's on me. So -1 attacks to all of Tanner's attacks next turn, and both players draw a card.
Vynnset's not usually the type to, throw multiple attacks, but, the whale for 0 is much worse than the whale for 1. Pay 1 life, attack for 0.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think he was trying to clear his hand, possibly. He has a Bloodrush Bellow, but he also has a Warmongers.
Ooh, and this might be Tanner could be on the way back, because John is choosing to do, he's like, I will see your 3-card 1, and I'll give you back, a -1 card, or -1 card, like I give you a card and I'll just do 3.
I'll just do 3, 4-card 3. Not great, -1 value. So this is a Claw for 3 and no other action points. Not even seeing a Scabskins roll, which I feel like may have been worth it here, because the 3 damage might be pretty incidental and not matter so much.
Yeah, I think not having the Gambler's Glove, the Gambler's Glove is kind of like, it's like the safety net. It's like the warm blanket that you have at home. It gives you a lot of comfort, a lot of stability. You have the no rune gloves. You don't want to be rolling that Scabskins.
It's the fireplace on the cold winter night that you really just want there, and we do not see it. And so we've seen John not use Scabskins at all this game, other than just to block 2 damage.
Yeah.
I think this turn may have been worth it, because I think the ceiling of this turn may have been really high, because if you could have at least gotten 2 action points, it could have been Claw. Then you would have been able to pitch for another, you would have been able to pitch for your Bloodrush Bellow, which gets rid of the last card in your hand, which doesn't discard for it.
Does he have Bloodrush Bellow?
Yes,
Oh.
and a 6, but he has a Warmongers. He doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
I think rolling at least 4+ on the Scabskins was definitely worth it there, but we see him take the safe route, not wanting to pass his turn on a 1 roll, which is the risky run with rolling those Scabs without Gamblers.
And I wonder, white bordered Bloodrush Bellow.
Oh, that turn would have been so good too.
You just gotta believe it. It'll never steer you wrong.
Where's Michael Hamilton? Can we get him to roll the dice? He'll never miss.
He'll never miss. And it would have been Beast Within too, which would have been the perfect discard off of the Blood Rush.
So Tanner has a great opportunity to kind of come back. He does have his whole turn, -1 on all his attacks. So it does work pretty well with having with giving him like all the extra cards.
Right.
So he can't come back like as big.
And so we're going to see the Envelope in Darkness into the Phantom Wraith, I am learning. And this is going to come in for 9, I believe, and 4 Arcane.
Yeah, coming in for 9 for Arcane. I think Tanner chose 8. Choosing not to. Wait, why is it 8?
Oh, because of this round on me.
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Tanner choosing not to use the Vynnset ability.
Yep. I think possibly we don't have a follow-up to this, so maybe it doesn't matter so much. The Phantom Wraith has essentially blank text, so
yeah.
you're not getting value.
I actually really like not using Vynnset ability whenever you have kind of like a break point with your rune chance. Using Vynnset ability when you have 3 rune chances is really big because then it's like, okay, well, in order to block the remaining damage, you have to kind of waste a point. Doing it when you're on 4, they're like, okay, whatever, I'll take 1 and then I'll pitch my blue, I block 3, and everything's fine.
Yeah, and he's off Tunic right now. John is notably off of Tunic. It is at 2 counters right now, so he wouldn't be able to use Tunic and a blue to cover all these up.
John's going to be wanting, I think, to kind of sculpt his hand now for the Blood Rush Bellow turn. This could be his chance to close the game out where, the main difference between Rhinar and Levia is that Rhinar has the ability to just like close with Intimidate, whereas Levia has to close with numbers. And having the Blood Rush Bellow in your arsenal, having cards like Beast Within, you can intimidate 2-3 cards out of your opponent's hand.
And we see he's also on Barraging Beatdown, which would have been more Intimidate. Interesting for him not to get rid of the Warmongers. I guess that's just going to be his pitch card in his hand. I wonder if he's going to block this out or if he's going to try to close the game with the Blood Rush.
Yeah.
At a certain point...
Interestingly enough, if he chose not to block at all, I think if he blocked 1, he'd be at 13. Or sorry, he'd be at 7, 8. Oh no, he needed to block at least 1 card.
Okay.
He could have done the Uber Greed and block with Tunic and just go to 1, but then Tanner would have had the Getcha.
Oh right.
With the Sigil of Suffering.
The Sigil of Suffering would have been insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have had to AB on his own turn, or...
Like, you want to do damage to me with defense reactions? No, it's my turn.
Sigil of Suffering is so funny against the deck that has just closed so many games, even in tournaments, with damage from a D-React.
Yeah.
So we are seeing him choose what cards to block now.
I wonder here in this situation, do you block with the Smash Instinct? Because, if you block with the Smash Instinct, you're guaranteed to discard the Beast Within, and then, you're guaranteed to get the extra card. However... the upside is way higher if you get to keep a yellow in your hand, because that yellow is going to pay for 5 damage.
Right. What do you think about the play of blocking with the 2 cards that aren't Warmongers and playing Warmongers as your turn? Because against Vynnset, Warmongers means you either are taking a turn off to play non-attacks, or you're maybe not able to Rune Gate because you can't play these non-attacks that are setting up your attack from Banish.
That's an interesting line that I don't know if I would have immediately thought about it. I think if the life totals were a little bit higher, that would actually be like a pretty good line when the Vynnset is on no setup. You do run the risk when the Vynnset has no rune chance that the Vynnset can just be like, okay, well, I'll just choose Peace, play like Incantation, read the runes. You just get super punished.
It looks like he is taking this line, however. He did block 7, take 1, and he kept the Warmongers.
Oh, wow. And so John is like, I'm going to play this very methodically, very slowly. I'm not going to, just go for it. I am a big fan of just going for it. I don't know. What can you say?
So we'll see what he decides to do. We're going to take up our Tunic to 3, and I assume it's just play this Warmongers.
Yeah.
Because pitching for Claw is, I think, less valuable. Tanner is on.
Well, you can roll Scab Skins, and then if you're blue, you can just go Claw. 1 card 6.
That's true. But we are going to see the play here of the Warmongers. This card really being just such a strong card.
Tanner, I think, has the Read the Runes.
Oh, he does?
Oh, no, that's an Envelope. All the Runeblade cards, they're just so...
He had Reduced to Rune Chant, Envelope and Darkness.
Oh, he has a Revel.
Oh, his hand has no attacks anyways.
Oh.
So this didn't matter. We've seen Tanner draw no attack hands 2 out of the last 3 turns. So like you mentioned earlier, Vynnset being this deck that can be inconsistent, we've seen it multiple times now.
John just has the soul read where he's like, yep, you can't attack me anyways.
So, I mean, this will be a really, I mean, not really thanks to Warmongers, just thanks to Tanner's draws, but this will be a really good time for John to maybe possibly be able to do this Blood Rush Bellow turn.
On that one, 'cause I'm like, I either try
We do see in John's
Tanner's an
hand,
elite Fab God. If he wins, I'm taking him to Disney World.
Disney World. Hilarious. We see in John's hand a CNC, not amazing on a Blood Rush turn.
Yeah.
We see a Fate for Scene, also not great right now.
Yeah.
We do see a Blood Rush Barraging Beatdown, and I can't tell what that last card is in his hand.
Yeah. I wonder here, you can use the Tunic.
Blue Envelope.
Okay.
I was gonna say you can use the Tunic and keep the and keep the envelope, and then just go like pitch two reds, activate Grasp, and you're kind of in the same spot, but you get to keep envelope, which might be important for a push.
Yeah, well, Grasp would have costed 3, right? Because he had 1 at the start of turn from Vynnset, so it would have been hard to...
Yeah, no, so you pitch like 2 reds, plus you use the Tunic.
Oh, the Tunic, yes. Yeah.
CNC, do you
Always.
think... Yeah, are you thinking about pummel in this situation? It's kind of scary. You're just all defense reactions. I have 2 in my hand, 1 in the arsenal. This Command and Conquer is...
Yeah, this is impactful.
Quite a beauty. I think John just has the read. He looked into Tanner's eyes and is like, this is the man who just has defense reactions.
Yep, he knew. He said, no matter what I do this turn, I know I have to play the CNC because you have 3D reacts right now.
Yep.
He at least has 2, 1 in hand and 1 in arsenal, and we might have to...
I think you might just have to suck it up. Be like, you know what? You got me.
You got the sigil. Block 2, block 3, and give a 3 block as well.
So, go to reacts.
Go to reacts.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Well, you do always have to go to reacts.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was trying to play it. Okay, good. Yep, so you do always go to reacts. They cannot play D-reacts to Command and Conquer, which is why that card is amazing.
Yeah.
And pops the arsenal.
What a Flesh and Blood card that one is.
The Marvel or the Fable, one of my favorite looking cards in the whole game.
Yeah, I kind of like when they do Fable cards for these cards that everybody enjoys.
Yeah.
So we got the 1 card. We got the 1 card 8 on the crackback, and you get to arsenal one of these 2 defense reactions. So
yeah,
not the worst.
Not terrible. I mean, you get to get a D-react in arsenal, which is going to be useful because we know a Blood Rush Bellow is probably going to come at some point if you're Tanner. We haven't seen one this entire game, and we know that that's in John's arsenal right now in his hand.
Yeah, John is so patient with it. I wonder if he's just gonna block. Dude, he has the Command and Conquer. Does he just go block 6? Command and Conquer again.
Yeah, and he knows you're holding 2 cards because
Oh.
2 D-reacts. But if you're John, you have to be so scared of the pummel here because you're at 9 life. So, I mean, this in itself is 5. If you add 4 on top of it, it's 9, and that is how much life you're at. So
Yeah, so John says, I'll take it. Oh, if he plays Command and Conquer again, John is my Rhinar hero.
It looks like his hand is pretty red. I think it's all reds again. Skullcrack, E-Strike, CNC, Fate.
But he does have the Tunic available to him. He's like, I know what you're going to do. So I'm just going to go Tunic, CNC. What are you going to do?
It looks like he's holding on to Fate and E-Strike. Wet Noodle. So it looks like he's going to hold on to the E-Strike and the Fate to cover up the potential pummel.
Yeah, E-Strike is definitely the most efficient play, but Command and Conquer is just way more
The
savage.
soul read play, yeah. So actually plays the Fate, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think he might now be going for the Blood Rush.
So you
pitch the E-Strike.
E-Strike into Blood Rush. You have the Tunic. Hopefully you draw into a blue as well. Yeah. So we'll see if that's what John takes. I think you have to at this point.
If he pitches these 2 reds and plays Command and Conquer, I'm going to go crazy.
Just the wildest line that we did not think of.
No. Hear me out. This is the true. This is the soul read. If you really want to tell Tanner, roll scabs. Say E-Strike, draw a card. Draw yellow CNC.
Oh.
There you
go. John did not take that line for some reason.
No.
So we see.
So I think he's going to go E-Strike, go again, and then just use the Tunic maybe to play the Blood Rush.
That makes sense. You discard the CNC, you draw 2 fresh cards.
Oh, no, just 7.
All right, we're not in the brain of John. John's brain operates on a different plane from us. So we're going to see the E-Strike for 7, and we're going to see us pitch into a reduce, which lets us play another one.
The second reduce. That Command and Conquer would have been so savage.
Good. Oh, because he had 2 in hand and a D-React and Arsenal. Would have been so good.
Oh.
Interesting. Yeah, John just playing very, very patient, which I think to be a Rhinar player, you probably have to have that mindset of, I know that I need to
My time is coming later.
Yeah. And I know I need to be ready for when my time comes, and that time has not come yet.
Yeah. And so Tanner, again, no Rune Gate attacks. I think we're just going to see a pass.
Yeah, banish a card to get a Rune Chant.
His Arsenal is just a defense reaction.
I believe it's the Sigil of Suffering.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are just going to see the pass, and I think John's hand is looking really good for this Blood Rush Bellow. It actually looks amazing.
And his patience kind of paying off, and it's like, yep, I was waiting. This is my moment.
Yep, you could play the Barraging or pitch it if it's your blue. You could play it, then tunic the Blood Rush. You have a lot of options here, and the other 3 cards in your hand are 6s.
Yep.
I think playing the Barraging I could see it as a good line because he's at 11 life, and it's just ripping a card where you know you're going to get another card from the Blood Rush, possibly another from whatever attacks come afterwards. So I could see playing it. I could also see pitching it. Just to make sure your resource curve for this turn is enough to pay for both claws and something.
Yeah. Pitching blue on the Blood Rush Bellow turn is so nice, but he getting an extra Intimidate, I think, also pretty good.
Yeah, we see like you were talking about earlier, this true damage being really strong when the game comes to this point, when we're getting to sub 10 life, around 10 life.
Yeah.
One thing about Rhinar that's kind of kept him out of the meta for a long time is like Intimidate doesn't, like you mentioned, matter that much in a lot of games. It's just like, I wasn't planning on blocking anyways, so I'll take the 6 or 8 damage that you're presenting, but when it comes down to this point of the game, it does matter a lot. So it looks like he had another blue, so this makes a lot of sense. We're going to discard a 6. I think the other card in his hand was a Skull Crack, which you just feel so good when that card is discarded off of Blood Rush. But Reincarnate going to go to the bottom of the deck, and there is our sound for Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, but if it is a Skull Crack is honestly like pretty nice if he draws the resources, because then you go Claw, Skull Crack.
Yeah.
And it costing 2.
It's
very
a 2
big.
for 6, yeah. Or 2 for 8 in this case because of Blood Rush. Yeah. So there's our second Intimidate. Let's see what we draw. Draw 2 cards here. Still 2 floating plus 1 off Tunic. This is looking really good.
So we drew Eye of Ophidia.
Oh.
So we have the ability to go Claw, Skull Crack.
Yep, we definitely do.
And then we save the Oasis Respite for later, because why not?
Why not? Yeah, we get to Arsenal Oasis, which might be the reason we don't die to something.
Yeah.
Or a pummel.
Yep.
Yeah, so Tanner's going to take 2. Wait. Oh, no, he should be taking more because there's the barraging beatdown in effect.
I think they might have missed the barraging beatdown.
Yeah.
There should have been 2 more damage because if he doesn't give 2 cards to that claw, it does get buffed.
Yeah. So
hopefully this is fixable and someone will catch it.
Yeah, I think probably the fix is just the life totals have to get changed.
Oh, I think John actually just mentioned it. Okay, there's life totals going down. We opted to off that Eye of Ophidia pitch. And now the second Claw Tanner is probably going to have to do something about.
Yeah, there's so much damage coming on the back end. I think if Tanner blocks 3, goes to 5, and coming in for 8. I think we're in a checkmate situation for John. I think even if Tanner would have needed to block the defense reaction on the barraging beatdown, I think.
Yeah.
Even then, I don't know. It's kind of tough.
So with the D-React and Arsenal, this isn't. So he's at 6. And
Yeah,
he can block.
he can go to 1. He can go to 1.
3. Yes, he can go to 1 because he can pay the AB for the Sigil of Suffering.
Yeah.
So Tanner has to use that Sigil of Suffering here, but goes to 1, has a 2-card hand, and we'll see if it's enough.
Oh yeah. I think Tanner's processing. So he does have the ability to stay alive. John, I think probably just worth it to pitch your Oasis Respite here.
Yeah, it's worth 2 value essentially where you're doing an extra damage and not taking a damage.
Yeah.
So I agree that should be the play here. Getting Tanner to 1 is so strong.
I take 5 and go to 1.
I mean, we get to the point where Reckless Swing could win the game unless we see another Sigil from Tanner, which stops that Reckless Swing from being game-winning.
Yeah, I think for Vynnset now, being at 1 also kind of eliminates being able to even swing the whale.
Yep. Yeah. You play you play with fire when you're playing a Shadow Hero, and this is one of the things that you lose the ability to do. You can't use Vynnset's ability anymore to pay a life, and you can't use your flail anymore.
Yeah, so I think time in the round has just been called for most of the players. The players in the feature match area get a couple extra minutes, but I think we are at the kind of end of it all.
We see in John's hand another Blood Rush. If he can survive this turn, that is likely game winning.
Yeah, but so this is the power of Vynnset, where I took all this damage on my turn, but I'm able to come back with one card and just do so
10
much
damage. One card, 10.
Yeah, with an effect where, if you don't block it out, I'm banishing a card from your hand.
Right, and blocking it out means pitching 2 cards and blocking with 2 cards, so very unlikely that that's going to be possible. John could do it. We are seeing the 2-card pitch, so we might see the 2-card block as well, because we know the turn's over. There's no creepers anymore. This is the end of the turn.
Yep.
Ooh. Okay. Makes sense.
We're blocking out, and I think John has kind of weathered the storm.
Yeah, Tanner has no setup here. We'll see if he has hopefully an attack in hand and also has enough rune chance to be able to rune gate something this turn. Being at 1 is scary when you know your opponent's playing Reckless Swing, and John just being patient here and being able to block out is going to be really important. There's a sigil.
Oh, we're back in it.
Back to 4. Reckless is no longer the win condition unless you draw 2 of them. Oh, Bounding. This is not a card we've seen since like Chain times, but I think it is actually a really good consideration for Vynnset.
Because because you're playing the attacks that give go again anyways. So it's a nice little extender card.
Right. So we're gonna see really classic chain play Mauvrion into Bounding Demigod.
Yeah, red Bounding Demigod coming in for 4 with the breakpoint. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, 4 on hit, make 3 rune chance. Oh.
We're just coming in, so there's going to be 6 into 4.
Yep. So we now have full information about this turn. It's 1 rune chance, 6 physical with go again.
Yep.
You really have to block this. You do not want to give him 3 extra value off that Mauvrion hit. And then there's 4 damage afterwards with a 0 for 4 in Bounding. Because we've played a non-attack, we can now play that from our banish. So.
Hey, update, by the way, from the judges. The judges have given them about an extra 4 minutes that we were not tracking. So they have about 4 minutes right now.
Okay, so I don't know. So I think the ordering of which attack that you put the Mauvrion Skies effect on is pretty important. I think here I would have liked for Tanner to go in with the
Bounding.
With the Bounding, presenting the breakpoint. John can still block it out because he has Tunic available to him.
Yeah, I think if you go with Bounding first, you for sure take Tunic, which maybe is more.
Yeah.
Is just better. But we'll see if this actually takes the Tunic anyways. So this is 4. Mauvrion is no longer in play, so this is just 4 vanilla.
Yeah, dude, but having the sigils honestly means so each point of damage that you take, the lower that you get, Vynnset can just close the game out by paying a life and then saying you can't block this rune chant.
Yeah, 100%. We see John thinking here about the block of Blood Rush. I think that's the last Blood Rush if I'm not.
Yeah. You gotta block it, because if you don't block it, then Tanner is just gonna at some point just go make a rune chant. You can't play a shadow card and then close the game out.
Yeah. John might just be waiting for one of those Vynnset hands again to where he doesn't draw a very playable or impactful hand.
Yeah.
We see he's going to banish the Widespread Ruin, which a possible play line if he has it is to get a rune chant from this, pitch a blue to get your second rune chant off Grasp, then you can play the Widespread Ruin.
Yep.
Okay.
So we see a yellow and a red, I think, going to be pitched for the Grasp here.
Yeah.
To get that second rune chant, and now we can play this Ruin, so 2 and 6. The on hit not mattering so much, it banishes the top card of each player's deck, which for both players I don't think will matter too much. For Tanner, might be beneficial, or it might make him lose a life when he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
But Tanner has not lost life this turn, so it won't affect him.
Yeah. At some point, I think as the Rhinar player, you kind of have to take a risk to throw back. But he does. Oh, he does have Reckless Swing. Maybe he's gonna wait until he gets back to that Reckless Swing that he pitched.
Yeah, double Reckless would close out the game here. We've seen 2 sigils played. If Tanner doesn't get to the next one, or if he's only on 2, then this is certainly a win condition. So we see the hand, E-Strike, Pack Hunt, Skull Crack, and a white border or something. Riled Up, maybe?
Wrecker Romp.
Wrecker, okay. So both of our players in a really interesting situation. We see Shadow of Ursur, not a card I've actually seen many Vynnset's playing. What do you think of that in the deck?
Shadow of Ursur, I think it's an okay extender.
A 0
I
for
wonder
2.
if it would. I wonder if it would have been better to banish something else than to go. I like to banish the envelope, and then you could have went like Shadow of Ursur Revel Weapon. And then just present like more arcane damage.
Yeah, I do think Revel would have been a really strong card to play here. But
yeah, but it's really awkward because like you would have needed to banish a Rune Gate attack. Oh, so a line instead. He could have banished the envelope in darkness.
Yep.
And then one Shadow of Ursur banishing the ruin, Revel,
and then played the ruin.
That
would have been a really sick turn. So we see a full block here, and Tanner is just going to pass because there was no go again. I think that line actually would have been really, really, really strong. But we see it goes back to John. John dumped his hand, so we're going to see it pass back.
The pressure, I think the pressure is on Tanner both to kind of close the game out, but then also there's time pressure.
Yep.
Because I think both players need to find a way to end the game.
Yeah, and both players are just...
I think the judge just told them that time has been called, so I think Tanner has a turn, and then after that, John gets a chance to close.
So if Tanner is turn 0, then Tanner gets...
Wait. Yeah. John, I can always be kind of tough, I think, when the judges kind of like break the flow of the game.
100%.
If you forget where you are.
So we are on Tanner's turn. So we're going to banish the Shadow of Ursur with the Vynnset, make a rune chant. We can play that and banish another card to give it go again.
Yep.
So I think that's the play we're going to see. This is 0 for 2 go again. Banish a blood deck card, which gives the Shadow go again. Blue Bounding or Phantom Wraith.
Yeah. Oh, that line that I said last turn just doesn't work because he wouldn't have been able to play the envelope. Because you need to play a non-attack.
You need to play a non-attack and attack. Yep.
Yeah.
The line doesn't play a non-attack for Revel. 100%. Thank you, chat. Yeah, we might see this end up in a draw. John doesn't have any more blood rushes, which really would be the way, I think, to close out this game. But neither player is presenting enough to stop full blocks from hand, which leads us to this kind of stalemate, which...
Yeah, so if not for the sigils, Tanner would have lost the game, but the sigils kind of giving him enough life. So instead, I think the game is going to end in a draw.
I think the sigils are interesting because I think Tanner probably and other Vynnsets while you're playing the deck realize maybe sometimes you do IP yourself. Yeah. And sigil just is this card that lets you play it no matter what and lets you get this card out of hand and gives you life, which in this case Tanner would have lost the game.
Yeah, it's been a card that I found more and more use cases for in a lot of these decks that do run into that issue. It's good in Uzuri for that reason. It's good in Levia for that reason. Sigil of Solace, just like such a flexible card all around. And, saving the game instead of having a loss. If the game had played out for more turns, who knows what would have happened. But as it stands, we're out of time. So that will be a draw, and everybody's kind of moving around, getting ready for the next round, which should be going up very shortly.
Should have a pretty short break between rounds. Next up will be round 3. If you all can't hear it, we are in a crowded room. This is a lot of energy in this place. There's 110 players for our Battle Hardened here in Orlando for the last one of the year. Very exciting.
And we have the meta breakdown if you guys want to take a look at this.
Yeah.
Great. Would love that. So let's take a look at this. A lot more even spread than I would have expected.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We have 12 Bravo, 10 Azalea, 10 Dromai, 10 Azuri, 9
This
Levia.
is interesting to me.
8 Rhinar, 6 Dash.io. Like, out of the top 5 decks, basically equal representation for the most part. And then the next tier of heroes, Dash.io, Phi, Kano, Dorinthia, Katsu, and Dash.ie and Maxx. And then we have, the rogue picks, the solo Bolton, the solo Viscerai, 2 Prisms, 2 Vynnsets, 2 Arachnes. Really interesting. No Riptides, no Tekla Vossens. So looks like 110 players had registered. Only 106 players showed up for the players meeting. I think this current meta with the departure of Iyslander and Lexi has been one of the most kind of interesting where any hero can kind of come out on top.
100%. Yeah. One exciting thing about the meta, especially even for a new player, is like there is so much room to play kind of whatever you want to. Like this is a very competitive event. People are playing for pretty big prizes, and we see that in the top 2 rows here, the highest rated deck is only 12 people.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh, yeah.
It's 12 people out of 106, so only slightly higher than 10% representation. You know, this type of meta I think is really great for the viewers at home.
Yeah.
Where you get to see, a lot of different heroes. As a person playing in these tournaments, it is very annoying to say the least, because you don't know what you're gonna prepare for. It's like, okay, I know that Dromai is really popular. I'm going to put more 6-power attacks in my deck. But, those 6-power attacks don't really do anything into, like, Kano. And they don't really do anything into Uzuri. Maybe I want defense reactions. It's like, oh, well, if I want defense reactions, and then I play into Dromai, it doesn't really do anything. If I play into, like, Pistol Dash, then the defense reactions aren't that good. So it's like, what do? Then you match into a Prism, they spoil your day. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. It's pretty exciting. Do you have any predictions as to what heroes that you think are going to end up on top, Nick?
I think, so these 2 surprised me, Uzuri and Levia. This is...
They can't see your cursor.
So yeah, Uzuri and Levia are surprising to me. So Uzuri with 10, the same as Dromai, which a lot of people thinking Dromai was the best deck for a long time.
Yeah.
I think Uzuri, we're going to see a couple come out on top. We know a really great local player, Guy, who a lot of people know. Big Dromai fan.
Of one of the more recent callings.
Yep, won the most, was that in Texas, I believe, Dallas, the calling there. Winning on Dromai. And also some locals that I know are also playing Uzuri, this pick that can kind of hedge into Dromai a bit with more go-again attacks and more poppers, and also hedge into aggro decks by impacting their hand and impacting their arsenal. So I think Uzuri is actually going to be the surprise kind of like come up of this event. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see Uzuri. I want to see if any of these like tier 2 representation decks, like the Boltons, the Kanos, if any of them make it out. Kano could really be spoiler to a lot of people, so maybe we're going to have like a really nice Kano run.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I know a lot of people lost their round 1 to a Kano just because weren't expecting it, and you just get blown up in 4 turns.
That's just what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I know Danny Orkowski from Runaways is really big into Maxx, and Maxx is kind of similar to Briar in the sense that you have this kind of like combo aggro mix, which is appealing for a lot of players. So it would be exciting to see if we can get a Maxx on camera later if one of them ends up doing it pretty well. That being said, we are kind of ready for the next round. Going into it, round 3 is, we're in round 3 of the Battle Hardened Orlando. But if you had told me that this was in the top 8 of Pro Tour LA, I would not be surprised.
Yep.
We have 2 kind of powerhouses of Flesh and Blood. Mara Ferris on Dromai versus Brodie Spurlock, who is, I believe, on Bravo.
Oh, interesting. I haven't
Brodie
seen
said,
Brodie play Bravo.
Azalea, that's last week's news. I'm on Bravo today.
Yeah, seeing, I believe, the Battle Hardened last week or 2 weeks ago, it was Azalea Bravo finals and Azalea losing. I think Azalea doesn't have a great matchup in the Bravo, so if you're expecting a lot of Bravo, maybe staying away from playing Azalea is a good call. And if you're comfortable in the Bravo mirror match, then, I think it's a great call. And I think Bravo is so good into these ninja decks that are popping up recently.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Bravo Dromai matchup ends up working like. Are the players look like they're just about ready, so let's jump in while we talk about the matchup a little more. I think Bravo Dromai can go like a lot of different ways depending on how the Dromai is kind of prepared for it. There's a lot of different styles of Dromai.
Yep.
You have like big dragons where, I'm going to be playing like a huge board, and then I'm going to maybe be playing stuff like Lost in Thought, stuff like Dust from I forget, the one for Chromai, something Ash.
The Dust something.
Something the Crypt.
Yes, the newer one, the newest one.
Yeah, from Bright Lights.
Yep.
That Ash that removes Phantasm from Chromai has been one of the kind of emergent strategies when you have Dromai playing into these decks that have a lot of 6-power attacks, because you get to put 2 of them on the field, and then if you have 2 Chromais that don't have Phantasm, plus like a Mirror guy, then you're saying to your opponent, you need 3 poppers to stop my turn.
Yeah, and I think for Bravo into Dromai, we've seen some recent adjustments from the Bravo's deck where they're putting things like out muscles in their deck that wasn't common before.
That's my favorite, the blue out muscle.
They're putting in things like yellow Zealous, so they're playing reds and yellow Zealous belting. So I think we have seen some of the adaptation since you're not losing to Frost Hex combo from Iyslander anymore. So you have maybe more room in your deck to put in these cards to trump these Dromais who are trying to do like board state setup against you.
Yeah, I think Brodie is probably going to be on Enlightened Strikes. I believe that he'll be on 9 go again attacks, so it's probably 3 Enlightened Strikes, 3 Red Zealous Beltings, and 3 Rouse the Ancients. Mara's take on Dromai is very different from a lot of Dromais that we've seen at the top of events. So I think the last Dromai that we saw really do well was at Worlds. We saw Aaron Chance, and Aaron was really going back to like Dromai roots, where like the original Dromai builds were playing like big dragons with Tome of Findal. And now you have another extra 3 tomes. You have the Tome of Imperial Flames. So it's like librarian Dromai, big dragons. Mara's really more into kind of low to the ground. She showed us at the beginning of the event. She was showing off the deck list. She had a little bit of spice, and the spice was a lack of cards in any pitch other than red.
Yep, a lack of cards that do not have a red strip across the top of them. She was running some yellows in her last iteration of this deck and took them out. The defense reaction.
Yeah, that all you got.
That all you got. So now it's just a full red line deck. You can definitely call her deck red line Dromai. And I think that deck actually can do really well into Bravo because you're presenting attacks that do not have Phantasm. So if you're playing things like, of course, like Rabbles, but even things like Blaze Headlong and things like of that nature.
Yeah, I think as the Bravo player, you kind of have to come back and like shift gears a little bit, because the matchup doesn't play out exactly in the same way because you have all these go again attacks. Really, you're like halfway between a Dromai deck and like a Phi deck, because you're playing like a lot of the same draconic go again attacks.
Right.
And so it's like, well, I got these dragons, and maybe you want to like pop them, and like, but you can't really fatigue me because I'm just throwing go again attacks at you.
All right, hold up. I have unfortunate news. This is a repair round.
Oh no!
Repair.
So it looks like we will not necessarily be seeing this match. They might repair into each other.
It's possible, yeah, for sure.
But looks like we're gonna be taking a bit of a break as the tournament organizer repairs around and the players find their new matchups. But this is a good time, I think, to take us into our sponsors while a sponsor break while we're waiting for everything to kind of settle down. You can see a lot of players are not happy.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com. for all your flesh and blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the flesh and blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Welcome back, everyone, for round 3 of our Battle Hardened Orlando, where over 100 players are here to battle for 7 rounds for a top 8 place and play for these Battle Hardened prizes. We are going to move into our round 3 now after that repair. So sorry for anyone who wanted to see Mara and Brodie, but both great players we will probably see later on in this tournament. So we're actually going to step into a round with Azalea versus Dorinthia, which not a super common match. I think Dorinthia has fallen off over the last couple of metas where ice has impacted her, and she hasn't been, as great as she used to be in like crew format. But I think Dorinthia is an interesting pick right now, and we see a few that showed up today. So I think this should be an interesting match.
Yeah, I think Dorinthia is also one of the beneficiaries of Iyslander kind of leaving the format. Frostbite's very difficult for her to deal with.
Right.
Dawnblade is really strong into, Dromai, Phi, probably decent into Katsu as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we also see a lot of Dorinthias, what they're adopting is playing Decimator Great Axe, which is a great card coming out of Dusk Till Dawn to kind of give Dorinthia a new tool to deal with the decks that are, boarding a lot of defense reactions into her.
Yeah, Decimator Great Axe, so being a 3-cost attack for 4, and one of the cards they block with is halved, I believe.
Yeah.
So really strong against when you try to just cover it up with a Sink Below, but now your Sink Below is 2 instead of 4.
Yeah, I think it's really into stuff like Unmovable. Now your Unmovable blocks for
3 instead of 5.
3,
yeah,
or like 4. And so we have kind of a prime position for her to do well with kind of all these changes. I don't think anybody has really taken Dorinthia to like next level yet, but there haven't been a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, and I think we're ready to actually head into the game here. So let's see what this will look like. We've got on the right local. I've actually played against Carlos many times on Azalea, and then on the left we have Chris on Dorinthia. Dorinthia is actually personally one of my favorite decks in the whole game. I started playing this game around crew format, and man, Dori was just so good at that time, getting Spoils of War and things like that. So I won a ProQuest earlier this year with her, and I think the deck is really strong, especially now without ice in the format like you mentioned. So what do you think this matchup looks like, Dorinthia versus Azalea?
I think it's going to come down to kind of the first couple of turns. Whether or not Azalea can find a disruption for Dorinthia to kind of put that first counter on, if you're able to put a counter on the Dawnblade, because it's really hard, I think, for Azalea to really block.
Yep.
So if, Dorinthia gets to put that first counter on the Dawn, what a start.
What a start. The nourishing in your opening hand is so strong.
I think you usually just play 1, right?
Yeah, I feel like most Dori decks are on like 1 nourishing, 2 CNC, or just the 1 nourishing, and that's it.
Yeah.
So this is really interesting. I mean, to see it in your opening hand, this is some luck on the side of Chris already. This is amazing.
Yeah, just got him. Azalea doesn't really have, I was going to talk about this, Azalea doesn't really have armor.
Right.
So one of the ways that you can, do okay into Dorinthia is to present a bunch of armor on the Dawnblade attack, so you're not, triggering a prize. But, what's armor's also good against? Dominate.
Dominate, yep.
And you just can't cover up the 6. Chris is going to start with a 6-card hand.
6-card hand, and Carlos doesn't have any setup yet, so it's not like Chris is very likely to be forced into some sort of hit effect, because Carlos probably needs to get something into Arsenal. Azalea is much better off 5-card hands or having something already in Arsenal than not.
Yeah.
So I think Chris might actually be able to utilize. We see in his hand he has a Steelblade Supremacy in Chris's hand, so his crackback turn is looking like it might actually be really strong. We see a Battering Bolt, which is typically something that's played because it is a popper, and that's really a big reason you would use it. But against decks that are playing reactions, like Dorinthia, when Battering Bolt hit, it makes them discard all reactions, including attack reactions, not just
attack react. Oh man, so yeah, this attack probably has to get blocked out.
What a great start Carlos had.
It's threatening. It's threatening a lot. Having the blue to pitch as well. So a great kind of comeback. So even though Chris, gets to have access to the 5-card hand, I don't think that Chris is really going to be able to do much other than, block for 12. However, we're in a kind of interesting spot because Chris actually doesn't have any reactions in his hand.
So if this hits, he could block with the sink below, and then when he reveals his hand, there's no more reactions. So he would have to take Frailty and Blood Rot Pox. So
Yeah, it's kind of tough to make the judgment call as to like what you would rather do here.
yeah, we are going to see some armor committed. So 6, 7, 8, and then block with the sink. So that's 12 total.
Yep.
So we get to keep a 3-card hand effectively. Thanks to that nourishing. So we actually see both players have quite juicers of starting hands. We see the luck on Chris's side, but also Carlos drawing a blue, Battering Bolt, 2 buffs. I mean, couldn't ask for better really from both players.
Yeah, and it's a little bit unfortunate, I think, that Chris doesn't get to block with the refraction bolters, because I think this play line usually like you're really threatening using the refraction bolters, right?
Yeah. So this play here is honestly not super strong unless your arsenal is like Glint or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, having to break bolters this early is not amazing. It does threaten a counter though, so it might actually even be worth breaking them now, even though it seems like a loss of value, because a counter against Azalea is just so strong.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he decides to do. I mean, Carlos, again,
He's
Azalea
pondering blocking and even pondering the overblock. I think this is where Dorinthia gets a lot of advantages.
Yes.
Because that card has to be like a +3 pump. If it's a +3 pump, you're threatening a lot, because you block 5 or 6. I come over for 3. You take damage. I draw a card. I break my bolters. Now I'm coming in for 5 or 6 again.
If I pitch for bracers, yeah. So I can understand, but yeah, like you mentioned, this is where just playing Dorinthia in general just gives you kind of an edge against your opponent, because they can sometimes feel forced to give more cards than they have to.
Yeah, and if we talk about like the value, it's like basically Chris just did a 2-card 9,
which is amazing.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, so the value of Dorinthia swinging with your weapon and forcing reactions with not a lot of deck plays attack reactions, you do have some incidental advantage there. We see Chris has a really strong hand again.
Oh, and we got the we got a blind, or not blind, a Skullbone Crash Trap. Basically showed Carlos that he was drawing into a 0-cost arrow. Endless Arrow is actually really good in this spot, because if it hits, you're threatening snapping it and then putting it with Death Dealer, so then you get to like throw it again.
Yeah. And one thing that is newer that was gone for a while is Bullseye Bracers. Now being back, I mean, it incidentally hurt Azalea with it being gone, but with it being back now, like, just more play lines open up with things like Bolton Shots, giving them go again immediately, or being able to get something like an Endless Arrow back and then immediately get it for free for 5 more damage that can then bounce back to your hand again.
Yeah, I think Chris has an interesting decision here.
Yeah, his hand isn't amazing.
The route is not too good. The most awkward part is that he doesn't have a blue.
Yep.
So Dorinthia is one of these decks where you don't want too many blues in your deck, but you need a blue every hand.
Basically, every hand you want something like 3 reds, 1 blue. Like, that's really what you're looking for. 2 blues, 2 reds, but you really don't want to have a hand of 3 or 4 blues, and then your hand is kind of just bad. This does give him a chance to block with the bolters before he uses them, so I mean, there is that benefit.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting that he chose to block with the Warrior's Valor instead of the route.
That would be the card I would have kept, so this is really interesting.
I think maybe another thing that you have to think about as a Dorinthia player is how much total threat density that you have in your deck.
Yep.
So route is one of those cards where even if you end up pitching it this turn, having it in your deck just increases the power of the Glint the not Glint the Quicksilver. What is the one that tutors?
Stinging Steelblade.
Sorry,
yes.
Stinging Steelblade.
Yeah, so being able to search a route is how I've actually won games against decks like Dromai that are trying to block you out, when you can just they block with 3 dragons, you bounce one of them back, and then they're taking lethal. So route can definitely be a game ender. We might see Chris pitch it to the bottom just to have it as a search target, because I think most Doris are on 1 or 2 of that card. So it's probably, maybe he didn't block with it because he knows that that's a way that he wins games pretty frequently.
Yeah.
And one really nice thing about Dorinthia is you have such an armor suite. Like, we've already seen him block 3, and he still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more block on armor.
Yeah.
You have 9 block total on armor, which is so strong, if you use the courage to block that.
Yeah, Warriors and Guardians have traditionally been heroes that just have access to so much free, quote-unquote, block from their armor. They get maybe like a little bit less utility. But, Courage of Bladehold is actually very good utility still.
Love Courage of Blade Holds. We see Carlos again block with 3 cards. So forcing Chris to block or pass, this can be one thing that's hard about playing Dorinthia, is like if they do overblock and that plays you were expecting to not have that happen, you can just kind of IP yourself in some
Yeah,
situations.
I kind of liked keeping Warrior's Valor for that reason. You know, if you have the Warrior's Valor, then your follow-up play the next turn. Warrior's Valor with, you know, 4 or 5 card hand.
Yep.
Really strong.
Valor is my favorite card. If you have a 2-card hand that's red Valor and a blue pitch, you can threaten 10 damage off of 2 cards with the counter that you would get if they don't block at the end. So one of the strongest plays you can do for sure. Chris's hand is really good. He is playing Supremacy, so Steelblade Supremacy, which is +1 dominate to your sword for the turn.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people say would not be good against a deck that's not going to block you, but forcing damage to go through when you're trying to build counters, and we see Carlos has been blocking, just means they don't even have the option. They have to take whatever you're presenting. So I do think that card is quite good. And we see a Rabble here, which reveals a red Searing Shot, which is quite good if we were going to try to buff an Azalea here.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, he's just gonna go for it. You know, just take the damage.
No buff, but does Carlos have a card in hand or no?
Carlos didn't have a card in his hand.
Okay. I mean, this is pretty strong for like a 2-card hand, essentially.
Yeah.
4 dominate with a hit effect that does 1 more damage, +4 go again.
It's like I got a 2-card 9 the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, the good old-fashioned way. So we'll see what Chris does here. It looks like he is going to start with that Supremacy, or Determination.
Yeah.
So Determination here, +1 dominate. So this is a sword swing for 4 dominate, 2 floating, and 2 cards available to us. Azalea can really only block with armor if they wanted to stop this, and a card in hand, but I don't expect Carlos will be doing that.
Yeah, and you really do want to get that first counter on. We're still, even though we've played a couple of turns in the game already, both players' life totals are indicative of if, you know, the game had just started.
Yeah. So this is going to tick Carlos down quite a bit. So we did 4 damage and then 7 damage. So we're doing the Out for Blood without the reprise, which is fine. So this is 7 dominate. Carlos takes both. And now we have a counter on our sword, which means things like a Valor on our sword is 7 on hit go again, which is so difficult to block.
Yep.
The first counter is so impactful, making basically everything
Speaking
a
of,
breakpoint.
Chris has just drawn the Valor. He also drew a Spoils of War, so it's like kind of guaranteed.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, and here is Carlos trying to kind of like put a big damper on that.
Red in the Ledger, only 1 action. Quite good against most decks. Against Warrior, it can be actually fine if their hand is full of reactions, because you can attack with your sword.
Does he have a Shunt in his arsenal?
Is that what he arsenaled? I know he has a Shunt in hand.
He has a blue Shunt in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it kind of interesting. Dorinthia, a lot of people don't necessarily know, so they might think like Dorinthia is all aggro with like armor, but Dorinthia also has access to one of the strongest defense reactions in the game in Steelblade Shunt. It costs 1, and then the red one blocks up to 6.
6, and if they're blocking a weapon, it does the damage, which is really good into decks like Guardian that are using Anothos really often. But I don't know that I love playing things other than blue Shunts in a deck or in a matchup where you're not playing Tunic. Like doing a Shunt off Tunic is so much value. Pitching for Shunt, not as much value.
Yeah, but I think into Azalea sometimes, you know, you just have to. You just gotta. And we have, dude, this is the combo. you have a Seek and Destroy or a Codex of Inertia, and then you have Red in the Ledger.
Yep. And
it's so powerful to be able to kind of stop your opponent from being able to play all their cards, and then saying, okay, you also can't Arsenal.
Yeah, so if what happens is what we think is going to happen, this is +6 right now, laced with Frailty, and then
it's coming in for, it's going to be 11
dominate. Yep. So this is 11 dominate now, switching 1 red for another red, pitching and swinging with it. 11 dominate on hit Frailty, on hit your arsenal is gone at the end of your turn, and you have 1 action on your turn.
Frailty is so big as well because it basically says like, your counter on your Dawnblade, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I think the hand that Chris has drawn is just so unfortunate because, like, it depends. Like, sometimes Red in the Ledger is really good into Dorinthia, being able to stop stuff like Warrior's Valor, Spoils of War, Steelblade Supremacy, whatever. Like, all these, like, non-attack actions that really, like, juice your turns.
Yep.
But when you draw those middling hands with Dorinthia, which is just, like, a couple attack reactions, the Red in the Ledger actions doesn't really do much.
Yep. Oh, we're going to see him Shunt here, which I guess is the best way to stop as most damage as possible from your hand.
Yep.
And you get to save a Red Valor for later, which again is one of the best cards in your deck. So We're going to see him just remind him of everything he just took.
But unfortunately, I think Chris's best line, he does. So I think actually the Arsenal, when I saw it last, because he swapped Arsenals, he played an Alfred Blood Red last turn, but I think he has another Alfred Blood Red.
Oh, that's amazing
in his Arsenal, so it is really good here. He's going to lose that card in his hand due to the Seek and Destroy effect, but he's going to be able to keep, the Dawnblade counter if Carlos had chosen to just block 3.
Yep. Yeah, interesting that Carlos didn't choose to block 3. I think I would have valued getting rid of a card to stop a counter, assuming it wasn't a reaction Arsenal. It was, but
yeah, but I think it's tough because like the only real options that you have is you could block 3. I think blocking 6 is also defensible because you hit Chris with the Seek and Destroy. You're gonna get rid of the card. But if Chris's hand was 2 reactions, then you just get punished so hard.
So here we go with a drill shot for.
Yeah, and I think we found out why Carlos didn't want to block. He says, you know what, blocking's overrated. I'm just gonna attack for 13 with a bunch of hit triggers.
Yeah, 13 with. I'm gonna get a Ponder. You're gonna get another Frailty, and your Arsenal's gonna be gone again.
Yep.
Does not have Dominate, so it's possible you could block this, especially because he has a Sink Below in hand. So you can block 13 with a full grip drop, which might be worth it.
If you block 13 here, then you're giving up the Dawnblade counter.
That's true. You are.
There's a couple of lines that you could take. I think probably blocking out is going to be best here because you get to deny the Ponder token. If the Premeditate was just swapped into, let's say, like another Seek and Destroy type of effect, I think that it would have. You can consider just attacking with a Dawnblade for 3. I think that the Azalea blocking cards out of their hand is oftentimes worth more than 3 life to you.
We do see that play. We do see the block for 13. Denying the Premeditate Ponder can be, like you said, so strong because not starting with an Arsenal is just.
Do you activate the chest here?
Oh, interesting. Yep.
And now you're swinging for 4, and you get to threaten to keep your Dawnblade counter because you don't have the Frailty. Now it's presenting a break point. This is such a great use of his equipment to kind of say, like, I don't want to give up the advantage that I had.
I love this use of Courage. Courage sometimes can just be a 1 block, honestly, because if it doesn't line up with an insane turn, which you're likely not going to get against Azalea when they're hitting you with all of these hit effects, you can at least get incremental value and a lot of value by keeping your counter. So I think this play is so strong to just use the Courage for essentially a Tunic resource. So we're going to see this swing for 4.
It's like a Tunic that blocked 2 as well.
Right, it also blocked 2. It's so strong.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Carlos think about it here because do you really want to, on a 0-card hand, allow Chris to keep this counter?
Yeah, but blocking cards out of Azalea, the value proposition is so bad for Azalea. Like, if you block, it's like, if you block with one of your pumps, oftentimes those come with hit triggers. And then, the Dorinthia doesn't really want to be blocking either.
Yep. That was such an interesting line. We're only probably halfway through this game, and we already got rid of our Tunic from Azalea's side. And I think Azalea gets so much value off Tunic because of Death Dealer that I don't know if just getting rid of 2 cards might have just been a better line.
Yeah. One card that Carlos hasn't really drawn yet that is, I think, a big momentum swing for this matchup is Codex of Frailty.
I think that might be the last card.
I wonder if that's going to be his last card. That card is such a big swing. Chris does have the Nourishing Emptiness. So he does have the ability to swing back for, the 5 Dominate and then draw up the extra card.
Well, Nourishing's already in his grave, right? So he wouldn't be able to.
No, because he puts it back.
He puts it back on.
Like the Nourishing would go back.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah, so, it's,
grab it off of the Codex. Yes, you're right. So grab it.
So it's actually kind of interesting. I think the one of Nourishing really, ruins the value proposition on the Codex quite a bit.
Interesting. So that actually wasn't the Carlos's last card. So
yeah, Carlos' last card was just another pump, and so he just opted to save. I think a lot of Azalea players kind of struggle with the idea of you don't want to just use all your stuff. Sometimes you want to hold something back.
So I really respect holding that extra pump, the Lace with Inertia here, because it is giving you something to play on your next turn to make sure that you're continuing this train of hit effects.
Mm-hmm.
So I see a Remorseless, which I don't think the hit effect is going to matter that much against Dorinthia. It does stop D-reacts, I believe. Oh, no, it doesn't, because it wasn't put face up in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Or was it with Death Dealer?
I think it was with Death Dealer. The Inertia Codex may be a little bit annoying, depending on what Chris's arsenal is. I didn't get a good look.
Yeah, this is the hard part about playing against Azalea is just you want to be able to hold 3-4 card hands, and the deck really doesn't allow you to do so for the most part.
Yeah, you do get a clean block here if you block 3 cards plus
Braces,
arms.
Yep.
But, swinging, saving, a 2 card, you just go Spoils of War attack is also, quite a strong play. Forces the...
Snaps here. Okay, so there must be some sort of codex, I assume, here. A buff into codex got to be...
And I think codexing now when Chris doesn't have an empty arsenal is so strong.
Yeah,
because like we were talking about, I think having empty arsenal and then putting the nourishing emptiness back really kind of catches you up a bit, because you get the extra. You get Carlo gets an extra card from Ponder, but you get an extra card back from the nourishing.
Yep.
Here it's just kind of all downside for you. Like it's like I'm gonna get my stuff, and Carlos gets drill shot, so drill shot's gonna come in, threatening an extra point by putting a -1 counter on your armor.
Yeah, I remember when Codex came out, people were kind of saying that maybe this card is ban-worthy at some point. And sometimes Codex is really strong and it's okay sometimes, but in this case, it just feels so insane. Like, to pick up a whatever arrow you want to, give a frailty to a weapon-oriented deck, and give yourself a draw card is just so good.
Yeah.
So we're going to ponder. We're going to put the -1 counter on the helmet, which makes sense.
Yeah, I actually kind of like, I actually like putting the counter on the arms.
The bracers, yeah.
Yeah, I think, would rather give your opponent 2 block on one thing than 1 block, or 2 block via 1 and 1, that you get the option of choosing when you want it.
Yeah, I think I agree too, because sometimes it will come down to that 1 breakpoint, and now he has 2 options of stopping those 1 extra breakpoints.
Yeah.
Because if you swing for 7, it's 2 cards in an armor, 2 cards in an armor, instead of just... Because also a 2 can be weird if it's for 7, which is a buff and a 4 attack arrow. You give 2 cards and the helmet and block for 8. So yeah, I think keeping the 2 around actually might have been the better call.
Chris actually has a really strong hand here if he is able to kind of just, take all the damage, because he has the favorite combo, Twinning Blade plus the Glistening Steel Blade.
Yeah.
So if he has a way to give go again, and he can attack with with Dawnblade 3 times, it's pretty huge. But he needs, now that he doesn't have Refraction Bolters, he needs to find another way to get go again.
Yeah, and I think he needs some sort of buff as well. I think he needs some sort of buff. Hopefully his arsenal is some sort of buff to that attack. One combo I love is Glistening with Iron Song Determination.
Oh yeah.
Because 4 Dominate Go Again is just so strong. So maybe he'll end up arsenaling the Glistening. We'll see what this turn ends up being, but one route you can take against Azalea too is just hoping to run them out of buffs and just block where you can. So we are still at a pretty healthy life total, and Carlos has run through seemingly a lot of his buffs. So looks like we're thinking what to do here. This Deadeye I don't believe is active, or he could pay. That's what
so I think he's thinking, do I want to put a counter on my attack? It removes the setup from the next turn, but I get to exchange it for a card in your hand right now.
Yeah, interesting. So he chose not to pay for the Crow's Nest, which allows you to put the aim counter on.
We got a sneak peek of his arsenal. It is a Iron Song response, which is it's so strong.
Really good on these Glistening turns. So I think he is going to try to keep this Glistening hand.
I will decline the crown.
So 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I'm surprised that does Glistening cost 1?
It does.
Yes. Here is one of the turns where the chess piece would have been nuts.
Yep.
Because then you could have gone Glistening, Weapon, Carlos blocks, you go Twinning Blade, Warrior's Valor Blue, attack for 4, and then you have the pump in your, just for the extra gotems.
This turn is probably just going to be 2 swings, but we are likely to get at least 1 counter from this turn. It would have also given piercing had he given the aim counter. So the aim counter might have been worth it to remove a card and give piercing, so the helmet block wouldn't have done anything either. But Carlos choosing whatever that card is to arsenal it, and we're going to see 3 go again. I think Carlos is obviously going to read that there's some sort of buff here. So I think blocking 6 is actually quite a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, but then you just get blown out by the Twinning Blade.
Yes, you do get blown out by Twinning Blade. So having both here from Chris's side is really strong.
Yeah, a lot of times the Dorinthia players, like, as the person playing against Dorinthia, like, oh, it's such, like a 50-50. Does he have one? Does he have this? Does he have that?
Oh,
they just have
what
both.
a punish. This is such a punish. When you block with 3 cards and they have Twinning Blade, this is absurd.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, had this.
He says thumbs up. That feels so bad when you give up 3 cards.
Yeah, but now he also does have the other one, so if you block for 3 here...
It's not even enough.
Oh, no. This might be the opportunity that Chris was really looking for.
There it is. Get a counter, and now you're
and Carlos might just have like a 2-block in his hand. Doesn't want to just commit the Skullbone Cross Wrap.
Yep. And it looks like... So we are going to lose that last card due to inertia, and then we're going to put our pitch down.
Yeah, kind of heads up, all things being considered, Carlos knows that Chris has an inertia. So Chris is repping, obviously, Iron Song Response.
Yep.
So rather than giving you a chance to play it out.
Just let the inertia take it away, yeah. But this counter might pay dividends. Carlos is already at 13, even though he's done so... been so aggressive with the arrows that he's been playing. But being at 13 is really scary when Dorinthia can kill you with reaction, and so you have to start over-blocking at some point.
He does have the Codex of Frailty, so we do have the option to just go, pump Codex, attack you for 7 again with the Ponder token.
Yeah.
However, Chris, could just block and then throw the Nourishing Emptiness, and he is still quite healthy. Even though Azalea is an aggressively slanted deck, Azalea doesn't have the ability to do 25 damage on a turn like other aggro decks do.
Right. It's 7, 11, sometimes with Dominate.
Yeah.
It's really these hit effects that are paying dividends, but if it doesn't have Dominate, you can dump your hand and just stop a whole turn.
Yeah, so we're gonna see.
I only have one target, but.
Yeah, we're gonna see probably something like a Red in the Ledger or a Remorseless coming out here.
Yeah.
But Chris has such a great follow-up where you can block 2 cards and then come at you back with a Nourishing Emptiness.
Yeah, it does remove the counter from your Dawnblade, unfortunately, with that line, but I think it's so worth it to have the Dominate attack, which is lowering Carlos's life total guaranteed and also giving you more intellect. So card draw, damage, it's so good. And you're also... The Frailty is making your sword 3 anyways.
I think you might even want to take some damage here. So you can just block 2. Chris is going to have to discard a card. He's left with 3. Yep. It might be worth it to just, block 3, take 2 damage, going into 16, and then saving the Sharpened Steel or the Warrior's Valor for the next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good play because you're only playing 1 action anyway, so this Red in the Ledger doesn't matter much. So I think that's definitely the route to take. Take 2 here.
Yeah, and if you see Chris is opting to go for that line, I think having Sharpened Steel on a turn, if Carlos can't provide another source of disruption, and he's ran through Chris knows that Carlos bottomed at least 1 knock.
A Rain Razor as well.
Yeah, he's gone through 2 Codex of Frailty, so he doesn't have all too many ways to just keep looping these Red in the Ledgers.
Yeah, and I think Carlos's deck is probably running through a lot of these buffs too. We've seen so many of them played so far. So there's a Spire Sniping. Blocking 3, this is 5 Dominate, take 2. Chris now has another 6-card hand, which is so strong. We'll see if Carlos can capitalize on trying to rip those cards from him.
Carlos, I think, is really looking for a way to, if Carlos has knock here, it's going to be massive.
This hand is amazing from the Dorinthia player, though, so if he can keep a good portion of this is a really good way to close out a game. So Carlos is opting right now with Skullbone. We have a 3-card hand and a yellow Bolton Shot. We haven't used Bullseye Bracers yet, so we might have an opportunity to use that soon to try to rip some of these cards from Chris's hand. So we have a blue Stinging Steel Blade, which can search for something like a route to win the game. We have a red Out for Blood, a Spoils to give go again, and the +3 buff on a Sharpened Steel and a Sharpened Steel in Arsenal, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So we have so much gas.
We got a lot of stuff. But this is gonna.
The battering bolt.
The battering bolt is so good here.
Wow. So does this have Dominate? Yes, it was.
Yeah, it has Dominate.
Wow. You have no way of stopping this, and you have to block with their reaction.
Yeah, so he's going to be losing. Oh man, he only has 2 non-attacks in his hand.
Yes, 3 of his cards are reactions.
Oh
Battering
no!
Bolt paying so much right now, like so many dividends.
What a
It's crazy.
swingy game this has been.
So you make him discard 2 cards and take 2 life.
Yeah. So Carlos was on the edge of defeat, and now coming back with that one card, just like saying, "I have the answer."
So I think what you have to do on this turn is play maybe 1 or both sharpened steels and then pitch for the sword. So 6. He could have done 9 here. I think either is fine. I probably would have played both sharpened steels just so codexes are better in my favor, and also inertias don't hurt me so much.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're in the phase of the game where kind of setting up isn't as important anymore as just like making sure that you don't end up like not getting to use your cards.
Exactly. Like 9 here, if Carlos chooses to take it, puts him to 2, and then any reaction basically kills him from there on out. So I think I would have just played both, but I can understand wanting to hopefully. I think a lot of Flesh and Blood comes down to I really hope I get to keep this card.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, this is rough. So I think
you would definitely rather have the sharpened steel if you draw into like a Warrior's Valor. So like threatening, 9 on the first attack is way better than threatening 6.
100%. Yeah, because a lot of Azalea's cards block for 2, and also they have to give you 3 cards.
Yeah, the nice part about also having an arsenal is that it also keeps, Carlos has shown the ability or the willingness to block extra cards to play around cards like Iron Song Response. So that little bit of information asymmetry, rather than just being face up, hey, here's 9.
Yes.
You might just get 9 out of this turn anyways.
Yep, because Carlos just looked through his grave to see, is there a response in Arsenal?
And we know that there is because he bottomed it with the inertia. Obviously, Carlos doesn't know the card that he bottomed to the inertia.
Yeah, so I think Carlos actually might block this anyways. So this is a really close game. Love that it's 11-11, and even with all that Azalea has been able to do, that Battering Bolt being insane last turn, it's still a pretty even game, and Carlos is still having to think about, do I block with cards from my hand and possibly make my turn a little bit worse?
Yeah, a lot of Dorinthia's power kind of lies in your opponent like not knowing what you have as like an attack reaction focused deck.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about Dori is just like the mind games of, do I have Twinning? Do I have the Out for Blood? Do I have the Iron Song Response? There's so many things, and we see he drew another Glistening and a Singing Steelblade. If he can use these cards in his hand, we're in a good spot from Dori's perspective.
This is the turn I think that Carlos needs. So I think that's a blue. No, it's a red Bolton shot. So coming in for 7, go again.
7, go again with Read the Glide Path.
Yeah, this is threatening quite a lot.
Yeah, we see in Chris's hand an Emboldened Blade, new card from the last set, which lets you flip over your opponent's arsenal, and if it's a D-React, it goes away. Doesn't probably do much in this matchup, but it is a blue 3 block.
Yeah, how many cards do you think Chris really wants to keep? Like, I think ideally Chris gets to keep 2 cards in his hand so that he can just go probably like a blue and the Glistening Steelblade.
I would probably keep Singing. I would probably keep blue Singing here. So you play the Arsenal, you pitch for Dawnblade. Carlos is going to have to block in some capacity, and you can maybe blow him out.
I don't know if you block this attack, though.
Yeah.
It's real tough.
Reload is rough.
Yeah, because if Carlos comes... so Carlos has the ability to activate his bow. So I think reload or like no reload ends up being like about the same.
Sure. Yeah, reload just might mean he gets to play the buff instead of pitch it, but we also have Bullseye Bracers available to us, too. So
yeah.
It might not matter either way, definitely.
Oh, man. This could be the turn.
This is rough.
Chris definitely wants to block 2 cards at least.
So gives up the 2 cards, Emboldened Blade, and he kept the 2 cards that I would want to play if I was in Dori's perspective right now. Yeah. But we know there's more coming, and Chris probably can't just take it all. So we choose not to reload. We would rather...
This is the punish. This is the punish for.
And he drew
a premeditate. So this is the punish for not playing the sharpened steel from your arsenal, because now
do it now.
Yeah, because now like if Carlos was at 5 and then you're attacking for 3, maybe you're in a little bit of a better position. Dude, there's so many like unknowns because Chris could also have chosen not to block any cards. He would be at 4 here, but then would have been able to block out the red in the ledger.
Yep. I think playing that sharpened steel, not playing that sharpened steel is going to bite him here because you can keep the 2 cards and go to a lower life total and still swing your sword and threaten the singing steel blade, which would have done a lot of damage. But we're seeing that Chris just had to give up his whole hand, and now we get to pass back to Carlos on a full grip plus the ponder, which is going to draw him.
Yeah, Carlos is going to have access to a full grip, but you do have still the ability in Azalea to kind of draw one of these awkward hands.
Yep.
Either all arrows or all pumps.
Yep.
Azalea kind of wants a mixture of both. You want 1 or 2 arrows and a bunch of non-attacks. If Carlos has a hand of, let's say, like 3 arrows, that might be a chance for Chris to come back because Carlos doesn't have the Snapdragon Scalers.
Yep. Yeah, there's definitely a world in which Chris gets a little bit of tempo back here because...
Pondering into the Eye of Ophidia. That card doesn't do anything. Carlos needs to activate Azalea.
No matter what, he has to activate Azalea. So it looks like he's skull boning. Looks like it's not a card he wants to keep. He's thinking about it. Man, that is so unfortunate. The one of. This is hilarious. What's funny about Eye is if you're playing the Scan Scour Great Bow version of Azalea, it actually doesn't matter so much.
Yeah.
Because you have double arsenal and you're playing with the other hat. But in this case, you have to Azalea. You are forced into that playline no matter what.
Yeah, Carlos might be thinking, like, if the top card, like, he wants the top card to be an arrow.
Yep.
Maybe he has no arrows in his hand otherwise.
So this is random. Let's see. No way,
he got
dude.
the arrow. He got the Bolton shot.
Red Bolton shot. This feels like I'm playing against Azalea. Every time I play against Azalea, they draw the premeditates off the top. They have all the buffs. They randomly get a perfect arrow. This is really hard for Chris to come back from, I think.
Yeah, and Bolton shot really is like the perfect arrow, letting you kind of do it all. Carlos chose not to put a counter on his
Yeah, you're right.
on his Bolton shot.
I wonder what his hand is.
I think either way, he might be thinking like if you put a counter on it, you just like block your whole hand.
Yeah.
But his last card is for sure like a 1-cost arrow.
Yep. So he can Death Dealer it in. If it's the 3rd Codex, he could get Battering Bolt back though, which is hilarious.
Oh, that would be devastating.
Yeah, because you're gonna get some cards here. Did he?
Chris is going to 1 with a Blood Rot.
He just had the Battering Bolts. Did he? Wait, how did he play it?
He reloaded it off
the hit.
Of the Bolton shot.
Right, the reload hit.
Either way, if it didn't hit, you're gonna draw a card off of Death Dealer. So no matter what, you're gonna be able to play the Battering Bolt.
Yeah, right.
Now Chris is gonna have to just pass back.
Wow. Pay for the Blood Rot so you don't die. Everything has gone in Carlos's favor the last like 4 turn cycles. So we see a Rain Razors in Carlos's hand as well, which I don't think you can play around from Dorinthia's perspective right now. So that
tough.
might just be it. And there's the Bullseye Bracer is going to put in a red in the ledger, pitch a red so you can hold the rain. So you have the surprise win condition here.
Yeah, it's rough because even if you play around it, it's gonna come in on the next, and it's so nice. You just block 9, 9 on 9.
9 on 9. Yeah, I think as Dori, you have to give 3 cards here to hope you can play the Sharpen and Swing Sword, and then you just get blown out by the Rain Razors, unfortunately.
Yeah. Carlos is short on arrows left in his deck, I believe, though.
Oh, are we going to see a block 12? Is he going to play around it?
So he might be playing, like, you need to hit a Dominate arrow, and if you don't hit a Dominate arrow, but Carlos does have a knock still.
Yeah, so we can see highlighting the deck here.
He's pretty much guaranteed, like, a Dominate arrow at some point.
Yeah.
He just needs to keep, the pressure on.
So we can see that deck is probably, like, 12 cards? Around there, 10 to 12 cards. So, yeah, if Dori had been able to shore up their life a little bit more this game, we might see a win condition of your deck might run out of threats for me.
Oh, and we are seeing the block for 12. I think we're at the pitch stack.
Yeah.
So Chris knows. And this is why pitch stacking is fake, guys. Because your opponents just know what you're going to draw. You showed it to them.
Yeah. What's unfortunate, though, is I think a lot of players do not keep track of that. So I don't know if Chris even knows what's been pitched in any sort of order.
Yeah.
There's the rain that he played around, and Chris
Yeah,
says,
so
thank goodness I played around
said,
that.
I knew that you had it. And we're just playing it.
Knock. Oh, this is it. You get a dominate arrow. Oh.
It might just be too much damage.
Oh, yep. Oh, no.
Coming
Here you go
for free.
again. No breakpoint here is really good for Dori.
Yep.
I feel like I would have just played the knock, to be honest. Get a dominate arrow, and if they don't have a D-react, they lose. But he decides to pitch it here.
Yeah.
Memorial.
No. So we have the dominate.
Yep.
We had the dominate the whole time.
The whole time. Never didn't have it. Okay. I think that's going to seal it. I don't think Chris has a D-react in hand, and it's definitely not an arsenal. So any amount of dominate
the
here.
battering bolt.
Just for extra
Oh, he
fun.
actually can't do that. He cannot get a battering bolt.
You're right. He cannot because
It costs 2.
Yellow Memorial Ground cannot get this. It doesn't matter that much because any arrow would have won the game, but we should definitely let them know that that is not a valid target for Yellow Memorial Ground.
That's okay. You just get remorseless there.
Yeah, you get any one-cost arrow, and you win even through a sink below. So
yeah, if you get remorseless, even like you can't even play the sink below from your arsenal
because it's put face up. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So yeah, plays through any D-react. So the end of the game was a little bit incorrect that he couldn't pick that specific arrow, but fortunately
I
it didn't
think
matter.
Carlos just got excited with how good the battering bolt was.
Yes,
for that
the whole game.
And he was like, you know what, this is gonna be how it ends.
Yes, he has to. Even if I can't, I'm going to end it with battering bolt. It's interesting. Yeah, he now has been.
Yeah,
told.
I think Chris is like whatever, like
It
any.
didn't matter.
Yeah, any.
But yeah, battering bolt definitely going from a card that was just a popper to being okay in Lexi to now seeing if Dori does come into the meta or these decks that are playing reactions, it just being so strong.
What a blowout! Like that turn went from being just crazy for Chris into being like the worst possible.
Just the worst turn. You have to take 2 extra damage and discard 2 cards. That was so much value.
Oh my god. Yeah, who needs Codex of Frailty? Whatever. Battering Bolt.
Battering Bolt, here we go. What needs to hit the ban list? Battering Bolt.
Yeah.
What a great game. Love to see Dorinthia versus Azalea. Not a match that we see that often. Dori not being in the meta very much. Azalea, of course, being highly represented. But that was a really fun match to watch.
Yeah, it was really back and forth. I think both players had an opportunity to kind of put something together. And, you know, the battering bolt just ended up being the final nail in the coffin.
I do wonder if that hadn't specifically been a dominate battering bolt, if Dori actually might have taken that game.
I think so, because I think the Azalea needed some kind of disruption. So it was either battering bolt or red in the ledger. I think you're kind of stuck. Like you need to put like one of those two, or you're just done for. That being said, Azalea does have a lot of ways in the deck to do that. You have Memorial Grounds. You have knock the death whistles, or you just have it on top.
You just get a red Bolton shot off the top randomly. Yeah. So strong. But yeah, we see the variance going a little bit in the favor of Carlos with the blind Azaleas and his both battering bolts being so insane. But really fun game. It was so cool to see cards like Nourishing Emptiness, Battering Bolt that aren't played very often or don't get as much value.
Oh, dude, the Nourishing Emptiness was so good.
Both times. It was so strong, yeah. Starting it with it turn 0, turn 1 was...
and then devaluing your opponent's Codex of Frailties. Very huge.
Yeah, that was a really fun game to see a lot of different cards played that we don't see in a lot of matchups. So thanks, everyone, for tuning in so far. We're going to actually pass it to our man, Sant, over here.
Sweet. Hey, everybody. So interesting situation. Even though this is a 7-round event, Battle Hardened, right? So it's like a one-shot event. We're doing it all in one day. There is a 1-hour lunch break. Which I think we were all hoping maybe they just canned. But no, there is a 1-hour lunch break coming up basically right now. Don't worry, I won't leave you hanging. Casters can go have their break. I'll be hanging out, and we'll do something entertaining for this hour, I promise. I have giveaways to do. We can do story times, whatever. But there's an hour break in the middle of a 13-hour day. So there we go. We're going to cut it to a sponsor break real quick so I can go hit the bathroom, and then I'll be willing to hang out with all of you wonderful people while we wait for round 4. It is going to be the only break while we play out the rest of the event. This is, once again, the end of round 3 out of 7. So we come back, and there's going to be 4 more Swiss rounds, and then top 8. And it's a one-shot day because it's a battle hardened. There's no day 2 for this. So we're probably going to be here till 1 a.m. So good thing we have these comfy seats provided by the Haven tabletop, because if you've seen Nick and Yanji, they're getting all cozy. Buckle in. Hopefully you're cozy on your end to get that warm blanket that Yanji's talking about, because it's going to be a freaking long day. So before we cut to a quick sponsor break, and so I can take a bathroom break real quick, wanted to shout out the sponsors who are with us on this event. The last event Savage Feats is going to be streaming of 2023, but don't worry, because as you might have seen on the breaks, Savage Feats is starting with a freaking banger in 2024. Nathan and I were invited with our lovely plus ones to freaking Queenstown, New Zealand of all places, to go ahead and actually stream not only the celebrational, but also the calling. So 2024 is starting with a freaking bang for Savage Feats. We're going international, baby. I did it in Canada last time, but that didn't really count. I just drove. Now we're taking it abroad. So this may be the end of 2023's chapter, but 2024 is starting with an even bigger bang. So with everyone who stuck with us for 2023, there are some absolutely amazing sponsors who are with us again for this event, and that would be Fresh and Buds first and foremost. You've seen their poster, you've seen their terrific ad, which still shouts out Tall Timmy, rest in peace. That is a honestly one of the like most amazing resources I've come to rely on is Greg, from the producer of Fresh and Buds, and then also I love seeing Tommy every time I run into him, just a fantastic person and fellow Levia player. But Greg truly is one of the reasons that the audio always sounds so good. He actually has in hand, if you've noticed, the microphones are different this time. He physically is fixing some mics that I ran into issues with some crackling. I sent them to him, and he's like manually taking them apart and fixing things. He's just an absolute homie. So Greg and Tommy from Fresh and Buds, we absolutely love them. We've got Maxx Games, who is not only a partial sponsor of the stream, they also sponsor Team Ascent, and Team Ascent is a full-on sponsor of the stream. They sell actually, I'm not wearing it today, but I do have it with me, the Just Goat t-shirt. Any of those fab event codes that we do, you can get as merch on their website, which hopefully works. Let me, the bot always feels sleepy, but let's see if I type in the command if things pop off. Okay, maybe not. But either way, you can visit ascent-gaming.com to find a bunch of amazing fab merch. Oh, it did work. It's just slow. So there you go. Click that link in chat. The shirts are really comfy, ship really fast as well. I ordered the Just Goat like a day after the St. Louis stream, where it became like a meme with Michael and Dan, and I got it like within the week. So that was incredible. Custom print, custom color that I picked out and all that. No, Tall Timmy did not die, but he is no longer a content creator, which, okay, rest in peace, maybe misplaced. What should I say? He will be missed. That still sounds like he died. He did not die, but we miss you, Tall Timmy. All right, there we go. We've got Green Tree Sports Cards, which is an LGS based in Pittsburgh that not only is a sponsor of this stream, they also were a sponsor of the Realm Rumble. If you saw them handing out insane giveaways nonstop, I think they were giving out like alpha cold foils as giveaways all throughout the Realm Rumble. They're fantastic. And then we've got Fab Foundry and LGS out in Portland, which is Nathan's local store. I don't know if they're the only Fab exclusive LGS in the U.S., but I don't think they're the only one. Maybe there's like another one or two, but they are truly a Fab only store, and they are thriving out there. They hosted Battle Hardened Battle Hardened Portland, which was an incredible event. Had tons of fun there, and got to actually like produce the show with Nathan, which was really cool. Don't worry, he's gonna be back in the booth physically as well when we do the Queenstown stuff in January. So the team will be fully back together. Then we've got Green Rush Branding, which is new for this event. This is actually a local player, Matt, who's still playing right back there. Matt owns a branding company for any embroidery, like print stuff, any of that you need. He's based right here in Florida, and he jumped in last minute. I was having dinner with him last night, and he's like, you know what? I'll sponsor the stream. What a homie. We love when people step in like that. And then lastly, Hemel Patel, who has been a sponsor of the stream since before it was a stream, since it was just like me and a phone way back in the day. Hemel Patel, you may already be up in his DMs asking for singles at any time of the night, anywhere in the world. That man is fantastic, and he is a long-term sponsor. So we love some Hemel here in the chat. Huh? What did he give away?
10 subs.
Oh, Hemel gave away subs? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Freaking Yanji's watching the chat better than me. Apparently, Hemel also gifted subs to the chat, which is incredible. Actually, technically, they're not called subs on YouTube. They're called channel members, which does not roll off the tongue at all, which is like pretty miserable to say. But if you want to become a channel member, if you want to help the stream out, the travel, paying the casters, this fantastic casting duo, Yanji and Nick, don't worry, they're paid no matter how the stream actually does. But if you want to chip in, don't tell them that. Oh, you're right. You're right. They're not getting paid unless you donate. No. But if you want to help us go out to like a fantastic celebratory dinner or something, because they are really doing an absolutely outstanding job, then you can become a channel member, which is newly enabled. We haven't had this enabled before on YouTube. We finally qualified. You can, I don't know where the button is. Someone in chat, tell me where the button is. I'm pretty sure you just click like where the subscriber button used to be. I'm not sure. Once you're subbed, then there's like another button, and you can become a channel member, and that's a fantastic way to support the stream because it's basically like a Twitch membership. You get something out of it too. You know, you get some emotes you can spam in chat. You get a little loyalty badge, which will change for how long that you've stayed a sub, and all that is just really fun. Once we have more subs, I can also add more emotes, because as of now, I think we only have 4. All right, people in chat are saying it's to the left of the sub button. So there you go, left of the sub button. Discord, a person, not the service, is asking, any plans to stream both Twitch and YouTube at the same time? So there are a couple ways to do this. One of them is restream.io, which is like a paid service. I've tried it before, and for whatever reason, the Twitch feed is like the worst quality ever. It cuts out. I'm sure it's something on my end, but I've tried Restream. I believe the first time I tried it was the beginning of the year, like literally January or February, at Calling Indianapolis. I was trying to Restream both on Twitch and YouTube, and something with, I don't know, maybe the amount of megabytes I'm trying to upload per second. Who knows what actually is like causing issues, but Twitch did not handle it well, whereas YouTube like basically has no issues. If YouTube has an issue, normally it's something like very brief server side and it'll get fixed. Right now, we're hardwired into the internet. You see the Ethernet cord right there? There's not going to be any internet issues all day. Like, we're literally hardwired into,
don't
like...
say that either.
Oh, no. I am going to say. I'm going to put my foot down on this. I was testing the internet speeds here. We're, like, hardwired into freaking LGS. They have fantastic internet. We don't have to worry about some of the inconsistencies in using a mobile router, which has its ups and downs. Yanji's knocking on wood for me. But there we go. So... truly, YouTube has like never given me issues, and obviously the like presence of Flesh and Blood on YouTube was more cemented rather than it was on Twitch. But you know, if there is anyone who qualifies as an actual Flesh and Blood streamer on Twitch, it probably would be Savage Feats, because all the other streams I see on Twitch are Talishar, and then I believe Fabrica does some in-person play. So that in the future, that's probably worth expanding to. Because if you're browsing Flesh and Blood and you happen into a stream like this, that is going to get you into the game, I would think. Because these games have been absolutely fantastic and always trying to up the quality as well. I believe the last thing we would ever need to upgrade, this is just a laptop cam, so I'm going to look the worst out of all of us because I'm not upgrading this sucker. It's built in. Why would I spend like $500 on a new camera? I've got one like right there. There we go. We're going to cut to an ad break real quick while I can go hit the bathroom. And then it will be a long break, and we will do some giveaways. We have Guess the Fab event code. I don't think it's probably worth doing during the break. That's like kind of a before top 8 ritual, because that's when like a lot of viewers are here. So there we go, people. We'll be back in just 1 second.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
All right, yo. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. So the lunch break is underway. I think technically we're already maybe like 20 minutes in or so, something like this. So as you've seen from the break camera, most people have cleared out. The space is pretty tight, but actually the temperature is remarkable. I would have thought that we are, drowning in, gamer sweat. But actually, it's quite nice. It's quite nice. Even though it's really hot outside, I guess they're cranking the AC or something, because I am feeling perfect temperature. It's probably like, I don't know, 68 or something in here, which is great. So what we're going to do during the break, I sent Yanji away to go get me food so that I can hang out, because leaving the stream hanging would just feel awful. So I'm at least going to be hanging around to provide some sort of commentary and talk to the chat. And then also, it feels weird to like pepper in giveaways because we're missing probably like a good third of the viewers that really when you like time a giveaway right after the round, then you get the most engagement. And it's not just about engagement, obviously. I want the most people to be able to win. But for the people that are hanging around, we're going to pepper in a couple giveaways as well because you all deserve some rewards, I'm getting a lot of feedback, though, from some people in person who have shown me what their phones look like. And there is no join button for this channel membership. So not too versed in how to fix that, honestly. But, I mean, this stream, like I said, is not like run off of donations. So there's literally no pressure. It's just something that finally was unlocked. Long time coming. You need to hit some metrics in YouTube, whatever. And we have finally gotten there. So it's just something new. It's not literally nothing you ever have to feel is mandatory. And, me personally, when I do my own content creator things as Mansant, I'm also not into this idea of paywalling. So that's really never going to be how we run this stream. But there we go. So updates, people in the chat were asking so far, is this the last event of 2023? No, I tried to update all the overlays. I think I caught them all. Initially, I thought it was, because in my head, the coaxing, which is tomorrow, is the last event of 2023. And it's a, not a premiere event, incredible event, but I thought that was the last one of 2023. Didn't even think to look up if there was another Battle Hardened. So because the coaxing's tomorrow, then I assumed, okay, so then today is the last Battle Hardened. So I did, in a couple of the overlays and stuff, have that in there, that this is like the last Battle Hardened of 2023. Not true. There is Battle Hardened Hanover on December 16th, 17th. So that's coming up next week. So that will be the last Battle Hardened of 2023. However, we can pivot. This is the last U.S. Battle Hardened of 2023. So call it something special regardless. So yeah, that's where you're maybe confused. A couple overlays. Things were getting slowed. Tripped up on that one. That's my bad. It's the last Battle Hardened we'll have an awesome stream production cast for. Well, while I appreciate the compliment, sometimes the Europeans, actually, it's not even the Europeans. Every once in a while, a stream comes out of nowhere. I haven't seen any, branding for it. I haven't seen, any marketing for it. And then, holy crap, it's actually pretty good. I think the last one that really impressed me like that was Battle Hardened Bangkok, I think. I don't think it was Kuala Lumpur. I'm pretty sure it was, Battle Hardened Bangkok or something. And randomly, I had no idea they even had a stream, which, by the way, is a testament to how hard it is to market for these streams. I feel like I tried to push out a bunch of marketing posts for this one, and I don't really know if people knew there's a stream. I think you'd probably assume there's a stream these days. If it's in the U.S., I can probably go and do it. But then, I randomly happened onto the other Battle Hardened stream just because Nitya was playing Levi on stream, so it came up on an Iva video search when I was looking at Levi gameplay. It was Battle Hardened Bangkok. And it was actually pretty good. So you never know. Sometimes streams come out of nowhere and impress you. Ethan, are you guys casting Cincy in January? That is up for debate. Maybe we can just leave it up to the viewers to decide whether I go to Cincinnati. The problem with Cincinnati is not that I'm busy. I'm not busy. Technically, my girlfriend's mom is in town, so I should probably be home so we can have a nice weekend together. She's a fantastic cook, makes the most amazing pozole you've ever had. So missing a pozole meal might kind of suck. But if I need to go because duty demands that I be there to stream Cincy, I could do it. The problem with the SCG-Con events, some behind-the-scenes talk here. The problem with the SCG-Con events is that as a TO, they never actually like ask me to come and stream. They let me come and stream. I can definitely show up, just like bring the gear, and they're very like cordial when it comes to that. The judge staff is like actually like works really well with me these days, and those events like pretty much are seamless. Like, I thought Pittsburgh was incredible. Was it Pittsburgh? What was the last SCG-Con I did? It was the one with Yanji and Abe. I feel like it was Pittsburgh. I thought that event was great. And so SCG like does work together with me to make sure that they're pulled off well, but they never actually like ask for me to come and do them, and they definitely do not pay for me to come and do them. So the SCG-Con events basically are never worth traveling for. If they're close enough and it's just like a drive and I can like find someone to stay with for free, then sure, like I'll just go spend my weekend and try to pull in some sponsors again, and then basically operate those events as a little bit of a minus, because I'm only bringing in money from the sponsor cast that we have. What's happening? Okay, they're yelling at me. And then that money basically goes directly into paying for casters. So I basically treat the SCG-Con events as like a little vacation. I get to just like go hang out with my fab friends. And sure, it's work, but it's also for the benefit of the community, So Cincinnati, that one's like a 9-hour drive. That one is pretty far for me to like do on the cheap. And then, like I said, it's in conflict with my girlfriend's mom coming to visit. So it doesn't feel worth it enough to go. But this meta is really fun, really exciting. And it is technically like the first event of 2023, unless I'm forgetting another Battle Hardened somewhere. And it would let me just make sure everything, all the final upgrades and bits and pieces of things that I'm working on are 100% ready to go for Queenstown. Because I'd be traveling to New Zealand like literally 3 days after that or something. So it is worth it in a sense to just, dust all the equipment off, so it's not just like sitting in bags for like a month, and make sure it's all good. But there is also incurred risk that maybe something blows up at that event and the window is like really small for me to even get an Amazon order in before I like fly to New Zealand. So I'm like 20% to go to Cincy. 20%. Not super inclined, but I could do it. It's not a hard no. There we go. I'll think about it. I'll stew on that one. Okay, well, so there we go. With enough of that ramble, people are on my side about it now. Fam first. There will be other events. I like that POV. Spend time with the family then. That's your vote. Well, it will have just been Christmas break. So on my end, me personally, I know I'm going to be feeling antsy as heck because I don't like to be idle at all. And like traveling and pulling off the events has really become like what I live for. So it will be odd that I'm just like on vacation for a month, which like has not happened this entire year. This entire year has been like almost nonstop. I think like the longest break I had was like 2 weeks, and one of those weeks I flew to Taiwan, which like I wasn't working, but so there we go. You definitely stay back for fam. All right, so then that's enough. I don't think anyone's gonna hate on me then if I just don't go to Cincy. Yeah. So have fun. Michael, Brodie will probably be there. It'll be the same old stories you've seen anyway, right? Brodie's just gonna win it, so who cares? There we go. You forgot about Queenstown. So hype you got invited. You deserve it 100%, 1,000% even. Thank you. Yeah, that whole invite thing is still like very, very surreal. Because I think it floated around at some point. Like James White on a podcast had said, wouldn't it be cool to do like a special event, some kind of invite thing in New Zealand? We don't ever want to do like a Worlds there or Pro Tour there because it's really hard for people to make it, right? So he had said, maybe we'll do something else. And this was some interview like a long time ago, some podcast or something, right? So that had been like the back of my mind. Didn't really ever think about it again. I definitely never like followed up about it. And then got a message. Like basically, I think it was after Dallas was the timing of it. After I'd done Dallas, which, by the way, was a very cool experience. I was added to like their Slack, so I got to see a little bit of the behind the scenes of LSS, they use Slack. I like Slack. It's like Discord for work. So I'm added to their Slack, right? And then get a message at some point, like via Slack, hey, we should jump into a call. Jump into a call. Lo and behold, it's about freaking pulling off Queenstown, right? Which I'm pretty sure that Nathan and I were contacted about it a little bit earlier, because we're not just there as like invitees, which we are there to enjoy it, right? Like it is a, all expenses paid trip for basically an experience of New Zealand. That is definitely like still part of it, but we're also there to pull off 2 different live streams, technically 3 different live streams. So they wanted us like in early on to try to help logistically and like make sure those different venues work and yada yada. So for once, I held my tongue. You know how bad I am at like spilling secrets? Like awful, right? I held my tongue on that one. No one knew. How cool. And I've known about that one for a while. Yeah, so the deal in Queenstown, and actually, in person, it's been interesting because a lot of these guys here, I've been loving all the interactions I've had with like the Florida people. I mean, I don't get to see them much. This is kind of like a whole area of Fab I don't have like great access to. I'm like off in middle of nowhere, New York, right? But I would assume that like these guys who are pretty into Fab are like watching Worlds, watching like, I don't know, the Fab Twitter, just kind of like in tune with Fab. I've had like 6 different conversations at minimum. No one knows anything about Queenstown. They just have no idea that it's even happening. And I guess from that POV, maybe LSS didn't make enough announcements about it. Maybe, I don't know if there was like a whole Queenstown is happening thing. I'm not sure if that ever really happened. In person at Worlds, it felt like a big deal, right? But apparently your average Florida man, or sorry, your Florida Fab player, or just anyone who didn't go to Worlds, let's say, just knows not much about the celebrational. So for the viewers who maybe don't know what it is either, basically, Flesh and Blood is celebrating its 5th year, which is a huge milestone for any kind of like upstart TCG, right? To like last that long, be successful that long, and Flesh and Blood is doing great. They're moving into a new studio. There was a behind-the-scenes video of the new studio on the Fabled Hunters channel, and James White's like giving the tour, and that's actually a really cool video. I'll drop the link in chat because I really enjoyed this one. You can really hear the passion and kind of like the vision going into this new studio, and I don't think the video has a lot of views. So, should we do a watch party? Is that allowed? We should like watch party the studio tour. No, but I don't want to take views from Saint. He's a wonderful sponsor. But here we go. Here's the new studio that LSS is moving into. So anyway, they're moving into a new studio, and part of this new studio is going to have like a really amazing like almost like Vista-like view of I don't know if it's the ocean or just a body of water. I don't know what. It has a great view in like the office space with this window and all that. So they want to do the celebrational as like a invite to these people who have hit special milestones to help Flesh and Blood also achieve its special milestone of 5 years, right? So like number 1 XP from Oceania, like Europe, US, all got invites. Some content creators that have been there from the freaking beginning, like Dice Commando. Some like absolute, community all-stars, right? Flake, DM Ramada. And then, like the cosplay invite, like Carolina. Some other content creator invites like 1-2 Juice, some LGS invites as well, like White Rabbit, and then some coverage-specific invites, like talking about me and Nathan, right? So they wanted us to help pull off not just the tournament, which is going to be like a premiere of heavy hitters, right? But also make the broadcast like special, unique. Do something that for anyone tuning in is going to feel just how exciting, like kind of this new chapter for Fab is. Enjoy the new office, like with everybody. And I'm not actually sure if I'm supposed to talk about some of the specifics, so I won't do it. I don't want to get in trouble. But as long as my stuff doesn't blow up after plugging it into the converters for like the New Zealand, different wattage and voltage and all that, there will be a very cool show coming. If my stuff blows up, I don't know what to do about it. I'm very worried about that one. But, you got me pizza. Thank you.
That's New York style again.
New York style again. All right.
Your choice. You can have one of
Oh, fuck. Oh, shoot. I'm not supposed to say that. That burned my leg. That's really hot. I was trying to open it. Pepperoni. One of each sounds good. Can you handle it? I forget where I was in the middle of story time. Oh, okay, yeah, so I can eat. I appreciate that. I'll come get you in a second. But there we go. So that's the deal with Queenstown. The 3 streams that I'm going to be helping cover are one in studio, the Celebrational itself. So the Celebrational is going to be casted by Flake and then also Craig. And Craig, old man Craig, he's actually a teammate on Fabled Runaways. I had no idea he was a caster. I had no idea. Apparently he casted Leal, so that's my bad. I didn't know. But he was a caster for the SCG circuit of Magic. So he's actually a professional caster, right? And then he's now playing Flesh and Blood. He just made top 8 at US Nats. He's casted for Flesh and Blood before. I just totally missed it. But he got an invite as one of the special casters for the event. So he's bringing in like his MTG legacy alongside Flake, who's bringing in just the absolute fantastic year after year of commentary that Flake has brought to Fab. And so between the two of them, they're the casters. They're going to be in like a special area, which I don't think I can talk about, but it's going to be different. It's not just this setup. It's not just like me, producer, casters there, game over there. It will be different with some very high-tech gear that's on rent. So that's event number 1. It's all the invitees playing in the Celebrational itself, which I believe is heavy hitters. I don't know. Okay, it's heavy hitters sealed. Okay. So the Celebrational itself is heavy hitters sealed. All right. Then the second thing we're streaming is the world premiere of Heavy Hitters. So that's going to be a separate venue. It's going to be like a really quick teardown setup within a day. But hey, that's what we're built for. Streaming the Heavy Hitters world premiere, which is like the day before the calling. So then that'll also happen. And then the third thing is the calling Queenstown itself. So it's going to be pretty back-to-back in terms of like teardown setup, but that is literally like what the rig is built for. I mean, Yanji can vouch. When we were setting up yesterday, it took me maybe like 2 hours. And this is all ready to fly. I literally pack it up in like 3 bags and just fly. So it's what it's built for, Thank goodness. You ask like a professional production company to do this, they're probably like, we need 3 days to set up and like 8 people to, plug in everything, like do all the logistics. And would also probably charge $5,000 a day. That's not how we're built. We're lean and mean. So those are the 3 streams. The calling itself is also 2 days. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe that is 5 days of live streams. Not full days, mind you. I think the callings are the only like full days. But that's 5 days of live streams that I will be bringing to you all in New Zealand. So I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of work, but also work like directly under peers. I mean, I don't know if I can really call LSS like they're my peers, right? Like I don't know. That's how I'd frame it. They're my idols as well. I'll be right there working like and trying to show off what I can do and just pulling off hopefully seamless productions for all this stuff. 5 days back to back. Nathan's also going to be there, which is terrific to have a second because one of the things that keeps the Savage Chiefs production like so easy to fly with, like it is really built for one person to man, but to have a second person just to plug every hole, make it so I don't have to like jump up and like literally when I've been going to the table, I've been like standing up and like walking over the chair. So if I can just like sit in my spot and like Nathan can do the running around, boom, easy. So there we go. That's the deal on the celebration. Hopefully I didn't get in trouble. I guess no one can vouch on whether or not I got in trouble. I'm waiting for Brian Gottlieb in the chat to be like, all right, Ethan, it's plane ticket canceled. I think we're okay. Cut the stream. I think we're okay. So yeah, that's coming up in January. Literally one of the most exciting trips of my life, which is I've never been to New Zealand. Never really thought I would go to New Zealand. Never even been to Australia. It's a whole like part of the world just never been to. So it's a lot of firsts. It's tied to Fab. Super freaking exciting. I get to bring Sandra. I get to bring Woman Sant. And that's just going to be a way to thank her as well.
And they said the plane ticket is canceled.
The plane ticket is canceled as we speak. It's going to be a fantastic way to just like say thank you to her as well because I in a pretty committed relationship, like traveling around and doing all these events. There's been like some stressful moments, and now all of a sudden like there's some real payoff. That's not just like, oh cool, honey, I brought home a paycheck. I don't do that anyway. But to say, hey, like we're we're like specially invited to New Zealand and have this whole experience ahead of us. Really cool. I don't know if I can say some of the more touristy parts, but generally there is a plan to like really let the people experience New Zealand and have like unique excursions and things like that as part of the package. So for the +1s, there's more than just fab going on, but for the fab heads, there's obviously like so much to do. So very, very, very much looking forward to that. I think most of the info you gave is already out there. Okay, cool. But see, that's what's hard to confirm, because if you ask people down here, they've never heard of the Celebrational. So you never know. You never know. How's the one Bolton doing? I don't know. Everyone's on lunch break right now, so the only read I really got on the room was that the Hexagore Levia player is 2-1. So I think we'll go ahead and lock them in for being on stream when we get back. A Hexagore Levia at 2-1, right? So that will be on cam soon enough. I'm pretty sure we're probably looking at maybe another like 20 minutes in the lunch break or so. Most people are trickling back in. So, oh my God, excuse me. So any questions you got in the chat for me? That's kind of like my major story time. There are a couple of people who offered to jump in and just buy time so that I could eat something, which I do appreciate. So maybe I'll just tap those guys so that I can get a bit of a break going as well. So, Yanji, can you be my messenger? Go ask that guy in the plaid, said that he would jump on and kind of just fill time. So ask him if he's ready. What's with the 2 prisms? Not sure. I haven't really been able to like get up and do a walk around. The room is super tight. Like as you probably saw in like the break cams, right? We are 110 people packed into a store that's like 60 person normally. So it is really tight. It's very hard to walk around. I just haven't done it myself, but I'll try to get a read, ask the room as I go off to my lunch break, and just see if anyone knows some of the more fringe heroes, how they're doing. But there we go. All right, we've got someone ready to jump in. Did you want to sit there with a friend?
I can sit wherever.
All right, because I'm going to go. So you want to be solo? Whoa. All right, brother.
Like, probably a friend.
Yeah, go grab someone. Go grab someone and then come back on this side. Come back on this side. There we go. I don't know about just I don't know who that is. I don't know about just giving someone the headset and be like, all right, you have the stream. You have the captivated audience, of the day. Have fun. So let's curb that idea real quick. We're going to get Guy in the booth with Tom, I believe. Is it Tom?
Yeah.
Okay, so Guy and Tom. Go ahead, put on the headsets, guys. They're going to buy some time for me while I go eat my pizza. Oh, yeah, and I can also give them the chat. Okay, here we go.
Hey,
What's up, America?
can you hear us?
What's going on? How's the tournament going so far, Tom?
Oh, that's good. We're both 3-0 on Uzuri.
Both 3-0 in Uzuri. We working the list together?
Yeah. It's if you look at the calling list Ben Dodd took, it's very similar to that. A lot of go again, a lot of red line. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I got my list straight from the texts of Ben Dodd.
Straight from the text of Ben Dodd.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Ben and I worked on it before that calling. I brought a version of it to Nats. It's evolved over time. It's come a long way though. There used to be like Razor's Edge and Spike with Blood Rod in it, which
I remember
very
that.
situational, right?
I actually asked Ben what he thought about playing Spike with Blood Rod in the meta. Given I thought there was going to be a lot more aggro here today. What's the metagame breakdown? Do we have that?
Yeah, that would be great to see. We've been speculating like I think there's 10 Bravos or something, right?
Oh, I see Nathan in the chat. Shout out to Nathan Crawford.
And Nick. Hey, Nick Streef. What's up, man?
Tom, he says.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, so we got the breakdown here. Ethan is showing us 12 Bravo, then 11 Azalea, 10 Dromai, 10 Uzuri, 9 Levia.
Wow.
And then like you could also say tied for that spot is Mech as a whole, 6-IO and 5-Inventor Extraordinaire.
Yo, have you ever seen a Fab meta for an event this size as diverse as this? I don't think I've ever had. I don't think I've ever seen a deck with, less than 10% representation.
I think I also haven't. There's 4 Maxx too, which means Mech is actually number 1 if you add them all together.
Right.
That's really
Maxx.
fascinating. But yeah. So I agree. Like that top line, 12, 11, 10, 10, 9, that feels really nice. It's pretty open.
If anything, the most surprising thing for me here is one Bolton, because after Yuki's and Ellie's success in the Realm tournament last week, and I played against some of that deck while testing, and man, that deck is powerful.
Yeah, well, so here's all I'll say about Bolton, okay? It takes a dedicated Bolton player to bring it to a tournament like this. So if you just saw that event and someone do well with it, even someone as prolific as Yuki, you still have had to have been a Bolton fan before that, in my opinion, to bring it here.
Right.
It's just like it takes some skill.
I mean, I agree with that. I just feel that there are people who have been Bolton players or on and off, and maybe there's the time for them to bust out the deck again because the meta has become far less hostile than it used to be. And so I'm surprised that we don't see more Bolton. That's the only thing I'm actually very surprised about looking at these results.
Yeah.
These, breakdown.
That's a good point. Okay, so and we have a question here from Board Game Rav. How do you Uzuri players feel about the Bravo matchup? Nathan Crawford says Bravo should be good for Uzuri. And I would echo that. Like, we have the daggers that are hard to block. They have piercing, so like the equipment lose value if he puts them there. And the daggers kind of shut off his blocking power pretty well. So if he tries to drag the game out, we have that inevitability. What do you think there?
There was a line in an interview that our friend Sam Dando did with Ben.
Yeah.
They published that on minmaxgames.com. And Sam's Ben said something that I totally agree with, and I hadn't thought of it. Uzuri is bar none the best deck in the game at closing out a game. You get them to like the 5 to 3 range. No deck is more dangerous at that point than Uzuri. And I think naturally the Bravo matchup tends to get to that board state. And if you're able to preserve your flick knives, you have shreds, you have spreading plague, you have all the dominate shenanigans, and you put a squeeze on Bravo with 2-card hands in a way that they cannot. The best thing they can do with a 2-card hand is usually hammer for 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Make a seismic. Yeah. But you can really put the pressure on them with even 1-card hands. Codex from Arsenal or from hand, get a Death Charge Tunics and the Death Touch for 6. Ponder. That's very, very powerful.
Very good into Bravo, who's like just trying to keep his stupid little rouse the ancients and his
right.
Like that's the best thing Bravo can do. But
if you don't mind, let me tell a story about Nathan Crawford, because one of the biggest reasons I'm not playing Dromai today, and I was on the fence up until quite recently, it's because I played a few games with Nathan on Talishar. I matched against regular Dagular, and this guy just pummels me legit 6 times.
Yeah.
In a single match, the blues, the yellows, the reds, and I'm playing Dromai, and I was like, holy crap, this is miserable.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was 2 matches is not a huge sample size. But I feel like if Bravo wants to beat Dromai, I don't think it's a hopeless matchup, but it's very miserable for me to play over and over. I'll take the Bravo matchup in moderation, but I don't want to spend a whole day getting pummeled, right, and trying to solve some 4D Rubik's Cube of an end game to beat him. Doing it over and over in a long tournament.
So for you, between aggressive Bravos and a shift toward Ninja as the aggro deck, now that Lexi's gone, you think Dromai not as good of a pick for you as Uzuri? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but
No, I'm reading what Anthony typed in the chat. the 9 pummel psyop. Whether it's a psyop or not, I do know they were playing a lot of pummels.
Yeah.
I know the yellow pummel for me is the red flags all going up. The alarms is oh no. So yeah, I agree with you. I think I was expecting a higher representation of Ninja in general, putting Fight and Katsu together, and Bravo. And while I think Dromai can navigate these matchups, it's just not a great time.
Yeah. I'm pretty interested to see actually these 6 Kanos here. So we had at the Realm events, there was a Kano in the top 8 of the 20K. Did a Kano top 8 the 10K? Do you remember?
I don't remember. We had Peter top 8ing the 20K, but I don't remember if we had.
Yeah.
I do know we had 2 Dromais there.
Mhm.
We had Michael on Bravo, who won the event. We had Ellie on Bolton. We had Levi on Azalea.
Yep. So maybe not a Kano in the 10K. But, okay, so a Kano tops the 20K. We got 6 of them here, which is as much as Fire, Dorinthia. So pretty decent, 5% of the field. And I think Kano is looking at 3 or 4 of those heroes in the top 5 and thinking, I have some game. Got game into Uzuri, got game into Levia. What are you thinking about Kano?
I am personally very scared of Kano, especially good Kanos. The Kanos that have been itching to get their wildfires out for months now, waiting for the winter to go away. And they're like, time to shine.
Yeah, time to shine.
Time to burn stuff down.
Yeah.
I'm very scared of it. As Uzuri, someone asked Jamie, our friend here, Jamie Grandam, what matches are going to Dodgers Uzuri? It's definitely Kano, much more than Dromai. Kano is definitely what I do not want to see across the table for me. I think Kano is very well positioned. And, the Iyslander effect where people are cutting ABE, they're cutting their Oasis.
So the problem with our deck, the Uzuri deck, when Iyslander was in the field, we played Arcane Barrier 1, the Arcane Lantern, and that's it. And the idea is, sometimes you have extra pitch. So against Kano, if you actually want to fight him as Uzuri, you have to transform the whole deck just to not lose to him, and that sacrifices a whole lot. So, yeah, fingers crossed we don't have to play against the Kanos.
Yeah, Uzuri's a deck that thrives when, on rate, Uzuri's output is not particularly impressive.
No.
You thrive when you're able to disrupt your opponent's synergies.
Yes. Yep.
And a lot of time, Kano is not trying to interact. They're not trying to capitalize on a synergy until the very last turn.
Until the last turn, yeah.
So you don't gain a huge benefit from applying a shakedown. Then okay, fine. And they'll take their 3 and they'll move on. They'll go to 1. And at that point, they'll have their 3 energy potions. They'll have everything because you weren't fast enough to pressure them to that point.
Yeah.
And then they'll say, all right, take 29. Here's 86.
And what's worse, you could hit them with that shakedown, and the Kano says, okay, fine, I'll pitch my hand and do some arcane stuff that, by the way, you can't block.
Right, absolutely. They can do that too. It's just not a great matchup, I think, largely because you don't have the outcome. The output, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Vishra saying 1 Kano in the 10K top 8. Yeah, so Kano is, pretty big scary this meta. I'm not looking forward to, seeing if he can continue this in future events. We'll see if Heavy Hitters has anything to say about that.
I think our friend Elijah is 3-0 at Kano.
3-0 at Kano, so there you go. I mean, we'll have, if Heavy Hitters is looking the way I think it will, we'll have some heroes that are pretty well prepared for Wizard. You've got Guardians with a lot of blues, Brutes that have Arcane Barrier kind of built into the class. Actually, Warrior's been pretty, Warrior has had a tough time into Kano traditionally, so I'm kind of curious to see if maybe Kasai with some of these permanents can do something about that.
Well, historically, Guardians have had a very poor Kano matchup, right? So I don't know if Heavy Hitters is going to expand the Guardian class horizontally and create new play styles for them, but if they're trying to play this value game and grind games out, Kano, that's exactly where Kano wants to be. Same with Uzuri, you just don't have the output to pressure them enough. They don't care about your disruption up until they do, and then they'll set their board, they'll set their pitch stack, and they'll hit you for 60.
Yeah, I think you're mostly right, but my intuition is that a deck with 40 blues or some such should have enough of a deck building opportunity to beat Kano. So. We'll see if that evolves when the new second.
Warrior is interesting, though. I don't know. I think Bolton, if they do want to beat Kano, I think they have to want to. If they just play the regular list.
For Bolton.
If they play the regular list, they're not going to get there. But they have a lot of tools. They have cards that prevent damage based on how much soul they have, if I recall correctly. Don't they have an aura that does that?
Yeah, there's an aura that does that.
They have these strange light cards, and they have a pretty versatile card pool that's about to get an expansion.
Equipment too. So specifically Bolton, because he's light hero, you've got the headpiece. What's that called? Halo, right?
Halo of Illumination.
Spell Void 2.
Yep.
You have Soul Bond, I think it is.
Soul Bond Resolve.
No, not the chest piece, though that is good. I'm talking about, it's like a common set of equipment. You can wear it across the whole body. If you banish a card from your soul, you prevent...
Oh, yeah. The wedding dress, right?
The wedding dress, yeah. Yeah, so Bolton can put on his wedding dress, and Kano won't be able to do much.
Yeah, that is very strong. You're right. Those are some of the best pieces of equipment against Kano. It doesn't take long, but take a lot. They said those are 2 slots that can basically blank a Kano Wildfire.
Yep.
Right? You're not dedicating a huge opportunity cost in terms of deck slots to achieve it.
Yeah.
Nathan says, I pummeled Geese so much he discarded his hero pretty much.
Yeah. You were not facing the UK pummel. That was very real.
What is interesting is that I talked to Mara this morning, and she asked me, what sort of list are you on? Something like that. And I said, I'm on the Uzuri list. And she's like, oh, man, you know what's funny? I brought Uzuri. She brought Uzuri and Dromai as well. No. I don't know what it is about Dromai players that also gravitate to Uzuri.
I think it's just like the disrespect factor. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? No.
So illusionist players that I have interacted with, at least online, have this, I don't care what my opponent's doing. I'm going to set up my board and just run them over. But Uzuri can do the same disrespect with, shred, isolate.
Yeah, I suppose that's right.
Yeah.
What I do like about Uzuri is that Uzuri is not a synergy-based deck, unlike most decks in Flesh and Blood. Uzuri is a deck that gets to play the strongest on-raid cards in the game. I'm talking Command and Conquer, Sink Below, Codex of freaking Frailty.
Yeah.
And you hope to disrupt your opponent's synergy enough so that your rate is able to outpace them.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like if the game developers wanted disruption, okay, but they didn't want something like Frostbite, this is such a good hero for it. Because it interacts on that axis, trying to pick exactly the moment where your opponent's going to lose out on a lot of value. And, we see the Rangers do that too. Basically, Outsiders is a perfect set, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah, I love Outsiders. Outsiders was not my favorite set because that's Dynasty. I just love the pack opening experience of Dynasty.
Yeah.
I love the huge hits and the 99.9% misses. Just the gambling in my DNA. But Outsiders, in terms of design, is probably the biggest dub that James White has achieved.
Talking about design, I want to go back a point you said, Assassin's one of the best classes in the game and just closing out when the opponent's at low life, which thematically is just perfect.
I know.
You know what I mean? It's like, they're in the back alley, holding their daggers. They're going to jump down from the rafters and, just get you. That's perfect.
And they'll finish the job like no one else.
Yeah. Though strangely, Kano is probably better at it, but we won't talk about him anymore.
Right. It is easier to prepare for Kano, though. Assassins, man. And I think Ben also said that. Uzuri won a calling, the second to last calling in Melbourne.
Yep.
I believe Uzuri's been in the top 4 of 4 callings within the past 7.
Underrated.
And it's still some obscure hero. Exactly. It's a rogue pick.
Yeah.
Even though it's always there.
It's always there. But look, as an Uzuri player, that's what you want to see. You want your opponents to not have the matchup knowledge they need to play around your disruption. It's perfect.
Right. Yeah. Vera saying that Uzuri and Dromai players what they have in common is heroes with winnable matchups. Besides Kano, I don't think Uzuri has an unwinnable matchup.
Yeah, I agree.
Despite the folk tale that Uzuri has no shot into Dromai, I think Uzuri has a very solid shot into Dromai. He's not favored by any means, but...
Yeah. Okay, so here's my heuristic about Dromai as the Uzuri. Tell me what you think. If your Dromai opponent is not exceptional, if they don't know how to punish your misplays, you might even be favored into them. What do you think about that?
Yes. And I think that is true.
Okay.
And that's something to apply to, I think, a lot of matchups with Uzuri, like we said, to segue from this is still an underrated hero somehow, that you often find experience asymmetry with your opponent, where you know what their Dromai deck's doing. You know exactly what their Bravo deck's doing. And you've played that matchup a million times. They may not have dedicated the time to practice Uzuri. They may not know what list you're on. They may not know how many shreds are you on. Mm-hmm. They might not be so aware of what you can accomplish if you give Uzuri a 5-card hand. They might say, oh, maybe, I'm IPing them, meaning they will have to pass a turn without using all their cards efficiently. And sometimes it's not the case with Uzuri, and Uzuri can capitalize on 5-card hands. And I think a lot of times that matchup experience asymmetry shows when you're playing a deck that somehow is still considered rogue.
Yeah, somehow it's still not there. Well, look, I think of the heroes in the game, Uzuri is the best at that. But there are other ones that have this matchup knowledge, like gotcha moment almost. So, we can just think of Dash, right? Inventor Extraordinaire. You don't know when you sit down from them which of the 3 or 4 game plans they might be going for.
Exactly.
Yeah. And even Dash.io, we're starting to see some innovation there. We're not sure if Dash.io players prefer maximum velocity or BIOS update or even something more defensive with like word items off the top.
Right.
So yeah, mech is another one of those classes that just kind of, when you sit down to sideboard, you're not totally sure, and you could totally lose just because you haven't played enough reps.
I recently lost a game in a Battle Hardened top 4 in Pittsburgh to a player named Rose Smith, and she was playing Dash. And for some reason, that tournament did not have open deck lists in top 8, which is the bane of the Dash players, right? And I knew she was on some sort of controlling build, which is something that I like to see if I am playing Dromite, but I didn't have her exact list. So I assumed, Dromite's a pretty popular deck. She must be playing poppers out of the wazoo to supplement her pistol plan. And not only sideboarded things like Chrome, Dust of the Chrome Caverns, and Passing Mirage, and the whole thing, just as I would sideboard against someone with 20 poppers, like a Bravo or Brute player. I played around 20 poppers until she's like down 30 cards, and I'm looking over. It's like, oh my gosh, she only has throttle. I've scammed myself.
Yeah.
And she went on to beat me that game after I spent the first 20 points of my life playing around poppers that didn't exist.
So I think I remember this game. If it's the right one in my head, you actually had a Miraging Metamorph Snapdragons into another Miraging Metamorph.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And the only reason I cracked the snaps in that turn was because saying, she doesn't have the popper.
Doesn't have it, yeah.
How lucky. She doesn't have one of her 20 poppers, so let me capitalize on that and send a lot of damage, gain some tempo.
Well,
I would have never cracked the snaps if I knew she didn't have poppers.
What I'm saying is you adapted to that playstyle even though you expected something else to begin with.
Right.
So that's something else that, exists in the game that's just awesome, is you can kind of have this hedge plan. Right, you can have aggressive tools if you think your opponent's defensive, and if they don't work out, well, at least those cards block 3, and it works on the other way too.
The point of this.
All right, hold up, guys. We have about 5 minutes before the next round, so I want to run a giveaway and let you go. Wrap up your thoughts within like the next 30 seconds, and then pass it off to me. Sound good?
All right.
The point of the whole story for me, at least, was that there is a lot of value to be gained in Flesh and Blood from running a hero that has multiple game plans. It's not a linear thing. I think it's underrated to say the least.
No, I agree. And to all our viewers out there, thank you for tuning in. We're going to hand you over to Ethan. Stay tuned because we have a wide open meta here. It'll be interesting to see how the day closes out.
All right. Good luck, Tom.
Yep, you too.
All right, welcome back. We have about 5 minutes before round 4, and round 4 is going to be spicy because we do have a Hexagore Levia. Who is 2-1. So we're going to get them on stream guaranteed. Because, even if it's Levia Mirror, which we try to avoid mirrors on stream, at least early, that's probably still exciting. So we'll just lock it in. Hexagore Levia will be the next feature match. In the meantime, I want to run a giveaway for all the lovely people who stuck around for this segment since this lunch break was a bit unexpected, right? And the giveaway is going to be for a Savage Feats t-shirt. So it's basically I forget the brand name of the shirt. It's a very, very comfy shirt, very well fitted, I think. And then it's actually printed by Andy Portillo, who is the kind of go-to fab merch guy. He's been making, like, the Christmas socks were him, the merch at Worlds was him. So he made these shirts for free for Savage Feats, and we're going to do a giveaway of one of them right now. This is going to be the world's first way to get a Savage Feats t-shirt. So far, only me, I think Nathan, and then I do owe one to Carolina, are the only one who owns them so far. So for a Savage Feats t-shirt, go ahead, type in the chat Savage. The keyword is Savage. Keyword Savage. Savage. And I'll pin that in the chat. This is for a giveaway to win a Savage Feats t-shirt. They only come in this color for now, like the gray on gray. But, the Savage Feats branding overall is normally gray on gray. We've got some green accents because, that little brute feel. But it is just gray on gray is kind of our deal. Not Min-Max. Min-Max is white on black. The difference in this minimalist day and age that we live in. All right, so with that, can we get it signed? I don't know the best way to sign a t-shirt, but probably. I can. That sounds like a Googleable thing for me to figure out. So you can enter Savage in the chat to enter in this giveaway that we'll be drawing as soon as they pair round 4, which should be within 3 minutes. Just by the way, if you are a channel member, your luck on this is 2 times more likely than your average viewer. So if you are a normal viewer, we love you. Giveaway is very possible. You got 1 times normal luck. If you're a channel member, like Anthony Vero, who even gifted 50 channel memberships to the stream, which was insane, love you, brother, then you are 2 times more likely to win the giveaway. We have giveaways all stream. Not too many this event, not too many, but we do have giveaways all stream. So go ahead, enter in for your first shot at a giveaway here with keyword Savage. You can see the bathroom here. Hopefully everyone's washing their hands. That sounds like a good idea. There we go. Keyword is going to be Savage. The round, you can, I don't know if you can hear it on my end, but the room is back to getting like basically packed. Judges have said round pairings will start exactly at 2:55. So that should be truly within 2 minutes. And then regardless of people actually being here or not, that's when, unfortunately, like IP penalties and all that will start ticking down from is the start time of 2:55. So hopefully everyone makes it back. They are running side events. I believe it's like some on-demand drafts, maybe like a blitz side event for people who are no longer still in the event. Because remember, this is a battle hardened, and it's a pretty tight cut. You basically have to go X1 or better, or maybe be the X2 that loses like their last round. I haven't done like the exact math. You know, there's always like some draws as well, but the battle hardens tend to be a pretty brutal cut. So we're gonna pivot and keep following not necessarily undefeated players, but players who are still possible to make top 8, like this Hexagore Levi player who's X1 right now, into round 4 all the way through 7, and then top 8. So there we Anthony in chat, he's inting he gave you all 2 times luck. Yo, that's crazy. If someone else who's a channel member won, it's like I owe half that shirt to Anthony. I'll make it a crop top. You can keep the tube. The other person will get the top. There we go. We have over 100 people entered into the giveaway. If you remember back in, I think it was Pittsburgh, the participation for giveaways was like a all-time high. I couldn't believe it. I think we hit almost like 300 eligible users for giveaway, which is like, I mean, that was like half the stream typing keywords in chat. That was pretty nuts. So we hit some insane engagement on the last stream. He only has Hexagore registered. Yes, this is one of the diehard I play Levia with her signature weapon, people, Hexagore. And props to those people. They are a little too insane for my blood. I play Levia not because I'm an insane person, but I truly think she's busted right now. And you can talk to some of the best players in the game. Even Brodie. Brodie said he thinks Levi is like one of the top 3 decks in the game right now. He just hasn't played her to actually, convert to probably a winning record. She is tough. But Brodie told me that his winter vacation is going to be spent learning Levia. How crazy is that? You've got Broden Supperlock saying that he is going to use his winter break to learn Levia. That's the day and age we live in, people. If you're a Levi player and you're complaining, that's old news. She's busted. She's freaking busted right now. All the Runaways players, too. It's not just me. We got Pat Eschke, who also made top 8 of that 10K. Don't forget. Jesse Cannon is another big Levi stand on the team. Lucas loves Levi. He was just experimenting with Prism. Cody's been loving Levia. Dan Rakowski, after trying Maxx for so long, gave up. He's a Levia player now. So depending on heavy hitters as well, like there's no way Levia gets worse, right? There's no way she gets worse. So we're investing our time, we hope wisely, into becoming like a pretty diehard Levia team for next season, and apparently even Brodie is doing it too. So Wolfpack, watch out, Runaways, we're coming for you. Let's do the giveaway right now because they should be pairing. So here we go. We have 117 people active for this giveaway. We're going to roll the lucky winner of, once again, a Savage Feats shirt. First print run in the wild. Who is it? It is Terry Gann. This person is just a viewer. That 2 times luck, who needs it? Terry Gann has won the giveaway. So Terry, what you need to do is message me, email me, Ethan, oops, I can't type, Ethan at savagefeats.com. Email me at ethan@savagefeats.com. That's correct. To go ahead and get that shirt sent to you. Hopefully you don't live internationally. It's going to hurt for the shipping cost, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So, Terry, again, congrats on that giveaway. Just email me what you won, your address. That's, I guess, your name. That's it. That's all we need. That's all we need. And we'll get that stuff sorted out to you as soon as I'm back home, because a nice little break is coming up. Speaking of nice little break, they have activate Gambler's gloves. There's going to be more giveaways all day. Don't worry. We'll probably do at least another shirt as well. So with that, they, I believe, are pairing round 4 like right now. So we're going to cut to a little bit of a break, let the sponsor role play, and then jump in as soon as we've got the round picked, because this has been a bit of a break. But thank you all for sticking with me. We didn't even dip. You want a crazy metric? Post your address on the stream. Anthony's going to show up waiting for the package and just try to pull like a glitter bomb scenario. All right. We didn't even drop below 500 viewers for just like a random rambling segment. So we love it. Love you guys. This was a lot of fun hanging out. Round 4 and round 5 and round 6 and round 7 and top 8 and top 4 and finals are coming up. We're going to be here till probably 2 a.m. Enjoy it, people. Be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your flesh and blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the flesh and blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to round 4 of our Battle Hardened here in Orlando. Again, it's me, Nick Murphy, and we have my fellow caster, Yuanji Lee, about to head into round 4, which is going to be a Levia versus a Bravo, and it's kind of a spicy Levia as well.
Yeah, back from lunch break, we scouted the tables, and we got an exciting match for you guys. It's Levia, but it's not the Levia deck that Ethan was playing at Realm Rumble. No, we are going to a Hexagore Levia list.
Yeah, Hexagore, I have never seen it played like on a stream or in a tournament, really, to be honest. And such an interesting card. It's been printed so long ago and not really seen utility. But I guess with all of the printing of new cards that Levia has gotten, it seems like there's some sort of build that has brought George to 2-1 in today's event. So we'll see how it does. I assume Bravo is probably a pretty good matchup for a Hexagore Levia list.
Yeah, I think it depends on how your blood debt kind of lines up. Hexagore, for those of you who are unfamiliar, attacks for 6 and costs 2. And you might be saying to yourself, wow, that weapon sounds bananas. But if you attack with Hexagore, you also take damage equal to the number of cards that you 6 minus the number of cards that you have in your blood debt.
Right.
So if you have no cards in your blood debt, you take 6, you attack for 6 for 2. If you have 6 or more cards in your blood debt or in your banish zone, that's great. It just attacks for 6.
Yeah, 2 for 6 is insane on a weapon, and we're actually going to see it in action. We're going to head into round 4 here. The players are ready to go. Hopefully hyped up after this lunch break that we just had.
Yeah, how do you feel about so you just had lunch? Does that make you play better or worse?
Me personally, I would play worse. When I'm in an event, I eat very sparingly. I just have like water and just like snack here and there. But I think after like a full lunch and after an hour break of playing Flesh of Blood, I might be a little bit worse.
Yeah, it might take you out of the zone. I wonder who like the lunch break favors. Like, what's the lunch break meta? Like, is it better for Bravo? Is it better for Levia? I feel like it should be better for Levia.
You think so? It'll be better for Levia?
Yeah, because you're in the lunch break. Maybe like you're not like thinking through everything as cleanly. You got like taken out of it. But like Levia, you're like, I know what I'm gonna be doing. I'm swinging the Hexagore. Yeah. I'm swinging my big blood debt attacks. I think with Bravo, as the Bravo player, you're kind of navigating it out because you don't compete with Levia on a numbers basis. Like, Levia has better numbers than Bravo.
Yeah, I guess especially Levia consumed, so obviously Levia likes lunch. So I think Levia might be S tier after lunch.
Plasma Fed consumed food.
We should do a tier list for what's S tier and A tier after lunch.
Yeah, after lunch. Interesting setup.
I did not expect the setup.
George.
Yeah.
Yeah, so George is playing Spoiled Skull.
Spoiled Skull is very interesting. So you pay 1, you get to pick 3 cards from your banish zone, I believe.
3 action cards.
3 actions from your banish zone. And then one of them randomly gets chosen and you get to play it, correct?
Yeah, so it's like really nice if you banish, let's say like a Blood Rush Bellow or something like that. I've seen Ethan, I think, has been preaching playing Spoiled Skull into something like Dromai, where you want to just like get like the extra Blood Rush Bellow or like the extra like power turns. I could see it being good into Bravo for the same reasons.
I also find Justin's setup a little bit interesting too. The shields.
So I think this is the best setup for Bravo, and Ethan can maybe back me up on this. But so when you're playing,
what just happened? Fill up your graveyard. Is that what just happened?
Yeah. So Levia oftentimes can't play cards if you have no graveyard.
Yeah.
So normally what you do is you attack Mandible Claw. But if you have Hexagore, you don't really want to be taking 6 to attack for 6. So, blocking all your cards, filling up that graveyard, setting up for the next turn.
Yeah, we see on the right-hand side, on the Levi side, a Shaden Death Hydra in hand, which that card is really sick. Really cool art and also really cool effects.
Yeah, Shaden Death Hydra can help you. And we're blocking your whole hand out again.
Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
So this is a block for 11, 3 blocks and a 2 block. George is filling his grave, and George is looking at his opponent like, yep, this is exactly my game plan. I want to fill my grave.
One of the cards that he blocked, though, is Mark of the Beast, so he will be taking a point of damage to Blood Debt on the following turn. Another thing that I think is really good for George is getting that Howl from Beyond into the graveyard so that you can maybe draw into something that banishes your graveyard. Now you hit the Howl, you're unlocking more plays for the future.
So in our graveyard now, we do have a Howl in here, which means once we banish random cards from our graveyard, if a Howl goes to our banish, it can then be played. It also has Blood Debt, of course, so it's turning on our Hexagore more. So we're one card closer to our Hexagore being live.
Yeah, we're almost there, guys. And I think as the Bravo player, you're like, what do I do here?
This is a 4-card red hand, not what you want.
4-card red hand. You could pitch 2 D-Reacts and play Command and Conquer.
That's probably what we're going to see.
Yeah,
here,
that might be what you want to do. But this is, Levi's chance to pivot. I've been blocking 4 cards for my hand every turn. As the Bravo player, you don't always have good punishes.
Yeah, exactly. Like George really wants to block, and so if you throw a CNC at me, like fine, I'll give you 2 cards, and I'll throw something back that banishes cards to my graveyard and start getting my engine online.
Yeah, Justin might be thinking maybe it's better to keep a defense reaction in his hand to soak some damage on the next turn.
Yeah, this makes sense to me. You are going to IP yourself, but it is a D-React, which is pretty good value to block some things from Levia. We do see this Bravo is also on Tunic, which we saw earlier as well. So CNC Pummel is a possibility here. And
yeah. Oh, I wanted to take some time while George is pondering his blocks to talk about this equipment setup for Bravo, because I think as the Bravo player, you have a couple of key cards in the matchup that really present a problem for Levia. Crippling Crush is one of them.
Yep.
So throwing a Crippling Crush dominate, after the Levia blocks away her Carrion Husk, it's like really difficult to deal with. And what playing the extra armor does is you say, okay, I don't like throw Anothos for 6, but what I do have is more armor to kind of soak some extra damage for my pivot turn, so I'll be a little bit healthier.
To hold more cards in your hand, yeah. And so we're going to see a Dread Screamer red, 6 banish 3 cards. If it is a 6 of power, it will go again if at least one of them is 6 power. So
yeah, well, how do you feel about the randomization of the graveyard banishes? Like, what do you think is the best way to randomize in these situations?
I always put it into a Hulk glove, and then I put dice in there, and then I throw it on the table. That's really
what do the dice
standard
represent?
practice.
I have no idea.
4 different dice, which represents... Oh, maybe it's... If you roll like 1, 2, 3, 4, it's those cards.
Oh, and George hit the Howl from Beyond.
Oh, amazing.
So that is tremendous. Besides the fact that, it's a whiff for future turns, having that Howl just improves the power level of your future plays by so much.
100%. And we also have 4 cards in our banish now. So Hexagore starts becoming kind of okay to swing with. Like if you're taking 1 to 2 points to swing for 6, I think it's probably fine.
I think the break-even point is if you have 3. If you have 3 cards in your Blood Debt zone, you're taking 3 to, throw 6.
Yeah.
It's the same as throwing Mandible Claw.
One
you're
card,
just
3.
increasing the stakes.
Right. Yeah.
If you
putting your life on the line.
Yeah. If you we're getting ready for heavy hitters. If you have 4 cards in your Blood Debt, then you're taking 2 and you're throwing 6. So there's a 4 life. There's like a 4 life difference.
Yep.
Then it's pretty good. It's like a romping club.
1 card 4. Yeah, absolutely.
When it gets to that magical 6 cards in Blood Debt number, then then the attack becomes bananas.
Yeah. And this is really good against a deck like Bravo, where you can actually do deck damage to them because your weapon is just so much power that they have to give you cards to stop it.
Yeah, so George opts not to attack with the Hexagore. He might have a more powerful play lined up in the arsenal. Arsenaling in Levia is really key. Knowing what you have to set up your future plays. If you kind of just throw everything out there, sometimes it ends up punishing you harder if you don't have a card turn up Blood Debt or something like that.
This is very interesting to see the hammer, unless we're going to pummel it, which is what we're doing. So this is now for 8.
Yeah, but this is not really what you want to be doing as Bravo. You're going below rate. You're using Pummel. Pummel is actually a really good card in the matchup, being able to just rip a card out of the Levia's hand and kind of throwing her off from plays that she's expecting to make.
Here we see our first Capskins on screen.
And the Hulk says,
"Oh, a 6! Let's go!" First Capskins of the day is the highest roll possible. George living on the edge here and being, succeeding, and also pitching a Chains of Mephistus, I believe is what that card is called, which is a very interesting card. At worst, it's a blue 3 block, just fine.
Yeah.
But it also makes it so whenever anyone...
Justin's reading that card. I also don't exactly know what the card does. I think it prevents you from drawing extra cards.
When you would draw cards, they get banished instead, and that's for both players.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, here, let me jump in on that. One of the really cool things about Chains and also Blue Vial Inquisition is that they're new to the deck in terms of being blue block 3s with Blood Debt. So if a Levi deck is doing exactly what, or a Hexagore deck is doing exactly what we saw early, block whole hand, there's actually just strict upside in the fact that it's better than a blue Unworldly because it itself has Blood Debt, whether or not you're playing it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So these cards having Blood Debt on them, if even you just block with them and you banish them, then your Hexagore is even closer to being online, which is really strong.
Yeah, so I think we're coming in for the party time, but I wonder if George has a way to turn Blood Debt off this turn.
Oh yeah, so we see the Slithering Shadow Pete here, which is just a 1-for-6. Card is amazing. If you've banished it, you can play it this turn from your banish. So this is for 9. It's been buffed by the Howl from Beyond.
Yeah.
And we see a block for 6, so 3 damage went
Yeah,
through.
we're closing the chain.
There we
Okay,
go.
we're attacking with the Endless Maw. Is that a blue or a red?
So this could be for 9,
so,
likely for 9.
I believe he doesn't have more than 1 or 2 whiffs.
I think it's just the one.
blue. I think it's the blue Endless Maw and the Howl.
Oh, yep, you're right. So I think there's no chance he whiffs. The 4 dice is confusing me. I need to ask him afterwards.
Yeah, we need to win or loss. I am interested to hear the answer
to the 4 dice. Maybe there's some sort of parabolic equation he does, and that's what controls that.
George is playing games on multiple levels.
Oh, does he have one floating? Can he play this Slithering Shadow Pete from Banish? No?
Oh, no. So Slithering Shadow Pete, you need to banish it from
hand. Oh, okay. You may play it from your banish on this turn. Got it. So this is for 9.
Kind of crazy if George had instead of Endless Maw, if he had something like a Hungering Slaughter Beast, something that costs 2. Not Endless Maw. If he had the 1 cost Boneyard Marauder. This turn would have been crazy, like being able to attack with the Hexagore afterwards. But as it stands, the turn is still pretty good.
Yeah, I do want to follow up with that, though. He chose to play the Howl instead of Hexagore.
Oh, he did play Howl with the 2 resources. Yeah.
Which, he could have. He actually could have used the 6 to go 6/6/9. Played it differently.
I wonder if he just values so much recycling the Howl and not taking 1 point of damage.
Yeah, also, I think if you have the Howl in your arsenal, maybe he's thinking it's just better to just get in the graveyard this turn instead of, having it stuck in the arsenal. He wants that open arsenal potentially.
Yeah. No, this makes sense. I think George being able to force that much damage already is really impressive. 9 and 9, 18 damage turn is really strong.
Yeah, and Justin coming back for 4. Even though Justin is winning the race right now in terms of the life points on the board, I don't think that tells the whole story of how the game is going.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't played this, there's like a sub-game happening right now that George is playing.
Yeah, George, most notably hasn't drawn any of his power cards.
Yep.
So he hasn't drawn Blood Rush Bellow or anything crazy like that. Dread Screamer into Hexagore is real power.
Yeah.
And George is also just waiting for the chance to flip into Plasma Effect Consumed.
Yep. So there's going to be multiple phases of this game, basically.
Yeah, so as soon as George flips, then his value proposition on all his turns just goes through the roof.
Yep. So Blast Effect Consumed, something that he can flip into once he's at 13 or more Blood Debt, I believe.
If he would take damage from Blood Debt and go to 13, he can flip.
Gotcha. And Blast Effect Consumed lets you play from your banished, right?
Yeah, it lets you play once per turn a card with Blood Debt from your banished zone.
Super strong. So you're basically playing with an extra card in your hand every turn, and it lets you recycle these attacks that you're banishing, which is super strong. That on top of Hexagore, on top of Scab Skin rolls, might mean that we just have such an inevitability of so much damage at the end of this game.
Yeah, I wonder what Justin is thinking. As a player, Hexagore Levia is probably not in your usual repertoire of decks that you practice against.
No.
And so Justin is kind of thrown into the deep end right now. He's like, as a tournament player, when you face these things that situations that you're not sure about, then you gotta do some thinking on the fly.
Yeah. This is not a common deck choice. Levia is pretty common now, at least. We have 9 here today, but Hexagore Levia, definitely not common. We actually see another not so common card to see anytime recently, as we see a Scab Skins roll. Let's see what Fate gives us here. A 4.
4, okay.
Right, twice, 2 action points.
2 for 2 extra action points from the Scab Skins.
Very strong. We also see a Ghostly Visit in his grave, which isn't a 6, but it is so strong that you have a 1 for 4 that once it's banished, you can just play it after you have a go again. And we do see Terror Limb from Limb being pitched.
Yeah, Terror Limb from Limb into the Shade and Death Hydra, Ethan's favorite combination of cards.
How much damage is that? It's like 24?
26.
26, 13, that's right. That is absurd. If we get to that point in the game,
And Shade and Death Hydra is, if anything, better in George's deck as a card that just, he has a ridiculous amount of blood debt in his deck.
Right.
He might not even want to flip. If he flips the Plasma Effect Consumed, he might just deck out in one turn.
That's true. He very much could. We see the Howl banished. Is this the same Howl or is this a new Howl?
I think it's the
second
new Howl.
Yeah,
he
there's
has
two. So we have two Howls here.
Having two Howls actually significantly improves your efficiency over one Howl, because one Howl, let's say you want most of your attacks cost 2 or 3. So if you have one Howl in your banish zone, your best play is going to be to play a 1 cost, of which you have fewer of by pitching a blue. So you go Howl into 1 cost. If you have 2 Howls, and you can pitch 2 blues and play 2 Howls and play a 2 cost, then you get the party started. And we also are getting the party started.
Wow, we
with
get to
a
see
Doomsday.
Blasphemafet. Man, how many times do you get to see Marvel Blasphemafet on the screen?
I also want to chime in here in regards to the armor equipment that in our playtesting we do think is probably the better way to play into Levia for the reasons you already said before. You're significantly weaker at clearing Blasphemafet. So from the Bravo's POV, it's either park a CNC in Arsenal and hope it lines up, or just hope and pray that the turn they drop Blasmo is not an extra action point turn and they can clear it.
Yeah, and we see that Justin has to take some extra damage in order to keep that blue buckling blow to clear the Blasphemafet. Blasphemafet Doomsday, acting as a 1 card, 12 points of value, attacking for 6, and then also soaking 6 points of damage.
And we see George living and dying by these scabs rolls. Oh! Immediately cracks the gamblers.
Yep,
which
you got to do it.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's see what we get now.
Oh, 1 into 2. So this is the life of a brute.
Yep.
You're gonna roll poorly on scabs, at least once or twice, especially if you're rolling every turn. The silver lining, I think, for George is having access to these Howl from Beyonds in your banish zone lets you salvage not having extra action points. They're kind of like a safety net.
Absolutely, because you can at least turn these cards in your hand that you can't play, these yellow cards, these red cards, into pitch, into the Howls, and then play 1 attack. So at least you're not doing just a 4-card 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
So George, I think, has 10 blood debt already. So his Hexacore is certainly online. Blasphemafet Consumed might be coming in the next couple of turns as well, depending on how much damage he takes. So
yeah, and we see we were talking earlier about the life total discrepancy.
Yep.
We see now that the game has kind of flipped completely on its head as George has been able to chain together these really high value turns.
Yeah, I think that's one really strong thing about as he throws his Levia to his opponent.
Yeah, I think Justin was asking this to what the text of Blasphemafet Consumed is.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. As we see this nice altar Levia.
Yeah, cool. No, I did not. No, I did not flip. No, I just.
Oh, now there's a question on.
Yeah. They're trying to see. It's no. The Justin just had a question about. Oh man, I hope more players feel comfortable. I think at any point in a match, you're always allowed to ask the judge, what a card does.
Right.
So many players I see who are really unsure about something, they just play, and even if you're unsure, and then you get corrected by your opponent. Oh, actually, it does this. You can always just ask a judge.
Yeah. I don't think there's any reason to feel embarrassed that you don't know what a card does. If it's going to impact the game that you know what a card does, certainly just pause the game and ask a judge.
Yeah.
So we see that George is thinking here. He has 1 action point because of that Scabskins roll. At least his turn is not over. Because the turn being over would have been pretty bad, not just because he passed his turn, but also because Blood Debt has not been turned off by Levia's ability.
Yeah. I think needing to use the Gambler's Gloves, we should talk about that as being a pivotal moment in this game.
Yep.
Because you're playing Hexagore, you don't have access to Go Again like you would if you were playing Mandible Claw.
Right.
And so you're much more reliant on rolling Scabskin Leathers. And because you're kind of forced to roll Scabskin Leathers almost every turn. Oh, and he's going for
the Spoiled Skull already. So we're going to choose 3 cards from our banish, 3 action cards, and 1 will get picked at random, and George can then play it this turn, and Spoiled Skull then dies.
Yeah, I think George is probably hoping for the Dread Screamer.
Yep. Oh, Spoiled Skull actually banishes itself, which it does have Blood Debt itself, which is nice.
Yeah. We're just getting to that number.
Yeah. So we're going to choose our 3rd option here. Blue Endless Maul.
Okay.
Interesting.
I got 7's bigger.
I wonder if we just don't have a red. Maybe we don't have a better. We have.
He might not have a way to turn off Blood Debt in his
So
hand.
he needs a banish card.
So
you're right.
He needs a card to banish. So you got Mark of the Beast. Okay. Mark of the Beast is honestly probably the same as a Dread Screen. No, it's not the same as because you could have swung Hexagore.
Right.
So, but Mark of the Beast is probably the second best card that he could have.
So here we go. This is what we're talking about. Even though it's only one action point, you can pitch these yellows in your hand, which Levia does play a significant amount of, and swing for 12 here instead of just 6.
Yeah.
That's just gonna get.
Oh, it gets the whole hand block. So George basically did 4 cards of deck damage to Bravo while only taking 1 card out of his own deck, which is really strong.
But George now is in a position where, we know that his arsenal doesn't clear Blood Debt most likely.
Yep.
And we know that the card in his hand doesn't either. So he's kind of forced. He doesn't have the Howl from Beyonds and his Banish anymore, so he's out of safety nets. He needs to kind of catch a break either by getting like a good Scab Skins roll or by drawing some way to have go again. If he draws into a Dread Scream, I think that would be huge.
Yeah, so these 3 draws are going to be really important, and I don't think George wants to turn into Blasphemous Consumed too early. I think he wants to choose when that happens.
Yep.
So we're going to see here, Artivore definitely turns off Blood Debt. I was hoping he was playing this card, and this card is so good.
He's choosing to banish a blue Recuromp, so Blood Debt is off.
Perfect. So George, very happy to have drawn this Artivore because that's a lot of Blood Debt to have to take and have to transform.
And Go Again is so much stronger, I think, with Hexagore than it would be if you had Claws.
Yeah, because sometimes you pick Go Again hoping you draw into that second attack.
Yeah.
With Hexagore, you have that 2 for 6 already available to you.
Yep.
So here we see that card you were talking about earlier, the 1 for 6. It's going to banish 3 cards randomly from the grave.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it hits or not.
We only have 3 hits. Yeah, we have 3 hits. Okay.
Oh, he's saying there's only 3 hits in the grave at the moment? So 4 dice for 3 cards is so interesting to me.
Yeah,
I cannot understand the math.
I need to kind of know what's going on.
All right, so this is a good time to whiff if we are going to whiff. We did not whiff.
Did not whiff. He got the Ghostly Visit out. So Ghostly Visit, I think, is much better if he still had the Gambler's Gloves in play.
Because you could roll after this attack and then see if you can do Ghostly into Hexagore, which is so strong.
It might still be worth it. It depends. You have to peer into the soul of a Levia player to really understand what they're thinking.
Easy, just look into my eyes, Yanji. You roll.
And as we know, every hero does have a soul. That has been confirmed by LSS. So Levia does have a soul, even though she's a shadow hero.
Yeah, but when she flips into Blasphemous Consume, then she goes into the soul.
She does go into the soul.
Yeah, that is a piece of game. You can actually, when you flip to Blasphemous Consumed, you can then attack her with what's it called? I think it's Lunar Tide Plunderer.
Oh, that banishes
and then
the card.
banish the Levia
underneath
in the soul.
That's so funny. So we see a block with 2-3 blocks from Bravo, and then we're going to see...
we had the Dread Screamer. Okay.
So we can do Dread Screamer into Hexagore. This is such a strong turn.
So this line, I think, is really good from George. Getting 2 misses out of the banish before, and then closing the chain to add another 6 into the graveyard. He's really maximizing his chances.
Yeah, this is so smart. Even if we whiff and don't get Go Again, still a decent turn, but we did hit. This is some side of the road European trick. Yeah, when someone tells you what's happening and you just don't understand.
Yeah.
What is this magic trick? Okay, we banish a Howl, a 6, and Gambler. So we got rid of 2 whiffs and got the Howl back.
Getting a Howl into the banish zone, so strong.
So now we have here, he's probably going to put the Howl here.
So blocking the Civic Steps here is actually, I think, potentially really risky for Justin.
Don't. Why would you do this? This opens up Ghostly into Hexagore. Oh, no.
It depends, if George needs the card. So one thing that you can do if you're, I don't know if baiting is the right word, but you're incentivizing George to use the last card in his hand to play the Ghostly Visit. But if you do that, then George has 1 more miss in his graveyard, and also doesn't have a setup for the next turn. He's not guaranteed.
That's true. He doesn't have
depending on what that card is.
Yeah.
If it's like a red attack that banishes from graveyard, maybe you would have rather kept that instead of. These are the decisions that you run into.
Right. So this, in Justin's mind, might be the perfect time to block with Civic Steps because it might be wasted here if George does want to keep that card.
Yep.
But you are also allowing George to convert any card in his hand to 4 more damage, which a 1-card 4 is very strong.
Yeah.
And if it's a blue George is holding, he can Ghostly and the +3 buff, and he's not going to.
George just throws the Hexagore out. He's like, I'm attacking with it.
Hexagore for the first time, so this will not do any damage to George. He has about 15 blood dead, it seems like, and he will swing 6 damage on a weapon, which is absolutely crazy for 2 resources.
Yep. With Go again.
It does have Go again. So we could still see him choose to do the Ghostly at the end.
I wonder at this point in the game what your plan as Justin is.
Yeah.
I feel like you might be in the wait for Levia to implode waiting room.
Yeah, I mean, block out and hope that George's deck just works against him.
Yeah, and George, I think choosing the more conservative route, just like whatever. I wasted the quicken token. That's fine.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on it anyways, and his turn was so much damage still.
Yeah.
It was 6 into 6, 18 damage on one of them a weapon. I mean, that's such a great turn.
Yeah.
And we're just going to swing back with 4. We've gotten Justin to the halfway point, and we haven't even flipped yet. So there's definitely going to be another phase of this game where George is going to have some more explosive turns once he becomes Blasphemous consumed.
Yeah, George still doesn't need to block. I think Justin also feels the need to pressure George's life total at least a little bit. If you never pressure the Levia's life total, then that Husk is just staying there.
Yeah.
And then the Levia gets to kind of choose when she wants to flip. While you're pressuring down, then you might get the Levia to use her Husk on an attack that isn't as relevant. Right now, that Husk and Scabskin Leathers is great protection against Crippling Crush. You will never get Crippling Crushed when those 2 equipments are on the field.
Having 8 block available on armor is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
So even 11 dominate will just be blocked with armor. So Justin still has to work through that in order to be able to pressure with crush effects. So we're seeing back to George's turn, I believe. We're going to play the Howl. And we did not roll Scabs, so George is playing a little bit more conservatively, I think, now that Gamblers is gone.
Yeah.
Another Dread Screamer.
We have the Dread Screamer.
This is for 8, I believe. This is a yellow Dread Screamer.
Yeah, we're back with the parlor tricks, I suppose. I kind of get you. Surely you roll 3d6 here, right?
Yeah.
No, he's been rolling 4 dice.
Oh, I see what happened. My tape came undone.
Maybe
how many hits does George have? He has 1, 2, 3. So half of his. I think it's a pretty good chances that he has Go again on here. I think it's somewhere close to like 70 or 80%.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, there's
6, 2, and a 5.
3d6 and also like a triangle dice. I'm not sure I understand. Howl is again banished. We still have 1 hit in banish, which is nice.
Yeah, but rebanishing that Howl, so good.
And this will have Go again because we did hit. Blood Debt is turned off, and this is 8 Go again. And we still have 3 cards in hand, which is pretty crazy.
And we have nothing left floating at this point.
This deck does take some setup, and I think you have to think a lot when playing Levia because you have to manage your grave and banish and know when to play the correct thing.
So Justin, I think, was asking, like, do you have anything floating? George actually needed to pitch an additional card, had another blue.
Yep. So 2 cards in hand, 2 floating here. We can play that Howl into maybe another attack. Howl into Ghostly is another route that we can take. Or
the Civic Steps is just looking so awkward here because you don't want to block it on. Maybe you like when do you block? Civic Steps is so much more threatening against Hexagore than it would be into Mandible Claw. Into Mandible Claw, like when you're gonna do it. When the Levia plays Blood Rush Bellow, you can block on the second claw swing for the most part. Here it's like every time you get Go again, it's just so much pressure.
It's so scary. And we see George here doing a 3-card 14.
Yeah, and I think George just doesn't want to roll it because it's like if you roll and you get a 1, it's just so bad. But if you roll and you hit, that's an extra 4 damage.
It is.
Just saying.
Yeah, George is going to keep 2 cards in here as he ends his turn, but 14 damage turn off 3 cards. Only one of them is a card from deck is so strong in so many ways.
Yeah.
This deck does take some setup, and you are playing with fire, and that you can hurt yourself a lot with Blood Debt, but you get so much upside with the fact that you have a 2-for-6 weapon.
Yeah. George actually has quite a few misses. I think he only has 2 hits and 5 cards in his graveyard right now.
I think it's 1 or 2 hits, to be honest. 1 of 4.
One of 4. Yeah. Yeah, that's a yellow Dread Screamer.
Yes. So I think it's just that red Endless Maul that's in the graveyard right now. So we do have to play a little bit.
You see another Shade and Death Hydra.
And we're going to just swing again with this hammer. Justin is getting to a life total that is kind of scary. Do you think George is playing Blood Rush Bellow in this list?
After looking at the construction of his deck, honestly, I would be surprised if he was.
Generally, just because of the proactive graveyard fill, it's quite nice. Plus, you are basically next to an Art of War Dread. It's just 4 damage for free.
Sure.
True.
It's fine.
And it buffs your Hexagore to 8, which is sick.
Yeah, in that case, honestly, like if he is playing Blood Rush Bellow and not seeing a single one so far,
that's pretty unlucky.
It's a bit unlucky, but I also wanted to say that when you do draw them, it's more likely that they're going to be awkward to play because you might draw 2 in the same hand.
I do want to point out his hand. We have this defense reaction, which when banished, you pay 2 and it blocks for 6. Guardian of the Shadow Realm. So you can recur it from your banish by paying 2, which doesn't have go again, but you can have a go again attack and then pay 2 for this and arsenal it, which is pretty good defense against Bravo. I don't know that George will actually need it with how this game is going, but really interesting card. I do love this.
It's also kind of cool when you have Guardian of the Shadow Realm that if you do have it in your banish zone, when you do flip to Plasma Fet Consume, that you can just play it on their turn because it's once per turn.
Right.
It's not once per your turn.
So sick. Here we have Mark of the Beast, which will banish itself, which means Blood Debt has again been turned off. George seemingly has constructed this deck to a point where with your draws, you should be able to turn off Blood Debt every turn, which I think you have to do when you're going to be banishing 20 plus Blood Debt every game.
Yeah, at this point, flipping to Plasma Fet Consume, you might just lose off of the banish.
Yeah, that is very true. So George will have to definitely play safely and conservatively. We still have some armor to chip through and 15 life to chip through.
Yeah, so we're getting attacked by Command and Conquer here. A little bit awkward. We have a defense reaction set.
Oh, we have 2 Guardian of the Shadow Realms right now. This is rough.
No.
We have 1 in hand here, and then we also have 1 in Arsenal down here. So this is a little bit awkward for George. This could take the Husk. So we could just throw the Husk at this and say, I just won't take anything.
Yeah, it's kind of scary because, the Tunic is on 3.
Yep, we have...
It's the blue floating. It's the best friends. A blue, a Command and Conquer, and a mystery card, and the Tunic counter.
CNC Pummel against any deck is insane. Against Levia, when you're also playing a game against yourself where you don't want to take Blood Debt, is so dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know if George's plan involves flipping or not. If you no-blocks the Command and Conquer and he has the Pummel, then you go to 12, so you can't flip.
You can't flip anymore, yep. Then you have to go to Redeemed, which I don't think this game plan really wants to go to Redeemed.
Yeah, if you go to... If you block it and he pummels you, then, you're in for a world of hurt.
Right. You're losing 2 cards, you took 4 damage, and
you're going to be taking Blood Debt. So you're going to flip
it.
You're going to flip into Plasma Fet Consumed. Perhaps not, not wanting to.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, you really want to turn into Consumed when you want to, not because your deck forced you to or your opponent forced you to.
Yeah.
So.
One of the issues I think that Levia has is Levia does a really good job of in the mid game kind of trading in an efficient manner.
Yep.
But actually closing the game out always involves some combination of either getting extra action points or putting together a dominated attack or something like that. But when you're presented with these hit triggers from the Bravo side, especially towards later on in the game, you run into a lot of awkward situations where the cards that you want to be playing like a 4-card hand, 5-card hand, whatever, to be closing the game out, and you just don't have access to those cards when the Bravo has enough life. And this is part of the reason I think why Steelbrave Buckler is so good.
Yep.
It gives you that extra cushion to be able to throw these annoying attacks towards the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Being able to pressure Levi into a strategy they don't want to take on a certain turn can actually be game-winning because they have such a tight curve in which to kill the opponent, right? Like you have to do the Shadow, the Beast Hulk, Writhing Beast Hulk or whatever for Dominate. You have to have a crazy Blood Rush turn. You have to have these combination of cards that probably requires 3, 4, 5-card hands.
Yeah, Levi doesn't get through blocks very well because Levi's like, breakpoints, what are those? I attack for 6. It's just many different flavors of 6, and all the 6 just get blocked by 2 cards.
Yep. And at a certain point, if you start losing cards in your deck that turn off your Blood Debt and you have to flip and you didn't want to, you could just end up losing the game. I do think Levia is one of the harder heroes in this game to play, especially in a competitive environment.
Yeah, but harder for what reason? Is it because Levia is not a good hero? No, just kidding.
No,
I think Ethan has proved that Levia, has what it takes.
Yeah, I think arrows.
I was waiting for that.
I think arrows before Lexi are a good comparison of a mechanic that is it worth doing this thing? Like, is it worth playing a deck that plays arrows and you don't have a weapon? Lexi, of course, and Azalea now have so many tools where it is worth it.
Yeah.
But in the same vein, is it worth playing a hero like Levia when you are playing this game against yourself, where you could just and he had the CNC pummel. George takes all of it and can no longer flip. He didn't even give the husk, which at least would have stopped.
Yeah, and I think now the awkward part is because Justin had the pummel, that husk is just gone.
It's dead, yeah. I don't understand not using the husk here. This is so surprising. I think George put him on you don't have it, but I don't. Oh, that is. Wow. I literally cannot believe that just happened.
And this, if anything, George might look back on this turn and, I think you can tank a CNC pummel. If you block the husk, you take 4. You discard the Guardian of the Shadow Realm, from your arsenal. Maybe you discard the Guardian of the Shadow Realm from your hand, and then you just, life goes on.
And then you flip, yeah.
Yeah, but here it's such a back-breaking play from the Bravo side.
George is now at 12. Husk will die. He can no longer flip to Blast Effect Consumed, and he is on a 3-card hand. And based on George's body language,
the body language. George is probably kicking himself for not blocking with at least the Karen Husk. But you have to deal with these moments of adversity, and it's not over yet for George.
Sure.
He can hit on a Scabskins here and make a 2-card play.
6. He rolled a skips on Scabskins. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So
he rolled another 6.
So I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure if he can use all of the action points.
Yeah.
You can actually potentially pitch the Guardian of the Shadow Realm to attack with the Ghostly Visit. But
right. We do have this.
Yeah. If George has, a 2-cost, like either Mark of the Beast or a Hungry Slaughter Beast, at least having an extra action point.
So we are somehow paying for Endless Maul with a red. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. You had a Terra Limb from them. Yeah. So now we need to banish. We need to turn off Blood Debt, and I think the extra here, George maybe sometimes you roll just to deny info.
Yeah.
So if you roll and you have the extra card, maybe then it forces the other person to kind of.
Oh no! He whiffed. He did not turn off Blood Debt this turn.
Oh. And I think that is probably going to be it. George doesn't have.
He can flip to redeem.
Oh
right?
yes. Yeah, he can flip to redeem.
Okay, so he can pitch his red for Ghostly, and with the last action point, flip to redeem.
Yeah, or save the Guardian. But this is such a bad situation. When you flip to redeemed, you're going to actually lose life because it just sets your life total to 8.
Yep.
And then,
George is so not happy here.
George is going to, and his Hexagore basically gets turned off.
Yeah, his Hexagore cannot be used, or else he will essentially kill himself. Because basically, when you turn to Levia Redeemed, which is here in the bottom right corner, all of your cards lose Blood Debt. Cards you control lose Blood Debt. So Hexagore cannot ever not deal 6 damage to George.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, just to note, it does it does flip all the cards face down as well. So Ghostly and Howl are no longer playable.
But George does have a Howl in his graveyard that if he does banish, he can replay.
Yeah. So in future turns, based off banishes, we will have some more options. George drew 2 Artivores, which is not really what you want to see at this point in the game.
I think this game is an excellent example of the highs and lows of Levia. When you're rolling, when you're hitting those 6s, when you're getting the extra action points, and you're presenting a lot of damage, it feels amazing. And then it can all change in the span of 1 turn cycle, where a couple things don't break your way, and now all of a sudden you're on the defense when you don't want to be.
Yep. As we see a red choke slam dominated come from Justin here. Husk is gone and did not get value, which would have been really useful for George's life total. We are now down at 8 because Levia Redeemed starts at 8, and he did flip to it. So we play Guardian of the Shadow Realm, pitching one of the Artivores.
So we're taking 2 damage. Oh, such an awkward sequence of cards to face into a CNC pummel, the defense reaction in the arsenal and also in the hand. Command & Conquer has honestly looked amazing on stream and on a lot of the games that we were watching.
Yeah, we have made that card seem insane on all of these matches. Hungering Slaughter Beast going to come down here. I think we have a lot of whiffs, to be honest.
It doesn't matter anymore, but
right.
he. So I think he can still hit like the Guardian of the Shadow Realm or the Ghostly Visit or the Howl from Beyond, and those are still live plays.
Yes.
Even though they don't have Blood Debt, you can still play them.
Yep, because they get banished and the cards say on them, you may play this from your banished zone. So we see George doing his magic trick. Here, 4 dice, somehow meaning 3 banishes. And
there has to be a method to the madness.
I need to ask him. I have to know. All right, so Guardian has been banished. So that is recurable.
Yeah, if he has an extra action point, he can pay 2 to put it back in his hand.
Yeah, I don't believe we rolled Scabs this turn, so we are just swinging for 7 and passing here. What's unfortunate is I don't know that George, with where he is now, has the ability to do the 15 through blocks and armor to close out the game. With the fact that we aren't on Blasphemy Effect consumed and our Hexagore has been effectively turned off.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a Blood Rush Bellow. I wonder if he either takes them out in this matchup or is not playing them.
Yeah, I wonder. I think it's possible that he just cuts them for this matchup and just instead leans, because like the Blood Rush Bellow, it's not like when you have claws and then they convert 2 resources into 5 go again. Here, it usually probably if you get to play 2 things, you have to hit Scab Skins or you need a Dread Screamer, and then it gets like a lot worse.
Yeah, and even if you do have a go again attack, it's a Blood Rush was a 1 for 4. Like you paid 1 for +2/+2. On claws, it's a 1 for 6 because usually it's claw attack.
Yep.
So obviously much better with claws. So you do run the risk here without claws that things like Blood Rush are worse, and also your Hexagore can be turned off, which we see right now. And this weapon, Titan's Fist, just becomes better and better as George gets lower and lower in life.
Yeah. One card weapons that attack for 4 have just historically been very strong. There's a period in time when people thought that Oldhim, was the man on campus because of Winter's Wail. They banned that card, and then lo and behold, Titan's Fist, not as good, but does the job.
Yeah, it seems so like innocuous too, where it's just like, why would you pay 3 to sometimes do 4 damage? But that being printed on a weapon to convert a card to no deck damage and do 4 is just so strong.
Yeah, George is. This is one of the stronger plays that you have access to in the deck. Being able to combine Slithering Shadowpede with Art of War, and he is Levi Redeemed, so he can still. So those cards actually do go in banish. He can play the Slithering Shadowpede with 6 go again.
Yeah.
Super strong.
Very strong here. So this is a 1 cost for 6, and since he banished it from hand, can play it. And this has go again from Art of War.
Yeah, but the awkward part is like you can't really swing Hexagore as the follow up.
Yeah.
You just die. So he has to just be playing cards from your hand at this point. And if you're the Bravo player, I think it's really difficult if the Levia is just playing cards from the hand to really go over blocks. And Justin is at a very healthy 14. Yep. You could be blocking your whole hand like a couple of turns and still not really be taking that much damage.
Yeah, and Justin still has 5 block on armor available to him too, even after this block. So Justin being effectively at 13 or 18 is so hard, I think. We do have a red Dread Screamer. If this hits, it will get go again, and then with that go again, we could grab back Guardian of the Shadow Realm and put it in Arsenal. So we see our trick here. We did banish Ghostly, so we do have another thing we can convert this go again into. I really wanted to see a Shade and Death Hydra resolved. I don't know if that's going to be something we see anymore.
Yeah, so out of all the things that George potentially could have go his way, there is an out where if Justin blocks his whole hand and he's able to go something like...
no. So we have to roll back the banishes because Art of War was still on the combat chain.
Oh, yes.
Not in the graveyard, which would have affected what Dread Screamer banished.
Sure. Yeah. One way I was going to say that George potentially could still come back is if Justin ends up blocking his whole hand and George is able to go something like Tear Limb from Limb, Shade, and Death Hydra, if he's able to set that up and attack for Oh no, you can't because you would deal. Oh,
I was waiting for you to finish that thought. You lose the blood deck keyword.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Shaden just deals you 13, no matter how you cut it.
So George could go out like
I'm trying out here for the Levi fans. I'm trying to find the out.
George could go out like a hero though and deal 13 damage to himself while trying to kill a guardian. So
yeah, if we were playing like an event that had bounties on players defeated, he would get the bounty.
Yeah, that's true. So the banishes went differently this time. I believe he still turned off Blood Debt. Or not Blood Debt, but he got go again, yes. So we're going to see what Bravo decides to block here. I mean, 6 into 6 into something else is still strong if we do have another attack after this.
Yep.
Bravo choosing what to do here on this Dread Screamer for 6 go again. We do have 2 floating, which ideally would convert into Hexagore. Unfortunately, George would
That would also kill himself. There's a lot of avenues that, in the Levi deck, I guess, that kind of end the game, but on your own terms.
On your own terms. A blue Dread Screamer.
The one I rolled.
Yeah, so the banish is mandatory.
Yep.
Yeah, this roll makes a lot of sense to me, where you just keep the card that you roll.
Yep. So that makes sense. This has go again, I believe, but yeah, because we hit the Shade and Death Hydra.
Yeah,
but I don't think
we
it
have
matters.
no cards in hand, so can't do much.
So this is just 4. Effectively no go again.
And I think as the Bravo player, you're kind of just like figuring out like you wanna be conservative a little bit, but then also you want to, I think, pressure cards out of the Levi's hand. You still have all this armor, so you're at a decent buffer.
Yep. I think one point when Justin actually could have blocked with Civic Steps was on the first Dread Screamer, the red one.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So I think that was actually a missed opportunity to utilize that block for no negative repercussion.
Yeah. Here we see like one of the reasons I think why Tunic is so good in Bravo compared to playing Tectonic Plating.
Yep.
Is that it lets you over the course of the game play defensively and then able to come back with these 2-card 8s with hit triggers.
2-card 8, very strong.
Yeah, Debilitate has a super relevant effect. George most likely doesn't want to get crushed anyways because he's at 5, and that would mean going to 1. But at any other point in the game, it just lets you be like a little bit more efficient than you otherwise could be.
Yeah, Debilitate's one of those interesting red ones to see Justin playing because it's effectively 4 for 10 if Crush Effect goes off, which is really strong, especially if you did it off Tunic. So we see a Hungering Slaughter Beast here, going to banish 3 cards. And Justin is at 6, but again, we still have 5 block on armor available to us.
You know the hero play? I absolutely would have done this. Just roll scabs. And then leave the line open to hit Ghostly as well. That's the kind of like, I can't close the game scenarios that Yanji was talking about earlier, where like Levia on like a 2-card hand just does not really close the game. Yep. You have to go for Hail Marys when you have them so that you buy into like the 4-card keep.
Yeah.
Because that's like his only way out, right?
I think in games of Flesh and Blood, like you need to have a plan. Like, what is my strategy to win this game? Especially when the plan changes. Like, obviously George's plan has changed, and I don't know what he's actually thinking is going to be his win condition. So rolling scabs and going for these like high risk, high reward plays, I think is actually what you have to do. But we're just going to see block with Crater Fist and probably get some cards.
I think one aspect of playing Flesh and Blood that maybe doesn't get as much attention is the game of competing, where you kind of have to stay in the competition throughout the entirety of the game as things go your way and as things don't go your way.
Yep.
Just like finding, no matter how unlikely or improbable you think the outcome is, having a 0.1% chance of finding something is better than finding, a 0% chance. And we saw in, for example, that Azalea Dorinthia game on stream, where it looks hopeless, I think, for the Azalea if their hand doesn't have any disruption. Finding the Baron Bolt on the top of the deck, it just completely changes the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when something doesn't go your way, like George obviously has had multiple things not go his way in this game. I think mentally you can get yourself in this place where like, oh, I lost the game. I've already lost. But even if there is that % chance that you can still win the game, you're already playing, you might as well finish it and see what happens.
Yeah, maybe Justin goes to 2 and then you kill him with a Reckless Swing.
Right.
I'm not sure. There's a not to be overly critical, but I think it's a testament to the players that have consistently done really well.
Yep.
I think they all navigate like this aspect of the game. That's all that I wanted to highlight.
Yeah, like in locals, it's pretty often where like you'll do something and like a CNC pummel, and a player's like, oh, that's game winning, I've lost the game, even if you're still at 20 life. Like you can get yourself into this mentality where you've lost the game for yourself actually because
it's like
you're thinking that
self-fulfilling.
way. Yeah, it is. Like I think I've lost the game, so I have lost the game, even if there are ways of me winning. But you're right. These people who convert frequently, it's not because they're, the best fab players ever. I mean, some of them are.
No, they're not. I just give no credit.
No credit to these great fab players.
Brodie, who's that?
Yeah, I've never heard of him before.
Michael Hamilton, never heard of him.
But it is because they are good players, and also they have this mentality where I'm going to play the game to its completion. I'm not going to get, I guess, tilted by things that happen throughout the game.
And it can be really tough. I think managing your like emotional state is one of like the hardest aspects of competing like in any doing any kind of competition.
This is very interesting. I think George decided I need to fill my grave with more hits, so just decides to fully block, and this is an opportunity for Justin to potentially play something like that Starstruck we see in his hand right now, potentially with Dominate.
Does he have the blues to dominate the Starstruck?
I think it's 3 blues and Starstruck, yeah. This is...
And so I think we are rapidly approaching the end of the match.
Yep, because we have 1 block on armor left as George. We don't have a Guardian of the Shadow Realm right now available to us. It's still in Banish. So this is going to be 10 Dominate, and that hit effect, if it does crush us, means we probably, unless we play exactly a 6 power, won't be able to
I think Justin is probably thinking, because he repped the pummel last turn, like, do you just go for the Dominate, or do you go for the pummel Starstruck?
Looks like we are going with the Dominate, Starstruck, 10 Dominate, very strong, and this is game. Yep. George extends the fist pump, and that is Bravo taking the game over our Hexagore Levia. Very sad.
Honestly, big props to George for getting the game into a state where it's 4 versus 5.
Yep.
I think if a couple more things had broken George's way, if he had been able to just do the difference is just 2 points. If he gets Justin to 2,
yep.
and then then he can end the game with a reckless swing, and you have to just like give credit to George for in spite of rolling poorly on some turns, in spite of getting hit by the CNC pummel, getting the game into that state where if a couple more things had broken in the end game, maybe he could have found an out.
Yeah, and I think this is like a good learning point too for George to like play that game and like learn a couple of things, like the Bravo repping CNC pummel and just choosing not to respect it and being very highly punished for that. Whereas I think just blocking with the Husk would have changed the game. Like I think it would have. And I think as we play games, like it's good to see these like choke points where one decision I made won or lost me a game, and learning how to navigate those situations.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like about Flesh and Blood, where in a lot of other card games, you don't have it's hard to pinpoint. Sometimes it's like, well, I didn't draw like those cards, so I don't know if it's because I didn't draw the cards or if it's because of like a decision that I made.
Yeah.
Whereas in Flesh and Blood, a lot of the times, even if you make a decision that is maybe defensible in a situation like it's like a 50-50, like you could have made a judgment call either way. You can look back and be like, oh no, actually I made the wrong choice, even though at the time I thought it was a 50-50. The game progresses, and later on you're like, oh, actually that choice that I made like on like 2 or 3 turns back cost me some more opportunities down the line.
Yeah, I think that's what makes Flesh and Blood such a competitive game that people like so love to play, is because most of the game just comes down to your decision making. Like in other games, it's I drew poorly, or my opponent just had everything, or whatever it might be. But in this game, it's so much like, oh yeah, that decision I made, those blocks I made, I didn't see this line. It's so much our own decision making that influences what happens in a game.
Yeah, and so overall, great game by both players. We might see if we can get an interview, although I think that the round timer is rapidly approaching.
Yep.
So we're going to at least go to our sponsors, to our sponsor clip. Thank you to everybody who's making the stream possible.
Ayo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your flesh and blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the flesh and blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of Battle Hardened Orlando, where there is no ice this year in Florida like usual, but also in Flesh and Blood. We're about to hop into round 5, which is going to be a Dorinthia versus a Uzuri, I think both of which are 4-0. So very impressive on both accounts. I think both decks are really strong. We saw 10 people bringing Uzuri to this event, which is kind of a surprise, being about 10% of the meta. But first thing I want to address, anyone who watched last round, we saw a Levia rolling 4 dice to banish 3 dice from grave. Essentially, that 4th dice is to take into account rolling the same number on one of the other 3 dice.
Oh. Okay.
So if you roll 6, 6, 5, the 4th dice becomes a replacement for one of the 6s you roll. That's essentially what it was. So I think there's more to it because the 4th dice is a lower value. It's a 8-sided instead of 10-sided or something, but that's essentially the math behind it. So you're welcome, everyone. But yes, about to head into round 5, Dori versus Uzuri. What do you think about this match? Do you think anyone's favored particularly?
I think it depends what the Dorinthia strategy is. I think that if Uzuri is oriented more aggressively and Dorinthia is trying to be defensive, I think that it is in Uzuri's favor.
Mm-hmm.
I think if the Dorinthia is trying to be aggressive, there's some lines where she is going to be able to kill the Uzuri. Uzuri actually doesn't really want to be blocking that many cards. You want to block like 1 or 2 cards, so you're kind of leaning pretty heavily on your defense reactions.
Yeah, I agree. I think Uzuri's probably going to have turns where D-reacts from Arsenal are going to be really strong because Uzuri historically does play a good amount of D-reacts, but I think the players are ready, so we're actually going to head into our round 5 here and we will see it live and in action. On the right, we have Tom, a local from here in Florida. Really great player.
Yeah, he was on the stream earlier during the lunch break.
Oh, right. Yeah, pretty good friends with Guy. We played a lot of games together. So really excited to see him in action. He did pretty well at one of the recent callings, I believe. He got like top 32. Okay. I think he was the second highest placing Uzuri at Nats as well. So he's been on this deck for a bit. Definitely a great player who's placed pretty well at high-level events. And so it's great to see him continue to do better, and we'll see how this turns out for him throughout the day. But being 4-0 in this Battle Hard and that has a lot of, I would say, stacked competition is really impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Kyle, is Kyle also from Florida, do you know?
I am not aware of Kyle locally, but being 4 on Dorinthia gives him my respect in spades. Love this deck. I do want to see what he's playing and maybe how he's gotten his success throughout today. I think people build their Dori decks differently. Some people run Iron Song Determination like we saw earlier, which I am a big fan of at 3, especially in this matchup. And we'll see if Kyle's running cards like that. If he's on 1 route, 2 route, I think that's another card that might do well in this matchup as well.
Yeah, if the Uzuri is playing more red line, then you actually end up having like a lot of 2 blocks in your deck. Like probably I would say a third or like slightly less than a third of your deck are 2 blocks. So I've actually found that when I play into Dorinthia submitting Dawnblade, a lot of the times as Uzuri, I find I have to give him a counter and then try to come back with like a Codex of Frailty or something to negate it, and then I'll block on that turn. Like you mentioned, the Iron Song Determination, cards like that, ways that the Dorinthia is able to kind of like really juice the turn with that. Steel Blade Supremacy, like if you have like a Twinning Blade or whatever. You use to kind of, when you do get like a 4 or 5 card hand, it's really difficult for Uzuri to stop. Uzuri doesn't have as much armor as, Bravo or
they have like 4
other
armor,
decks.
I think. Yeah. A couple interesting things too. Cards that I would love to see played, Iron Song Pride, that we didn't see in the other Dorinthia's deck. I think that card is so strong, especially if you're expecting the opponent to try to be racing you and not be blocking as much. I think Pride is really strong. I also think Iron Song versus over Bracers actually might pay some value in this matchup as well.
So we're about to see the players have submitted the decks to each other. We're about to see what loadouts they came to bring.
Yeah, we see Dori already has Copper at the ready. We'll see if that's just for spoils or maybe playing some additional generation. Some people used to be on cash-ins in Dori.
Yeah, we know that Dori is probably not on Centauri Sabers or Axes, but that's all we really can guess right now.
I just want to say, that was so visually pleasing to see Tom reveal his equipment like that. I don't know, that just like gave me goosebumps.
That was so satisfying to watch.
Ethan doesn't like it when I like play and I just like have everything like kind of all over the place.
They like tilted and off center.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we see Tom here on Nerve Scalpel, Spider's Bite.
Yeah.
And we actually see Decimator Great Axe being revealed on Dori's side, which is a very different strategy than the Dawnblade strategy.
Yeah. Decimator Great Axe, I think that Uzuri should do a little bit better because now it's kind of like on the Uzuri player to be able to like present enough. And Uzuri is actually like really difficult as a deck to fatigue. She has a lot of ways to get over blocks with either attack reactions like Shred, with flipping in with dominate attacks with Isolate. And so it's quite hard, I think, for you to like block out.
Yeah, I think Decimator Great Axe might have actually decreased the percentage points for Dori a little bit in this matchup because you are playing a longer game, which gives Uzuri more time to do more damage to you.
Yeah.
So we see Tom blocking. Of course, Decimator Great Axe reduced one of them, but it still was a full block. And we are back. We are now over to Tom's turn. And we do see Flick Knives, of course. That card is one of my favorite cards in the game. And I know...
Yeah, Flick Knives, especially when paired with a Nerf Scalpel, is such a powerful combination. Being able to, in response to your opponent playing a defense reaction, giving -1 to its block that activation.
Yeah, we do see Kyle on Tunic, which it's likely that he's probably playing some amount of shunts because Uzuri can provide dominate pretty often, and the Nerf Scalpel actually might come in handy being able to minus it.
So Tom actually has Inertia Trap in his list.
Oh, very interesting.
That is an interesting one. I think Tom is kind of hedging for the Dorinthia to be playing Dawnblade.
Yep. And that's what I would have expected too. I definitely would have thought inciting this is going to be the standard Dorinthia. I wonder if Kyle can flex his deck into one or the other, or if he's always playing Decimator Great Axe, which if so, very impressive to be 4-0, I think.
Yep.
So Tom drew back up, and we're back over to Kyle's turn, which is going to be another double pitch into Decimator Great Axe.
Yep.
We're seeing a lot of cards that you would typically see in Dori run through.
Yeah, I believe that probably Kyle plays both weapons.
That would make sense, because I think if you're hedging always for Great Axe, you're seeing things like the buff for Axe cards.
Yeah, more blues.
Yeah, more blues. So this is interesting that Kyle's chosen to take this route, especially when Uzuri can provide dominate and push through damage with things like Codex, the boots giving go again, Flick Knives.
Yeah, I think as the Uzuri player, usually when you're dealing with decks that are intent on trying to block you out, you really want to be attacking with your weapons. So speaking of,
there we go.
Even though the weapons don't do as much damage, when you go something like Nerf Scalpel into like an attack for 6, the cumulative effect of -1ing the block value of your opponent's cards is really big.
Yeah. One card that I love that I don't think a lot of Uzuri decks are playing is Orbitoclast. We don't see Tom on it. He's chosen Spider's Bite.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. So I actually submitted an Orbitoclast at Realm Rumble, specifically for Dorinthia and for Dromai.
Yep.
Yeah, so when you run into these decks that are non-traditional, so Spider's Bite is a 10 out of 10 card against many decks like Bravo that are playing a lot of attacks. But you run into these non-traditional decks that just don't have that many attacks, or any at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Dori playing probably half or more, 60%, 70% of the deck being non-attack actions, really strong to play something like Orbitoclast to minus them. We're going to see the Isolate into the switch in with Uzuri.
Yeah, so there is a opportunity for the defending player to react in response. Let's say if you were going to flip in a Command and Conquer, there's a chance like while the card is still face down for Uzuri. However, Tom has flipped into a Shakedown, which now the attack no longer has Dominate, and you can block with another defense reaction from hand.
Just like we see here, that Sink Below. So Tom has gotten through one of those. We have gotten through a Shakedown. Shakedown's such a strong card in that it can be turned on from Uzuri's ability, or if you just play it, it can also be turned on by things like Flicking Knives.
Yeah, one thing I think from the Uzuri side that I wonder about Tom's setup is if you are playing Shreds in this matchup, and then also how many cards that you're submitting in total. Usually against decks that are capable of blocking a lot. So things like Dorinthia, things like Dash Adventure Extraordinaire, where they're like aggro decks most of the time, but they also have the capability to block, because a lot of their cards block 3.
Yep.
You actually kind of want to fat deck a little bit, and you also want to, have cards like Shred, which aren't that great in just like a pure race, but you know that they're might be doing some blocking.
Oof, this is rough. To block with a Favorite Scene that gets halved is not great value.
Yeah, turning Favorite Scene from being a 4-block into a 2-block.
Yeah. And effectively, blocking with a 3-block would have done the same thing, because it says half rounded up, so a 3 would have become a 2. So this Fate Foreseen didn't get too much value. And we actually see an Iron Song response.
Yeah,
Not
plus-
expected here.
+3.
Wow, so Tom actually ends up taking 5 instead of 2.
Yeah, Dorinthia, I think, is the real beneficiary of the fact that the 2 weapons that she is usually playing in these lists between the Decimator Great Axe and the Dawnblade really operate on such different axes.
Yeah.
Where
they operate on different axes, am I right?
where that was a nice one. Where the Dawnblade, you get rewarded for playing like all these defense reactions. Decimator Great Axe actively punishes you.
It does.
For playing defense reactions.
Yeah. It is interesting that this game is going to take a lot longer than I thought it would, probably because these are strategies that the players have chosen, where I assume Tom would be on less blues than he seems to be on. He's pitched blues multiple times already this game. And also, the Dori is not on an aggressive strategy.
I think you can play up to like 12 to 14 blues in Uzuri, and it's somewhat reasonable.
So we see pitch a Codex, so saving that for later in this game, and Tom is actually holding a Nimblism at the moment. So I wonder what his arsenal currently is.
So one thing that we have the Codex.
Makes sense.
Is it a Death Touch or is it a Leave No Witnesses?
Looks like it's Leave No.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't. Oh, he could have actually grabbed Command and Conquer, which would have been interesting.
Yeah, but then you would have lost the value off of the Nimblism because you had to discard it.
Oh, right. He did play an Nimblism. So this is for 7.
Yeah, one thing that I want to talk about for any aspiring Uzuri players is the order that you attack with your daggers when you're going to attack with both of them is actually pretty important. Because the daggers say the next time you would block with something, usually you want to attack the first dagger that you attack with. Should be the effect that they have more or that they have less of in their deck to block with. So in this case, if you choose to attack with Nerf Scalpel first, or if you choose to attack with Spider's Bite first, if you attack with Nerf Scalpel first and then you attack with Spider's Bite, then they could have just blocked a reaction card on your Spider's Bite. Now I can block for full value on whatever your follow-up attack is.
Yep.
Here in this case, because Tom isn't playing Orbitoclast,
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter as much, but just a little handy dandy tip for everyone out there.
Order of things does matter. I used to play Bolton combo, Sabers combo, and order matters a lot in that deck as well.
Oh yeah, like how you choose to attack with your entire
So
Saber.
you want to do Saber, other Saber, other Saber, other Saber instead of all 3 at once.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a CNC for 5 because of the frailty, and notably, we see a pitch of Fyendal's Fighting Spirit yellow. Very interesting card to have in the deck. So it seems like Kyle is playing this strategy where not only is he swinging with Decimator, but just playing these cards that give value. It's a little bit overstated, right? You pitch into Fyendal's and you swing for 7 instead of 6. 2-card 7's pretty good.
Yeah, I think probably those Fyendal's might be in for Dromai primarily.
Yeah.
But
to keep it in here
into the longer matchups into Uzuri, maybe you just get a little bit of extra juice.
Yeah. I do wonder if Kyle did submit more than 60 here, expecting this to go a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think that's probably likely the case. So blocking 6 on the Infect. Overblocking has a lot of different implications depending on how your opponent's setup is. So when Tom doesn't have an arsenal and you attack with an Infect and you block 6, the punish is much higher than if he has an arsenal and he has a card in his hand, then you block 6. Well, it's kind of like he just did a 2-card 6.
Yep.
Because he doesn't get the extra card.
Right. I do know Tom has told me in the past that Shred is like one of his favorite cards in Flesh and Blood ever.
Oh.
So I assume he's on some amount of copies. There was a point in time when Tom's list for Uzuri had rainbow copies of Shred. I think since then he's shredded the number down to a smaller amount, but we do see a Shred in his hand right now.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Rainbow Shred, at least currently. It's just so good into decks like Bravo and Dromai that I think just send it. Just send at least like 7 or 8.
Yeah, it makes your boots better because we see Red Shred blocked, so he is playing red. Really strong. Blocking for 2 here instead of 3 because of Decimator.
Yeah, probably indicating that Tom just doesn't have an assassin attack this turn. Dude, Red Shred is honestly so good.
So good.
In this matchup.
Yeah, when they sink below you and you just say that sink below did nothing is really strong. Also, again, makes your boots better because you can shred, they're going to take the damage and you know it, and then you crack your boots. I love this card so much. Looking for scrap This lets you banish a attack with 1 or lower power from your grave. And if you do, it gets +1 and go again.
Unfortunately, it looks like
He did
Tom
not.
doesn't have something to banish. And he pitched another looking for a scrap. This is one of the awkward parts about playing multiples of this card.
Yeah, I think he used to be on 2. I'm not sure if he's on 2 or 3, but one of the really cool things you can do about this card is you can banish a dagger. So if at some point you flicked a dagger, you can banish it, and it does give this effect. Does give it this effect because it's an attack, a card, not an attack. It's a card with 1 power or less in your grave.
Yeah, I was talking to Ben Dodd about how many looking for scrap. Ben most recently won calling. Which one was it? It was calling Melbourne on Uzuri. So I was trying to get some tips from him in anticipation of the Realm Rumble. And one of the cards that I asked him about was whether or not it makes sense to play more than 1 copy of Looking for Scrap, because he does like a 1-1 split of Nimble Strike and Looking for Scrap. And he was very adamant. He's like, don't play the second Looking for Scrap.
Interesting.
It's really hard, I think, to get the activation twice because you don't always find opportunities to get the blue stealth attacks into your graveyard.
Right. And that would only be the other option because you often don't flick both knives, so that's not going to be very likely.
He was saying that in the slower matchups, you don't just random. So in aggro matchups, you can just randomly flick a knife.
Yep.
But in the slower matchups, you really need to use your knives kind of strategically.
Agreed. Yeah, 2 for 1, 2 cost 1 go again isn't amazing, but 1 is hard for decks to stop unless you're giving a whole card to it. And it's also basically like Kodachis, and Kodachis have proven that they can close games because you become what's called Kodachi locked, and you have to just start giving cards.
Yeah, and so speaking of the Nimble Strike,
this one is live.
Yeah, this one is live because we got to play it the last turn on or one of the previous turns on
the Leave No.
On Leave No Witnesses. I think he also played another one the last turn on the Looking for Scrap. I wonder if he has more than 1 Nimble Strike as well.
Yeah, I wonder if he's on 2-2 or if he's on 1 Nimble Strike and 2 Looking. I could understand some mixture of those, but they basically do the same thing, just different costs. So this, again, is a 1 for 4, gets buffed by 1, and gets go again if you banish Nimbleism. A very OG Welcome to Wraith card, which hasn't seen much play, but in Uzuri, really strong if you're playing the red line.
I like playing 1 or 2 copies of Nimble Strike and Briar, just get another go again.
Yeah, and that deck loved Nimbleism, turned on the lightning tokens. So we're going to take 2 here.
Blocking away route. I think Kyle feels in the driver's seat with regards to kind of closing the game out and just has to navigate the game in such a way that he doesn't get punished too hard by anything that Tom does.
So we see that Kyle has a Steelblade Shunt in his hand, so this might have been a little bit hard to block. So just decides to crown here, just take take 4 of it, and use your crown, and CNC doesn't pop anything because crown shuffles away the arsenal.
Getting to Arsenal Steelblade Shunt. Steelblade Shunt is a great card into Uzuri, especially the red one. He clean blocks almost everything that the Uzuri can really throw at you.
Right, because Uzuri, for the most part, is swapping in dominated 6 attacks.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody's playing the red sneak attack.
No. I do like that card, but I don't think
that would be a 7. But yeah, most are opting for 6 power attacks with relevant hit triggers.
Right. And they effectively were given Dominate because you swap in from Isolate. But yeah, having a Shunt in Arsenal, super strong to be able to stop something like that, especially with your Tunic counter.
Yeah, so Tom has to know that something is behind this Decimator Great Axe. I don't know what you can really do to play around it. You're probably just going to be blocking 1 or 2 cards, if that.
Yeah, this might be a time just to give 2 cards and block for 5 effectively and hope it's just some sort of +3 buff.
Yep.
One thing I love about Flesh and Blood is your opponent gives you so much information with everything they do. So the fact that Kyle blocked with the route, I would find very suspect. Why wouldn't you keep that if you were holding a 4-card hand?
Yeah.
I wonder what's behind this.
Yeah, and then Tom's tree is it has to be something I don't know, Glint, maybe the tutor. I blank on the name again. Stinging Steelblade.
Stinging Steelblade, yep.
Yeah.
So we see that Tom is going to block.
Oh, no. It's just big damage, overpower, 4 more.
4 more damage. This is a +2, and then +2 from Reprise.
Yeah.
Blue overpower.
But Tom actually, so he blocked 4, is able to block it out, so Kyle can't, use Refraction Bolters if he wanted to on this turn.
Right. So it didn't hit, so Dori isn't live to make him allow him to swing again, and he didn't have go again. So
Yeah. Do you know if he had another Steel Blade Shunt, or was it just the blue one?
I think it was just the one that he
that he pitched.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the one he just arsenaled is a different color or not. Because he did arsenal the shunt, correct? I think.
No, well, he just pitched the blue shunt.
Oh, so he might have had another one.
Yeah, he might have like a different card.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that arsenal is then. So Tom on a 3-card hand. Now we're going to start with Nerve Scalpel, which of the 2 daggers he's currently playing with is the most impactful.
Yeah, but needing to pitch 2 reds, I think for the Nerve Scalpel, it's kind of a telegraph. It's like I don't have like a lot of stuff on behind. The best thing that you could do is play a Codex of Frailty.
Yep. What's interesting is Tom does not yet have a Death Touch in his graveyard, so I might have prioritized putting a Death Touch in Arsenal.
Yeah, maybe or blocking with the Death Touch even.
Right, because then your Codexes are much better. But we see Tom dagger an Arsenal, so he took 3 cards and did 1 damage in Arsenal Past, which not super impactful, but maybe that Arsenal is another Death Touch. Maybe he did have 2 or something like that.
Yeah. So the Blue Warriors Valor coming in for 5. You know, Decimator Great Axe, kind of innocuous.
Yeah.
But it does a lot of damage.
It really does.
If you don't block it out, like you can do some damage with this card.
So Kyle's got to have some sort of reaction here, or else this is the end of the turn. Tom blocked exactly for 5, and it looks like Kyle might have a reaction, but maybe is scared of another D-react from Tom. It does seem like Kyle is playing a lot of blues. We see him pitching a blue and yellow here for Blue Valor into Axe, but Axe is so strong, and like you said, it's kind of like Titan's Fist, how we talked about how strong that card is. This card has even more value on it. And we do see a red out for blood.
Yeah, so just going 3 over.
And we did have the Fate. Exactly what Kyle was scared of, but at some point you do have to, both of these players have to play each other out of the D-react.
I think this is playing more towards the Dori's favor, though.
Yep.
Being able to exchange down to like 1 card, whatever, 3-card hands. If the play pattern is Dorinthia attacks with 2 or 3 cards, Uzuri attacks back with 1 or 2 cards, I think it favors the Uzuri.
Yeah, and we see that that's exactly the hand that Tom was given. Last turn it was double Death Touch, Nimblism, and some sort of blue. So choosing to arsenal one of the Death Touches, get rid of the other one. He used Tunic, so this is a 1-card 6, which is great. Does get fully blocked. Is this a Shred? Yes. We finally see Shred. This is a yellow Shred. Essentially means that one of those 3 blocks blocked for 0.
Oh, and he did have the Steel Blade Shunt. It was a red Shunt.
Nice. So we do Tunic and Shunt here, and Tom does not get a hit effect, and Kyle keeps his life total healthy.
Yep.
So we're probably just going to see pitch a blue and Axe. Oh, pitch red, yellow, and Axe. Also choosing to play down and dirties in this matchup, which I assume, again, is for Dromai. So I think Kyle probably did submit more than 60, assuming this is going to go long.
Yeah, and down and dirty is just like, you know, it's not super impressive, but you put it in your arsenal. It's really good into decks trying to do damage to you with Codex of Frailty.
Yep.
So, you know, like a play that people make is like they attack with something with Go Again, make you block a couple cards. Then they play Codex of Frailty. Now you discard a card and you only have a 1-card block. While I have my down and dirty in my graveyard, I put it back and then I get a 2-card block, like a 2 block.
Right, exactly. And if they do something like CNC, you can be like, block with 1 block on armor with my boots, block with a 3 block from hand, and block with my arsenal, and I block everything. So one cheeky play you can do with Codex of Frailty is make them block with cards earlier, and then play Codex, which gives them an arsenal, and makes them discard a card, and then force a CNC, which pops the arsenal you just gave them.
Yep.
So down and dirty is a really good way of not playing into that strategy.
Yeah, I agree.
So again, we see the blue pitch for Decimator Great Axe. What's really cool about Dori is I love the different ways you can play her and also be successful. We've seen Axes be successful at some events.
Yeah.
Sabers, I think people have played around with and probably gets better after this upcoming set. We see Axe, we see Dawnblade. There's just so many ways to play the hero, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So Tom being whittled down a little bit here, sub 20. And we're going to get an Arsenal pass from Kyle and back over to Tom, who has a 4-card hand that includes an E-Strike, which always is nice to have.
Yeah, I do want to say something that is kind of going in Tom's favor with regards to, how the game was going. At some point in time, I think Kyle was ahead like 8 to 10 life.
Yeah.
And now Tom has closed the gap to 21. And I think as long as both players' life totals are going down steadily, that the Uzuri player always has a chance, because Uzuri is really good at closing games out.
Okay.
But Uzuri, it's like the opposite of Levia, where Levia does a lot of value in the early game, but has difficulty closing. I think Uzuri has difficulty kind of doing the damage, getting you down. But once your life total goes down, then it's you have a lot of ways. You have shreds, you have dominate, just like a lot. Yeah, flick knives, just like a lot of ways to just like get in the last couple points of damage.
And even a card like Blue Isolate can just mean you win the game. Like you could Blue Isolate into a Rabble for 5, and then they just have no way of stopping that damage. There's so many cool things you can do with the Uzuri deck to really get those last 2 points of life in.
Yeah.
So you see, we're trading D-Reacts, but Tom is getting much less value out of these D-Reacts than Kyle is.
Yeah, I think at some point in time you just have to play them. Like you don't want to draw them later on.
Yeah, you don't want your second cycle to be Fates and Sinks for sure. So we're on our Tunic turn, which Uzuri can use Tunic really well when we have a Codex turn. And we're going to see the Isolate and likely Uzuri. Banish, no response here. And it is another Shakedown. Second copy of Shakedown played this game. And if Kyle does not have, which he does not have the D-React.
Yeah, I'm going to damage. What color do you name here? I have a guess.
I assume it's blue. Is that?
Yeah, I think I would probably name blue.
Yeah, talking to Tom about Uzuri, he said you just always pick the color you think they have the most of, so you always hit.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to say blue here, and you could even maybe take them off of Swinging Axe if it's like red, red, blue in their hand. So I think that's quite likely. You could think I want to take a threat out of their deck, so I'll say red, but exactly what just happened. So it was red, red, blue. He chose blue. Blue is now banished, and
yeah, and Kyle's turn is significantly worse. If he wants to attack with the Decimator Great Axe, he needs to use a Tunic and pitch 2 reds.
Yeah.
Not exactly where you want to be, especially with cards like Steelblade Shunt in your deck.
And here we go. That's exactly what Kyle's gonna do here. And like you mentioned, taking off your Tunic when you're playing multiple copies of Shunt just makes Shunt worse if you end up in a situation where you have to pitch for that Shunt.
Yeah.
So again, we're gonna get half value out of our Sink Below. Tom's saying, do you have attack reaction? Kyle says, no, I don't. And then we block 2, take 2. If this game does come down to both players being really low and Tom is in a situation where he's sub 5 life, I think Great Axe is going to be really valuable in closing out this game as well. We see that Tom is playing Is That All You Got as well.
Yeah, I was talking to Guy about this beforehand. I'm staying. Ethan and I are both staying with Guy at Airbnb, and he was like asking me about this card. I personally don't like this card that much right now, but I can understand why they're choosing to play it. It's really good into decks like Phi, where they come in with like a Phoenix Flame for 2, or like a Yellow Brand with Cinderclaw. You get to get like 5 value on a single card on defense.
Or dash when they have a pistol, and you can just trade a card for another card.
Yeah, the part that I don't like about it is that I feel like with Uzuri, it's really awkward getting like a random card.
Right. Like you could draw into Isolate or Shakedown. It's like, okay, I don't really want to Arsenal Shakedown.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of cards where it just like doesn't feel great to draw into them. So blue Isolate, we're going to see a 3-block. We're going to Uzuri switch here.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tom yet switch into Command and Conquer.
Yep.
Switching into Command and Conquer is honestly like one of the most powerful things because you don't have like a reaction window, and Kyle doesn't have a reaction, so he is actually getting pretty low.
Wow, yeah, Tom is doing significant damage, and I think you basically always choose Blood Rot Pox here, especially against this deck where Inertia and Frailty doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, the damage, like really, realistically, Tom, I think, has found himself into a really good spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. One downside of Decimator Great Axe is it is so resource intensive that you're not threatening too much in terms of like reactions or follow-up after an axe swing.
Yeah, so Kyle doing his best like aggro Dori impression. Warrior's Valor, even in Decimator Great Axe, still a very powerful play.
Right. So 7 on hit, go again, and then Dori would allow him to swing again.
Yeah.
Which would be available because even if the card in hand is red, he can pay 3 again for axe. So,
yeah, and Tom, if he chooses to take like 11 damage this turn, is getting quite low.
Yeah, going down to 4 is just really not where you want to be, especially when Decimator is cutting your blocks in half. So I think Tom is keying up a 3-card block here.
Yeah, so 3-card blocking for 8.
Right. So if Kyle does have a reaction, it could be quite strong, but then there's no follow-up here.
Yeah, he's blocking a red shred as well. So one thing that you kind of have to do as as the player playing against Uzuri, especially when you're aiming to block a little bit more, is you got to count how many shreds that the Azalea could still be on.
So Kyle's last card was an Iron Song response and chooses to pitch it for the Blood Rot Pox, not to go below.
Not to race. I think that's a smart choice. I think racing actually favors Tom.
Yeah,
if both players are choosing to, bring each other's life down.
Yeah, I agree. If he was on Dawnblade, I think it would be a different story, but racing on Decimator Great Axe, I think, is not going to be a working strategy against a red line deck like Tom's.
Yeah, and so Tom able to do another point of damage. I think we're at the point where every single point of damage is just so much more impactful.
Yeah. I also want to put some respect on these players for playing at a really good pace. Long games like this, Dromai versus Bravo is another example of games that can go pretty long. Just knowing your game plan and just executing it, knowing what to block with, what I want to do on my turn, we're only halfway through the time and we're getting close to the end.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of Flesh and Blood, I think you get into these huge decision trees every single turn, but realistically, only like 1 or 2 of the decision trees end up being good, and it's really up to the players, I think, to do the work before they play in the tournament. So when you're doing testing, when you're playing with your friends, when you're playing on Armory, etc., to kind of really figure out for each of the matchups like what you really want to be doing.
Yeah, 100%. And so we saw Kyle decide to pass on attack reacts, and then it went to D-reacts, and we saw the inertia trap played for no effect, but Tom was able to cover up.
Yeah, blocking out the damage.
And Tom is on a 3-card hand now, so we see a Hurl red, 3 go again. Probably not going to flick a knife here. So Hurl is 3 go again. You can pay 1 to flick a knife if you would like to when you attack with this card. And Kyle thinking what to do here. At a certain point, Kyle needs to close out the game to deal 15 damage through a little bit of armor as well.
Yep.
So you can't just keep blocking out everything, I don't think. And Tom still does have flick knives live. At some point, I think flicking one of these daggers is going to be impactful.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so talking about our deck size here, we can see over here on Tom's side, the deck is looking a little bit thinner than the Graveyard. So
Ooh, Tom has a Spreading Plague.
Spreading Plague, one of my favorite cards. This is interesting. So you choose to do it there because you're going to play a Codex, so you don't discard it.
Yeah.
So not amazing value, but giving a Blood Rot in this game is 2 more damage that has to be.
Yeah, there's actually an interesting line in terms of decision making. So you actually can choose not to play the Spreading Plague and then choose to just swing Dagger instead. And if you swing the Nerve Scalpel, for example, you can Codex for a Death Touch and then keep the Spreading Plague in deck. As it is right now, because Kyle has access to armor, he can pay for the Blood Rot.
Yeah, I agree. I think swinging with Dagger might have been a little bit more impactful because Spreading Plague can be a game-winning card.
At
the end of the second cycle, they block with 2-3 cards. Give them 2-3 Blood Rots. They can't pitch that many blues. They just lose on their turn. So I wonder if Tom is playing multiple copies, and maybe he knows
sure.
We see Tom is also on Sigil in his hand, which is a card that's done a good amount of work in some of the matches we've watched so far today. So you see Tom also on it. Like you mentioned, these decks that can have like middling hands where not every card can be useful.
Yep.
Or you're threatening maybe an Uzuri trigger and instead you're just playing a Sigil instead. It can be quite good.
Yeah, and it looks like Kyle is going to be taking damage from the Blood Rot here.
Yeah.
So actually the Spreading Plague working out in Tom's favor. Getting that extra 2 points of damage, I think, is going to be huge. We're nearing the point in the game where legitimately, like one attack could kind of seal the deal. Where you attack for, let's say, you attack with a Death Touch, or something, and then you combine some shreds with Flick Knives, and you can do 9 damage.
Yeah, very easily. There's so many ways for, I think, Tom to close the game, whereas I think Kyle has less of a strategy for doing so, other than just Some attack reactions like Overpower. I doubt he's on like red Overpower.
Yeah.
So we see another Rabble here. Let's see if we hit another red.
Oh, we hit a blue.
Hit a blue.
The Briar's favorite. Ravenous Rabble for 2. Actually, quite unfortunate in the Uzuri deck. Although we are kind of nearing the end of the game, I think we should be pretty close, if not already at the second cycle.
Yeah, so around turn 15 should be about second cycle. If we're utilizing all 4 cards every turn, that should be 60 cards that have been utilized so far, either through pitching or through playing. So
interesting that Tom chooses not to attack with Dagger. I think here it's a little bit of a telegraph that there's going to be shreds coming.
Yeah, which is interesting. Tom actually has Sigil E-Strike in hand. I think he might Flick Knives here because Flick Knives will turn on Shakedown.
Yeah, here it's kind of like a little bit of bait where if you have the Sigil, you know, and you're like repping Shred.
There we go.
But Kyle doesn't fall for it, says, whatever, I'm blocking 6. What are you going to do? You don't have a Shred.
So we do see that fake Shred was a Sigil. Tom up at 13, and we see that Tom is effectively at double the life as Kyle now, which is looking good in Tom's favor.
Yeah.
He also arsenaled an E-Strike, which will be really good for a wider turn.
Yeah, E-Strike is really good for pushing. So at some point you want to kind of put together this like 4 or 5 card hand.
Yep.
And E-Strike just having go again, you know. Every attack that has greater than 3 power makes the weapons that Tom has access to just stronger and stronger.
Yep. And we know Tom has at least one more Codex in his deck. He pitched it a couple of turns in.
Nathan says Uzuri gets fatigued in this matchup every time. I don't think that's true.
I don't think that's true. Yeah, I think between Dominate, Shreds, Blood Rot Pox from Spreading Plagues, I think there's enough damage to get through here. So we actually see 7. Interesting. I guess Tom's last card in hand is not one he wants to play this turn.
It might be a stealth attack. Like his hand might have 3 stealth attacks if we could get a close.
It looks like Backstab or Isolate. I'm not sure.
I couldn't get a great look.
Yeah, so we see the Shun Off Tunic again, 1 card 6. Really strong. Kyle does take 1 though, so we are down to 6 life.
Yep.
But to Nathan's point in the chat, Tom's deck is getting thinner, so his deck compared to his graveyard is much thinner for sure. So we are going to be attacked with a CNC here, which puts Tom in an awkward position, I think, unless his arsenal is a Sigil, which would be really great for him. So it looks like Tom is keying up some sort of 6 block, which makes sense
I
here.
believe their list, because I talked to Guy, I believe he's only playing 2 Sigils.
2 Sigil, okay.
Or sorry, only 1 Sigil.
Oh, just the 1, interesting.
Yeah, instead of 2.
I guess if you have just 1 slot, you're not sure what to put in. Sigil is a pretty nice flexible card. So we see Tom has, I think, Isolate and Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, in terms of threats that Tom still has left in his deck, he still has access to the one Looking for Scrap that he pitched at the very beginning of the game. So we could be looking to kind of set up like that's going to be like the turn where you go something like Weapon, Looking for Scrap into like a 6.
Yeah, I think that'd be a really strong play that could make it so Tom can close out this game. We do see that Kyle does think that Fatigue is the game plan. Playing this Remembrance and putting back 3 action cards. One of them, it looks like being Iron Song Determination to close out this game with Dominate.
Yep.
So 2 Sharpened Steel, 1 Iron Song Determination.
We know what the game plan is. It's 1 big Dominate Axe.
So Kyle's deck also looking a little bit thin, probably about 20-ish cards in there. I think Tom's is certainly thinner, especially after this Remembrance. But I do think Tom has the tools to get through this life. Notably, Kyle hasn't used all of his armor. Brave Forge has been untouched, which is interesting, to not have at least used it once so far in this game. But we are now back over to Tom, and we'll see what he can do off of Tunic. There's that Inertia Trap we saw pitched earlier in this game.
Yeah, so I think that was with a red Infect or something.
I do think, yeah. So I think he might have, maybe he arsenaled that Infect. We do see his last card in hand is Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to play here. And this does demand some sort of 2 cards at least. Either 1 card in armor. So we finally get
using the armor. Getting a little bit of inefficiency, blocking 5 on 4, but...
Yeah. At least that hit effect does not happen to banish from your deck and your arsenal.
Tom is at about, I think, 16 or 17 cards left.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 from the pitch.
Yeah.
Nice. So, yeah, we have about 4 hands left for Tom, and Kyle's deck is certainly a little bit thicker than that, especially because we did Remembrance. So fatigue is certainly a strategy here. Hopefully Tom's deck through Codex, through go again attacks like looking for scrap we know are in there, through flick knives has enough damage, but this is a pretty good turn for Kyle to swing 7 and have the block of the first block here. So Tom has to key up a block here. You do not want to take 7 to go to 6.
Kyle is at effective 4 though, because you can flick the knives twice.
That's true, and that is unstoppable damage. So Tom just needs to get him to 2, and then I think we have a win condition.
Just needs to find some way to chip through 4 damage.
Yeah, and Kyle only has 2 armor block left. I do think if you're Kyle, you want to proactively use that, knowing that flick knives is an inevitability. So we see we have a looking for scrap in hand. We have surgical extraction, backstab, and one more card I'm not sure of.
That's Sink.
Is it Sink below?
I think it's Sink below. I think he's deciding if he wants to Sink here.
Interesting. He could backstab into surgical, which wouldn't be able to be de-reacted to at least until the switch. So
yeah, also I wonder what his arsenal is. I think ideally you want to get yourself in a position where you can arsenal this looking for scrap.
Yep. Yeah, I think you want a wider turn to close out the game instead of just throwing it just because you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are getting to a point where deck damage might be the reason we win and not life damage. But we know there's at least one more Codex left, which is a great way of doing some damage. I think it's really good on Kyle to have held an arsenal and still holding an arsenal, so you don't have to discard off of a Codex. So I wonder what Tom is looking for, if he's thinking it might be an Iron Song response that he has to contend with here. Which, what a card that is, that it affects any weapon. So Tom really wanting his turn to be effective in the next turn, but also definitely needing to block here and not being able to block it all with just 2 cards. So,
yeah, so choosing to block 5.
Yep, so choosing to block 5 here, and then Kyle says no reaction. So Tom takes 2 and goes to 11. Tom thankfully still has some wiggle room with his life total, so he could maybe hold a bigger hand at some point and take more damage. But I'm not sure what he's going to do this turn that's going to be super impactful. I do think the daggers are going to be useful, like we see Nerf Scalpel being attacked with here. Pitching the Codex.
Oh, so the last card was Codex.
So this is going to come up later in this game. So Tom really holding on to that last Codex.
Yeah, I think the ideal play that you have is something like you go like scrap. You can go like scrap Codex, like weapon scrap Codex.
Yeah, that'd be a really strong play. One card I do like in Uzuri that I don't know that they're playing a lot of is the one that if they block, it stacks your deck. I think Brodie used to play the card.
Give and take?
Give and take, yeah. I do like that card because either you're taking 3 damage or you're giving me a card back, which could be a Codex.
So. I had a long discussion with Ben about it. I am very opposed to that card.
You're opposed to it?
I hate it. I hate give and take. I just can't get behind pitching 1 or paying 1 resource for 3 go again.
Yeah, I think it's just for squeaking in damage against decks like Bravo and...
Can't make me do it.
Yeah, because you can pitch a blue, do dagger, give and take Codex, and that's not...
No, that, like, it's fair. I acknowledge that
there's value in it.
I acknowledge that there is a reason why people could do it.
Yeah.
It's really, you're going to have to do some convincing for me to want to do that.
Yeah, we'll just have to play some games and then see if it does anything.
Yeah.
So Tom, I don't think is on that card. We haven't seen it. We're on pitch stack, and he hadn't boarded in if he's on that card, which you would in this matchup, I assume, unless you didn't assume Great Axe. So our players here are thinking about what to do. This is an isolate red, so this is 3 dominate.
Yeah, Kyle really has to be concerned. I think he was counting his graveyard to see if Tom had played all his Command and Conquers, most likely.
Have we seen Command and Conquers from Tom, or did he pitch most of them? He pitched Reds at some point. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't noticed.
The CNCs, we see a sink below, not great here.
Oh, the sink below. Oh, CNC is just looking so nice.
We do see a death
all
touch
of these games
in Tom's hand right now.
Yeah.
And this sink below really bad right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, CNC has seemed like one of the best cards in the game, which likely it is in all of the games that we've casted so far. So Tom definitely not liking that CNC is coming at him. Is this the third CNC that Dori's played? I think it might be. Which really unfortunate that Tom has been on the receiving end of all of them. The fact that Dori has been able to keep enough cards to swing every single CNC is...
Dude, somebody out there is going to be like, oh, dude, this Dori is so smart. He pitch stacked the Command and Conquer to match the sink below.
No. Kyle is insane at this deck.
Kyle is insane. No, the timing for CNC. So I mean, like this is like one of the things where when you're pitching for the Great Axe early, like we saw a lot of turns where Kyle is pitching like red plus yellow, and it can be hard to like track in the moment when you're playing.
Right.
It's also a little bit different because when the players are playing different deck sizes, and to know like how many like threats that you have left. I wonder if Tom ever had a good time to kind of use that sink below. I feel like if you're playing into Decimator Great Axe, you just want to get rid of like these defense reactions for, moments like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, pitch stack's so good. Play the Remembrance now. Shuffled it into the hand where you draw the sink.
Yeah, when your pitch stack is so good that shuffling doesn't even matter, that's when it's a good pitch stack.
Big brain pitch stack.
Huge brain. We can see if you look at Tom's deck now, I think we're looking at 10 cards.
Yeah, I think Tom is spending so much time deliberating this because basically he has access to two plays. He can let his arsenal die, or he can block. I think he can block his whole hand and pass with a sink below, or like those are basically the only plays that he has access to.
Oh no! Do not. Okay, I thought he was about to block with flick knives, and I was about to be so upset.
Yeah, and so I think like Tom's like comeback here is probably just going to be to pitch the sink below and the death touch to like attack with the dagger.
Yeah,
which is not ideal.
I don't know that Tom is going to have enough juice left in the deck to get there when you're having to block every turn against this axe.
I mean, so theoretically, I think if Tom has an isolate, it's unlikely that like Kyle has the blue shunt, but I don't remember if I saw another defense reaction.
Yeah, I think he might have played sinks early, but I think those are all gone at this point. So Kyle really has one block on Tunic, one block on Bracers, but an isolate into a 6 attack, if there are any 6 attacks left in Tom's deck, could be enough to get there.
One thing that he just passes. Oh
interesting.
No.
All right, I also want to note something real quick. So I think the last card pitched right is the Codex of Frailty, which when you're not pitching other cards like kind of behind that Codex of Frailty, it is much, much, much worse than played at any other point in the cycle. So we're just seeing like kind of a stumble in that potential wide turn that you guys were talking about a couple of turns ago.
Yeah, because if you're doing if you pitched a Codex with a Looking for Scrap behind it and E-Strike behind it, you're having this wide turn that's going to put pressure. But if it's just by itself with some blues, it's maybe not so great.
Yeah, but I think... Oh, and we're taking the damage. I think he probably needs that sink below his pitch.
See, this would have been a game where I think Orbitoclast actually might have put in so much work.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if you're on even a single Orbitoclast, all of these times Dori has been blocking, you're leaking multiple points of damage.
Yeah, one thing that I wonder if Tom is going to do is you actually kind of need to flick, I think, early. I think he has to flick his Spider's Bite here. You cannot flick off of a weapon attack.
Right.
So you need to have like a stealth attack. So if you don't flick, you might be like one turn cycle behind to kill your opponent.
Yeah, I think flicking here has to be something that you are considering.
Yeah, I think flicking the Nerve Scalpel here might actually be a pretty decent line.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's in Tom's hand, but pitching the sink below makes me think that he's not trying to pitch the rest of this turn.
Yeah.
So we see a 3 block. Kyle kind of keying up to take 2 here.
Yeah, the fact that he's taking 2, oh, dude. If it was me, I would, and people know I love getting rid of my equipments. I think I would flick the nerf scalpel here.
Tom has a shred in hand. I know that because we saw him draw it. He cannot shred this, unfortunately. So he's just going to let him take the 2 down to 4.
Yeah.
So I think we need to flick at some point here. If this is an impactful switch, if this is a 6 attack, I think Tom might have the game.
Yeah, because he has the shred, you said as
Yeah.
well, right?
So shred, flick, and swap in, I think might be good enough. But Kyle I think you might have to think about armor blocks here.
So choosing not to block armor.
If this is somehow a CNC, this is so insane. You do have to shred here, though, if it is not an assassin attack, so you can respond before Uzuri resolves with your shred.
Yeah, another thing, like Tom might want to save the shred.
Yeah, it is a fine arsenal card as well, so it is a death touch, really strong. Okay, so this can be shredded as well.
Yeah.
We do see the shunt. So if this is a red shred, it does stop all of the shunt. And we can flick as well to get another point of damage in.
Yeah, so you can flick to reduce the
Right.
the block of the steel blade shunt.
So before shunt resolves, flick the knife now.
So before this resolves.
Yep, so he's thinking before this resolves. I'm thinking, I think you should flick and then shred the... either card. Because then Kyle's taking 4, and that would be game. As long as it's a yellow or red shred. If it's a blue shred, Kyle's at 1, but then the next flick just kills him. So.
Yeah. Well, the most that he could like minus, so he can minus the shunt to 3. Yeah, he can minus the shunt to 3. If it's a red shred, then flicking here doesn't like matter that much.
No, yeah.
But you might want to flick the spider's bite for damage.
Just for the damage, yep. But I think Tom does have this unless Kyle somehow has another D-react. Shred the shunt. I mean, oh my goodness.
He had the read that he had the other.
Wow. That's some patience to hold on to that red shunt. That was in Arsenal for a really long time. I don't know that Tom has another play like that available in his deck.
So so he still has the Codex.
Right.
And then Kyle being at 4 honestly means that at any point, if he still has another 6-power attack left and he like gets an isolate, although I don't know if he has another 6-power attack left in his deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, these knives are going to do some work, but once you start flicking them, then you lose out on the ability to swing these. So we might see a double dagger into something else because we have that all you got in hand.
Yeah.
So here's the second dagger, which like you mentioned, the sequencing matters, right? You want to do the one that doesn't matter first, then do the one that matters afterwards.
Yeah, I think in this case, both the daggers are just going to get blocked.
Yep. I think you cannot take this damage here. So we get another 3 block on this dagger. And Tom has an isolate, which looks like he might, attack with. I'm not sure what Tom's last card is, though. So if it's anything that's impactful, like it might be a blue, the assassin, surgical extraction. It looks like it's not that. Was it another isolate in his hand? This does take a card.
Yeah, so we're coming up to the end of the game. The players have an extra 2 minutes over everybody else in Swiss. The round timer has just been called for the majority of the players.
So I think Kyle really just looking to see if the quantity of shreds, what that looks like.
Yep.
So you have to give a card at least, and now we're cashing in our armor. So this is a 5 block.
Mm-hmm.
So even swapping in wouldn't really do very much here.
Pass on reactions.
So Tom is fine with that.
No arsenal.
Yeah, but giving up both armor, I think, pretty big. He is, if he has another 6 left in the deck.
Yeah.
Yellow shirted judge that gave that 4-minute time extension.
They said at the start when we were setting up.
4 minutes? Okay. So we'll have 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Please continue play as you.
So they have extra time. They have a couple more minutes, I believe.
Yeah, if no one heard that, the official timing now is 3 extra minutes. I'll update the graphic. 3 from now.
So hopefully we don't see a draw here. I think we are getting to a point where that won't be the case. So Tom is going to go to 1 here, which is really scary because if there are more shunts left, if he daggers...
Oh, yeah.
The shunts could kill him. So
yeah, but you can't block your flick knives, really. And Kyle does not have a defense reaction in his hand.
So this could bode well for Tom if he's able to piece together some sort of dominate attack here. No heal, which nice that Tom is lower here. Another dagger, 2 floating, 1 in hand.
I'll react with flick knives.
Okay, so we are going to flick. We're going to do the nerve scalpel because you can't do the current one. So Kyle is now at 3. And what are we doing with our last card? Codex?
Yeah, if he codexes for a death touch here, and Kyle has react cards, he might be dead to the blood rot.
That's true.
And I think he has, it looks like a glint. So I believe this should be game because I think the death touch would do 1 if he picks death touch here. If he does not pick death touch,
Yep, death touch is definitely the play here. This is so good. Swing with death touch, and we do have a reaction, which it's going to get minus. That's the game. Tom takes the game. This gets minus, and that is exactly 4 damage.
Yeah, I think we're really seeing the power of Uzuri to just be able to close games out, even when you're have almost nothing left in the deck.
Yeah, even when your opponent's strategy has been to fatigue you the whole game, the fact that Tom probably wasn't super prepared for that and still was able to overcome it is really a great thing to say for Uzuri.
Kyle, if he looks back, there were some instances where he chose to take like a point here, a point there, like on the E strike, choosing to take a point, on the looking for scrap, choosing to take 2 points of damage, and like these like little 1 or 2 points in the context of the turn cycle make a lot of sense, but in the context of the game as a whole, sometimes it can be difficult because that's what the Uzuri wants. The Uzuri wants to do that extra like 1 point, 2 points, just kind of chip you down, whittle you down until you get to the end of the game. And I actually forgot that Codex of Frailty would have made Kyle discard a card. So I was counting if Kyle gets to block 2 cards, but but if he only gets to block 1 card, then Tom was actually like way over damage.
Yeah, he didn't even need the blood rod. It was just the damage directly from the death touch itself.
Yeah,
and if Kyle had even had like a down and dirty engrave, it wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, it was pretty awkward. Also, I think Kyle chose to pitch the down and dirty. Getting that card in your graveyard is so good.
Yeah, we didn't see it have any value, which it could have because he was affected by that. Codex.
Yeah, I think either way, the way that the sequence of all that really changed was he had a down and dirty in his graveyard. Kyle had just barely enough damage to get through.
Yeah, what a wild game. That was so fun to watch.
So the players have, I think, just kind of all finished. And we're going to turn over the round really soon. But before that, we're going to skip to a commercial or sponsor break. Thank you for all the sponsors who make the stream possible.
Yeah, real quick before we get to break, everyone, we got Joshua Scott in the chat, who I want to shout out, our lovely head judge. I forget, the Rules and Policy Manager for LSS, I believe, is the exact title. But we got Joshua Scott. That means the New Zealanders are waking up. Hello, Brian Gottlieb. I know you're watching. You always watch these streams. So just thanks for tuning in. We broke 1,000 on that game, which was an incredible game. So it's just really exciting when those metrics line up because, Mike, how can you not just be buzzing after a game like that? Granted, I also drank an energy drink, but wow, what a game. So props to the casters. They really carried us through. That early game, right, is like a bit slow, but it ramped into an amazing, amazing end game there. Props to Tom. He helped me buy time during that hour-long break, so I was like a little bit rooting for him, but well played as well to Kyle. A great game. We have the next round, round 6, Remember, there are 7 rounds of Swiss. It'll be round 6, round 7 into top 8. I do think we will have to cut the stream before top 8 just because YouTube will cap at a 12-hour live stream because of that hour-long break and all that. So I'll get those things sorted in the background. You all just sit back and enjoy. We've got round 6 coming for you in 2 seconds. All right, sponsor break till then. Love y'all.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to round 6 of Battle Hardened Orlando, where we have our players fighting for those top 8 spots, with this being the second round of Swiss. We have a really cool match upcoming for y'all. It is Alexander Vor versus Levi Rout, two very well-known players. Azalea versus Maxx, actually, which I did not expect Alex to be on.
Alexander Vor said, I'm going to trade my Aether Wildfires for Construct Nitro Mechanoid. I'm tired of counting my pitch stack and figuring out exactly where the cards are. I'm just going to put the high octane, play it, and then, do the same amount of damage.
Yeah, just swinging with a giant mech. Easy.
Yeah. Kind of an interesting matchup in particular. Azalea is, I think, fairly good at just stopping Maxx from getting, the combo kill.
Right.
But, Maxx still gets to play all of the really nice mechanologist cards for aggression.
Yep.
So we'll kind of see Maxx compared to Dash has access to Nitro Mechanoid. Even when you don't play it as, a combo finisher, it is extreme value after you play it.
Yeah, I think this game is really going to come down to is, does Maxx have enough time to get the mech out? Do the cards line up to where you're able to get those 3 hyperdrivers up and active and ready to transform? And if you can hold enough cards to pay for the transformation as well. Yeah, Maxx, I don't think historically plays any D-Reacts in the deck. OG Dash can sometimes pivot to where they have 6 to 8 D-Reacts in their deck.
Yeah.
I don't think Maxx is playing any, so...
Yeah, I think most of the defensive cards that I've seen Maxx run, I think you either run Mini Force Field if you're playing Banksy, or you play Firewall.
Yeah, Firewall is effectively like a D-React. It's a 0 for 4 block. You don't care about the effects.
Yeah, but into Azalea, because you're getting threatened by Dominate, much worse.
Much worse, it not being a D-React. You cannot block with it from Arsenal, unfortunately. So I think Dominate is really going to be the key factor here, is if Levi's pumps, arrows, and Dominate effects can line up.
Yeah, but Levi is kind of the... can we call him the godfather of Azalea? He really was the one to kind of put a lot of the work into trying to make Azalea a hero before Outsiders was released, and Azalea got a lot of support. So Levi has a lot of experience playing into a multitude of different types of matchups with Azalea. So it'll be interesting to see how he navigates this one.
Yeah, I think Levi, we've seen him top so many events with Azalea, so we know that he knows what he's doing on this deck. Maxx is lesser known as a matchup, so we'll see what that looks like as we head into our round 6 here, as the players are ready. So again, Maxx is not a hero that a lot of people have a lot of experience with. It's a newer hero, of course, out of the last set, Bright Lights. And it can be weird to play against. I think Azalea has a very clear strategy, of course, with Dominate. But like you mentioned, Maxx can pivot from being aggro to then building this mech that is then just blocking a bunch of damage and also swinging for a ton of damage too.
Yeah, at the heart of it, Azalea is... You can kind of think of her as an aggro deck. I think she's an extreme value deck. She presents hit triggers that gain extra value. She has a lot of ways to kind of force those hit triggers through.
Yep.
She has cards like Codex of Frailty. Maxx is also kind of like a value deck in himself, but the value just comes mostly from putting down this Nitro Mechanoid that has 5 temper and attacks for 6 for free.
Yeah, I think Azalea in general just has so many ways of pressuring damage, even through things like Rain Razors, where maybe it's not dominated and Maxx blocks for 9 or 12, and then you just push over that a little bit more to get all of those hit effects, which inertia tokens could be huge in this matchup where you arsenal that Mechanoid often, and if it's getting sent to the bottom of your deck, you're just waiting for the next one now.
I think I've seen Azalea get the 3 arrow Rain Razor off more than I was able to do it with Lexi in the last season. Sometimes they just find a way. Death Dealer is a hell of a card.
Death Dealer is crazy. Bolton Shots, which they're typically on rainbow copies of, also pretty crazy, especially with the Bullseye Bracers being back and legal in the format. So another great, along with Snapdragon's, thing that Azalea has access to. So I would say this is probably slightly favored towards Azalea, but I think it'll just also depend on how quickly Maxx is able to see what they need to see.
Yeah, it depends. I wonder. So Maxx, one thing that Maxx has going for him over playing Dash is that Maxx is naturally oriented, because he has access to Nitro Mechanoid, to playing more of a defensive style. You just don't lose as much from blocking more. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how all this plays out. I believe that you're correct in that Azalea should be favored, but sometimes you just hit the mech on turn 2 and that's that's the game.
Yeah, because mech is crazy not just because of the damage it does, but also then Maxx has a way of stopping these dominate effects. Like Mechanoid stops so much damage.
I want to talk about going like turn order choice. So on a lot of matchups in Flesh and Blood, you would rather go second,
right?
Because if you go second, then you get the
first impactful.
The first impactful turn. But I think if you're playing Maxx, you kind of want to go first in this matchup because, setting up that first hyperdriver kind of takes a lot of the pressure off.
Yeah, 100%. You can start setting up the game plan that you want to enact here. So it'll be interesting to see who goes first. Unfortunately, Alex does not have two things. One, he doesn't have a hyperdriver in his hand right now, and he is not playing Banksy, which is very interesting to see, which is the common choice for Maxx, but we're seeing pistol here actually.
Yeah, so I think this is a style of build that got more popular. Oh, and banishing the Nitro Mechanoid
already.
I think playing Plasma Pistol got more popular, especially after the Calling Melbourne, when the Maxx players there primarily showed the value of playing Plasma Pistol as like a guaranteed way to get like 2-card hand. So you like pitch a blue, you go throttle, boost, pistol. That's a 2-card 8. And having access to plays like this make Plasma Pistol overall like a much more stable game plan. Banksy I still find pretty good into like the more aggressive matchups. But it's kind of interesting because I think when you play into Azalea, you end up having to play a little bit defensively anyways, in which case the not being able to activate, Maxx hero ability necessarily makes Plasma Pistol a pretty good choice.
Yeah, I do think Banksy has higher upside, of course, but against mostly decks that are not trying to block you out. So we did see him draw another Mechanoid suit, which is crazy to have seen it already within 2 hands.
Yeah, I don't know if this is necessarily a good thing, though, because, if Azalea gets to pressure you with like an inertia token, that means that you only have 1 copy left in your deck. It's really kind of up to what Levi draws. On the flip side, if Levi doesn't draw like a Seek and Destroy or a Lace with Inertia, then we could be seeing like a turn 3 Mechanoid potentially.
Yeah. We already have 1 hyperdriver out here. He did not crank it, has 2 counters on it. So even if we boost, this one's going to stick around. And we can make another one probably on our next turn. And then all we have to do is play 1 from deck or something like that, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, I wonder if Alex has copies of, what's it called in his deck, if he has copies of hyperdriver. I am personally not a huge fan of playing hyperdrivers in the deck at all. But in matchups like this, they're definitely pretty good.
I would assume he's on at least some copies because he's playing Hyper X1, which really only gets value, I think, if you banish hyperdrivers from your deck.
Yeah, but I don't think you have like much of a choice in terms of hats that you can play anyways.
I guess that's true, right? The other one is the Arcane Barrier one, so you have to play this. So that's Hyper X3, but it does have, it's a 1-block Battle War, and there's nothing else that's Mechanologist that does that, so it could just be for that. But if Alex ever switches to pivot to a more aggressive strategy, it would get more value if he was playing some copies of Hyperdriver, so I wonder if he does have any in his deck. But like you mentioned, seeing 2 of the suit, 1 banished and 1 in hand, might not be great, because we did see Levi already block with the Lace with Inertia, but if he does see there's still 5 more copies of Arsenal and hand destruction stuff, it might not bode well for Alex.
Yeah, and Red in the Ledger is so good in this instance because, you can't make a hyperdriver if you can only activate 1 action point. How much total armor block does he have access to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He could have potentially given all of his armor to make a second hyperdriver, but choosing not to.
Yeah, so he does have 5 armor, technically 3 more with the boots, but then you have to get rid of your hyperdriver, which is not the game plan. Do you think Alex's game plan is specifically build the mech suit as fast as possible in order to win this match?
I mean, Flesh and Blood is a dynamic game, right? Like, what your game plan is varies depending on cards that you're drawing. I think drawing 2 mech suits early would incentivize me more towards trying to aggro out like a mech suit ASAP.
Yep.
You do need to get a little bit lucky because you need to no matter what, you need to banish like a crankshaft or Big Bertha type of effect to put a counter on this existing hyperdriver.
Very interesting. He chooses to pitch the other suit, so he's realistically going to see 1 more in the next 50 cards of his deck. What do you think about that pitch there?
I think it's a way to, if you're planning on having the game go longer, I'm not entirely sure how realistic it is to ever get to that point in the game where you're seeing that too. But I mean, like, you can accelerate it with boost with Techno Foundry Heart.
Sure.
It's probably like at least 8 turns from now. So whether or not you can live for 8 turns.
Yep. When you don't have D-Reacts, it's probably going to be hard here. We do see this is a Rabble for 4-go. Again, we know that we have a Read the Glide Path buff coming. Something like Drill Shot, another just free arrow that's really impactful. And we do have Snapdragons available to us, so if Levi does take a very aggressive approach, he could snap, load with Death Dealer, and shoot that Searing Shot we know is on top as well.
Yeah, so Alex is choosing to block. I think Alex is on the kind of slow and steady type of game plan.
Yeah, I think blocking when there's not Dominate makes a lot of sense because you know that you're not going to be able to do much when these Dominate arrows do come around.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to mention, I know a lot of our viewers were excited to see Kano in this current match. Kano versus Guy was what was lined up. They are currently both undefeated, but they declined to be on stream. Guy told me before this round that was what he was hoping not to be paired into because he said it is unwinnable for Uzuri because his current list has 0 Arcane Barrier. So
that's not unwinnable. You can win, but no matter what, like, the game is over in 3 turns.
And yeah, one way or the other. So that is happening back there behind us.
Yep.
There it is. So that is why that's not currently on stream. It would have been a very quick match, and I don't think Guy was very hopeful about how that match was going to go. So also really cool just to see a Maxx, which isn't very common. So we see block with Twin Drive and all of our armor, and we do choose to snap here. So we are going to do some sort of Death Dealer play probably. We're going to play Lace, and it is actually Codex. I love these Marvel arts so much. Codex of Frailty Marvel, I think, looks so great. Also so unique. No other Flesh and Blood card looks like this at all.
Okay.
So looks like we are getting a...
Wait, why is he getting Rabble?
He must not have had a free arrow.
He does. He has the...
Oh, yeah. He broke the combat chain. Interesting. I wonder...
Oh, he knows the top of his deck?
Right, yes. So this is Dominate with Lace on it. So really strong. This is 7 Dominate on hit Blood Rot and lose a life. So this is a lot of value, especially...
A lot of damage. Quite a lot.
Quite a lot of damage because we know that Alex can't block it all. And we also got a Ponder too, so we know we're getting an Arsenal. Like you mentioned, Azalea is such a value deck. It can do a lot of damage, but it's also building value over time. So we'll see what Alex decides to do here.
Is that another Mechanoid in his hand?
No way. If so, this is looking like a really uphill battle for Alex.
I kind of... It's like a yellow, I think.
If it is, that would be the most unfortunate thing. There are 4 cards in Alex's hand, so we'll have to see, or 3 at least now. So we'll have to see what they are. It is Magnetic Shockwave and 2 other cards.
I'll say no blocks.
He says no blocks. So this is going through for 8. So 7 plus loss of life plus a Blood Rot.
Yeah, so here's a 2-card 10. I get a Ponder token, so it's actually a 1-card 10.
So much value. It's absolutely absurd. And that makes sense not to block there. At most, you're blocking 3. You're taking the hit effects anyway, so I think that makes sense. And now as Alex, you're under Frailty, so shooting your gun doesn't really have much value. And that is a rev up, I believe.
Yeah, and I think that he...
triggers.
Oh, that's actually pretty big.
Oh, that's huge.
3, and then boosting, so losing 1, 2 resources, 6, go again.
Now Alex basically is guaranteed the moment that he is able to go like boost into max hero ability. He will have the hyperdrivers in order to make the mech suit, but he is drawing only to 1 out.
Right.
1 mech suit.
So he is able to activate Maxx now, so he'll be able to get the second hyperdriver live. And if you're right and there are none in deck, then it would just have to be another Maxx activation.
Yep.
And hopefully Alex has enough life to not only do that, but also play the 3rd Mechanoid and draw the 3rd Mechanoid. Move to end, take the 2 from Blood Rot Pox, and Frailty goes away as well. And now we're over to Levi's turn. Interesting that Levi chose to block it all. But I guess they must have just been extra arrows he doesn't need or...
Yeah, sometimes with Azalea, when you draw, you can draw some clunkers.
Yeah. When you draw like 1 buff, 3 arrows, it's not amazing. We see another Codex.
Yeah, so it could be just like you just want to have pumps, you go pump, Codex.
Yeah, pump
Why
Codex.
not? Why not?
Yeah. So insanely strong here because you can shoot an arrow for 10 and also give a frailty and also get a ponder. And threaten some on hits as well. So we'll see if Levi chooses to Azalea here. So we're just over pitching into Death Dealer for no reason to save the red in the ledger so we don't have to discard for Codex.
Yeah, it looks like Levi's hand was just like pretty awkward with 3 arrows and then Codex in his arsenal.
3 arrows, 1 buff, and then the Codex. So this makes sense. Save the red in your deck and then get another red here because you can play it off Tunic.
Yeah. Although Alex is pretty happy just like blocking at this point.
Yep.
He really just needs to wait until he draws the last Nitro Mechanoid.
Right. So I think this is probably a pretty easy 3-card block unless he has the way of doing boost into Maxx off 2 cards. Then maybe you give 2 cards and like your adaptive and chest, which would block the extra 2.
Yeah, I think the value proposition of just like blocking out the Codex of Blood or the Lace of Blood Raw is so high.
That's true. You can block with adaptive for 1.
No, it has Blade Break.
Oh, it has Blade Break. Oh, you're right. So you can't block with it at all.
Oh.
That's right. So to transform into Mechanoid, you have to have 4 equipment and a weapon and 3 hyperdrivers. So those legs essentially block for nothing.
Yeah. Maybe he has the Fabricate. Put the proto in.
Yeah. Fabricate would be hilarious to see. So looks like Alex is thinking about how to block this out.
Yeah.
So he has
looks like High Octane. So High Octane is actually quite a good card when you do not have a frailty counter. But when you have a frailty token, that card is significantly worse.
Yeah, so we're actually going to hold one of the High Octanes and potentially just pitch it this turn.
Yeah, you can always just pitch it to load a steam counter onto the Tecloplasm pistol.
Yeah, so the equivalent of what Levi did with his Death Dealer, he would just do with his pistol here.
Yeah.
Because you really want to line up a turn where you have Mechanoid with a High Octane. But we actually see him pitch, and he is going to boost, which allows him to allows him to
make a
third one. So he actually is ready after this to set up a Mechanoid. So really well done off 2 cards to set this up.
Yeah, this means now that he has the 3 hyperdrivers, he just has to keep a 3-card hand, 2 pitch cards that add up to 4, and the Mechanoid.
Yeah, hopefully the Mechanoids stick to Alex's hand now that we've seen 2 of them already do, because he does need to see it probably in the next 3 to 4 turns in order for it to be impactful and a win condition, I think.
Yeah, Levi's on a clock now. What's working in Levi's favor is that Alex has already seen 2 of the Nitro Mechanoids, and Levi knows that he's seen 2 of them because one of them went into pitch and then one of them...
Is that in hand?
He went to block. I see a recharge. It's recharge twin drive.
I think that is in hand. I think yes, he drew it. He drew it. This is unbelievable.
But I don't think he has the resources to pay for it.
He has. Does he have 3 reds? Is that a blue zipper? It's a blue zipper.
Oh, blue zipper.
Yes. So he has a blue-red pitch for it. If he only has to give up only 1 card this turn, he can transform.
Yeah.
What an insane way to get this Mechanoid to draw. To see all 3 within like 4 turns is absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Bro. He drew it. Alex 4 is simply built different.
And this is why Alex is up there and we're here casting.
I do not draw like this, which is why we are down here. So this is for 10, and I don't think you care for this at all as Alex.
It's tough because you can fall behind like a little bit too far.
Yep.
It keeps coming back.
If he didn't get rid of 2 high octane, so it's this whole game is just like a sequence of like craziness.
Yeah.
One of the cards that kind of just like propels you back into the game is after you make the Mechanoid playing high octane. He has just gotten rid of 2 high octanes and he has 1 more high octane in the deck. So taking a lot of damage, there's like pros and cons to each. If you block 9 here, you get to have a healthier life total, and maybe you find another window. You can arsenal the Nitro Mechanoid, whatever, pass. The downside is that if Levi's hand is something like Seek and Destroy Codex, then it's terrible. And maybe you just like, hey, I just want to block 3. Whatever you throw at me next, I'll take it. Just play the Nitro Mechanoid. Attack for, he'll have a frailty token, so attack for 5, pass. And just try to leverage the pivot. Either way, Alex is going to, the mid to lower teens in life total.
Right. One thing that is a little bit in Alex's favor is that Levi has seen all 3 red in the ledgers. He's pitched 2 of them, and 1 is currently in grave. So he's not super at risk of being hit by another one unless it's Codex or Memorial Ground.
Yeah, Codex, Memorial Ground, knock. I think there's 2 knocks left.
Oh yes, he did get rid of a knock.
Yeah,
so 2 left at least.
So Levi has some live draws. Levi can honestly also just present enough damage to make it kind of tough.
So Alex does take all 10 damage. We are going to reload here, and then we're going to pitch red and swing with Infecting Shot. This is like you mentioned. Alex does get to basically keep the whole hand, but at what cost?
Yeah, so I think probably the best play here is to block the Twin Drive.
Yep.
And armor, you take 1, but then you're going to 11 after you play the Mechanoid.
Yep, after the Blood Rot Pox hits as well. So this is certainly a lot of damage to set up a Mechanoid, but I think as Alex, you have to do it because that is your win condition.
Yeah, it's kind of your way back into the game. You can be at 11. Honestly, Alex can be at 11. Levi, let's say, draws not so great of a hand.
Yep.
Attacks, and then Alex is able to block with a Nitro Mechanoid. If he draws High Octane in his next hand, can instantly reverse all the value that Levi has gotten in this game so far. That's kind of how crazy of a card Nitro Mechanoid is. And as soon as Alex puts the chest on there and doesn't block it out, I think Levi kind of knows what's going to happen next.
He knows what's going on here. So Alex has drawn it, and if Alex's draws hold up and he does see that next High Octane in his next hand or something like that, then this could be very much a swing in tempo.
Yep.
So we are going to see Alex, just his full turn will be to transform, which is really cool to see this on stream. You do not see Mechanoid resolving very often.
Yeah, we thought it wasn't gonna happen because we saw the 2 early, but you get to transform. The three hyperdrivers, the whole kit, the pistol, whatever. I didn't get to shoot with it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Who cares?
Who cares? I have now a 6 block in armor, and I have a.
Block's 5, I think.
Does it block? Oh.
Yeah, it's 5. It's 5 temper and attacks for 6 because of the galvanic bender.
Oh, it's the opposite. Yeah, so it attacks for 6 because of bender, and then blocks for 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1.
Yeah, so Nitro Mechanoid represents a ton of both health points and damage. So even though the life points are 13 to 32, Alex is basically at another, what is it, 9, 10, at another 15. So he's at effective 28.
Yeah. Being able to block that much definitely has shored up his life total for sure. I think the question here is, does frailty impact the Mechanoid? And it does, because as you see at the bottom, it is a mechanologist weapon equipment. So frailty does impact it. So it normally would attack for 6, but it is now attacking for 5.
It's also an item, so for the brute lovers out there, you know what you must do.
Your smashing performance can...
smashing performance, arg smash.
Yeah. I am excited for more brute love in the next coming set. We've seen some spoilers today, which is really exciting as well.
Yeah, heavy hitters.
Heavy hitters.
Coming out soon.
And we see that Alex does not see the High Octane in the next hand, just a bunch of boost cards. So
yeah. I think at this point, as Alex, you basically whatever hands you draw, your turn cycle, you're going to be winning the turn cycles on average because you have access to the extra block from the Mechanoid, just basically whatever, and the attack is free. He could block 3 cards out of his hand, just go zipper hit Nitro Mechanoid, and it's a 1-card 10.
That's so crazy. Yeah, so this is going to be a big swing. We'll see if it's enough, though, because Levi can just ignore it.
But he has a knock. Chooses not to play it.
Interesting. I would think that getting a red in the ledger would just be high priority here.
Yeah, it's hard to say. So if you play the knock, the death whistle, it's...
Oh, my.
Oh, but he... Yeah, interesting that he chose not to dominate a red.
Yeah. So there must be something after this. If it's a codex, then this...
Oh, dude. So nasty.
This would be insane. Because that would make sense why we kept some floating and decided to pitch one.
Yep.
This could be very crazy. So we will see.
I mean, you have to give some cards to this.
Yep.
Alex. So like the real choice is like, what do you block the armor on, and what do you like? No matter what, it's not going to be like super efficient. But just to showcase like the power of Nitro Mechanoid, you can block like Mechanoid plus 3 cards on this, deny the ponder token.
Right.
And then Levi goes, okay, Codex.
So it breaks the chain.
Get a 1 cost, and then you just get to block your last card, take 2, and then.
Well, you can block with Mechanoid again too.
That's true. You could also block with Mechanoid depending on which area you get back.
So yeah, Mechanoid showing how powerful it is, not just as an offensive threat, but the fact that it's blocking for 5 right now. So like you mentioned, this blocks for 9 plus 5, so 14.
Yep.
14 to 13 here.
Breaking the combat chain to bullseye brace.
Oh, so we're gonna bullseye.
Sleep dart for 6.
And then sleep dart for 6.
Yeah, sleep dart not as impactful.
It's also threatening a ponder from the.
Yeah, I wonder why it wasn't just knock into red. Because you could have pitched a red for that whole play as well. So this is.
Yeah, that's true.
Interesting. I guess Levi's thought is just to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah. If you red, you're not gonna get all the damage. Like maybe you get to play. It's unclear what card Levi drew off of the Death Dealer.
Yep.
But you get to play maybe like 2 pumps instead of 3 pumps.
Yeah.
So you're coming in for 11, and then you're only doing 3 damage. You get to kind of stop the swing back a bit.
Right. Yeah, so we can block this with Mechanoid as well. You could do card Mechanoid, take nothing.
Yeah, most importantly, denying the ponder token I think is pretty big.
Yep, so if Levi does have an off turn because he doesn't have any knowledge of this turn and there's no arsenal, it's possible Alex gets to keep a bigger hand.
My turn. I'm going to swing it for 6 overpower.
Yeah, 0 card 6. Pretty good.
That's
got too many.
so good.
Plasma Fet in disguise.
Plasma Fet is everywhere. We just
Banish the hyperdrivers.
haven't seen her. We actually did see her once on stream today, which was very exciting. It lasted for 1 turn, but seeing allies, I think, is really cool. I like that the new set is also putting out some more allies. It's really cool to see this mechanic kind of flourishing in Flesh and Blood.
And then move to
We can do it, guys. We can make an ally-based card game.
Yeah. I would love to see some sort of like ranger with pets. That'd be a really cool ally deck.
Pokemon trainer.
Yes. Maybe it has a bench. Maybe the arsenal slots are just a bench.
Oh!
Wow, okay.
All right. What is on top?
It's
Remorseless.
So
that Remorseless, if you well, he's gonna draw it, right?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna draw it because there's not likely a way to reload.
Yeah, I feel like as Alex, you just block with Mechanoid, take the 1, and see what he does here. Because his only option is to use Tunic to load with Death Dealer, and it can't be the Remorseless.
It's kind of tough. Like, you might actually be in the high octane waiting room, in which case you'd rather just like block cards from your hand.
That's true.
And you want to really use the armor from the Mechanoid as like a pivot.
Yep. Or for like the dominate thing. So we just see Arsenal pass. So this is such a huge window for Alex to be able to swing like 2 attacks into Mechanoid.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm going to boost.
Wow, so this might be red, zipper hit, red throttle, Mechanoid. That's so much damage.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I know he has a throttle in hand, so it's either blue or red, I assume.
Trigger, but no. Hyperdriver, 5, go again.
So this turn is 5-6-6 possibly. 17 damage off of 3 cards is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and with the Nitro Mechanoid, because you have the overpower ability, it's unlikely that Levi's really playing any defense reactions.
Right.
So there's a lot of inevitability actually for the Mechanoid to kind of chip in the last amount of damage. Levi is really feeling, I think, the pressure to find a way to end the game quickly.
Yeah. Playing against combo decks in Flesh and Blood is so scary because of the inevitability of this is a red throttle, so this is 6. What a hand that he had.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, 5-6-6. Like playing against decks like Combo Bolton, where you know once they have enough soul and they're gonna saber combo you that they're gonna do 30, and you just can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
It's very similar here, where you can't really do much about this Mechanoid that's just sitting there getting so much value turn by turn.
So no matter what, Alex can't necessarily pressure Levi off of his 5-card hand.
Yep.
It's really up to how strong this comeback is. I think if Levi is able to put together a really powerful dominated arrow, Alex only has access to the 3 armor block from the Nitro Mechanoid, so you can block 6.
Yep.
One of these days,
With the Blood Rod token,
everybody's playing frail.
we're pretty close.
Yeah. I do think Levi, there's a chance that he just takes all of this damage and tries to force game through some amount of pumps and dominate. So Alex does have a finite number of attacks left with the Mechanoid, but I think
I don't think we're gonna get there. I don't think there's gonna be 6 more turns in this game. I mean, I'm open to being incorrect.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. We actually do see Levi choosing to block here and just take 3.
Yeah.
So down to 15, and then still 6 more coming in. It's potential that Levi leaves this turn lower than Alex, which he did. That's absurd. We saw this game was like 30-something to 12 at one point.
Yeah, but the amount of block that the Nitro Mechanoid kind of gives you, and the plus, I think, combined with a couple of awkward draws for Levi.
Yeah, Mechanoid has blocked 9 damage so far, and it still has more to give. So really crazy the amount of life it can save you. We see Levi showing a rain, which is not exactly what you want to have in Arsenal.
Yeah. Yeah, you can flip into that E-Strike and E-Strike for 7.
I want to point out something as well that was kind of cool. When Alex attacked with the Nitro Mechanoid in last turn cycle, when Levi didn't have an arrow, the overpower was actually nuts because he blocked with 1 pump and then had to keep a pump, but had no arrow. So it's just like straight value loss across the board. It's crazy.
Yeah,
that is interesting.
Kind of Azalea doing her best, Briar impression. Picking up the Briar hand. Pumps and no arrows.
Oh, we are going to death deal. We have a Remorseless. Okay.
Yeah, so Remorseless for 7.
This should certainly get, I assume, Card and Mechanoid.
Yeah, so Remorseless doesn't cause loss of life when you attack with weapons.
Right. So if it is like attack into Mechanoid, he would lose 1 life.
Yeah.
But he would threaten lethal next turn if it is attack into Mechanoid.
Yeah, Alex does have a 0 to 60, I believe, is the first card. So
Big
he
Bertha.
probably just wants to keep that card block 6.
Yeah.
Go to 8, go to 7, threaten lethal on the follow-up.
Yep. So you can pitch your Big Bertha, swing with Jumpstart, and then attack with Mechanoid. That should be 11 damage, which Levi has to block.
Well, you just keep the 0 to 60. You just block 6, and then you go 4 into 6.
Oh, is it a red 0 to 60?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's absolutely the better play here. So block 6, take 1.
I think Alex is pondering whether or not he wants to just block 3.
And then just swing with Mechanoid.
Yeah, so that's like the other line, right?
Yep.
If you choose to block 3 with the Mechanoid, and then you, how much would you take? You would be taking 4, so you go to 5, and you'd be playing 2 actions, so you go to 3. You go to 3, but you get to threaten, instead of threatening 10, you get to threaten 15.
It's a lot.
So threatening 15 kind of means that Levi has to block at least like 2 cards.
Yep.
But it does put you in range of, pump dominated arrow.
It does. That's a scary life total to be at. So we do see that Alex kept, I think it's a yellow 0 to 60. So it's a 0 for 3, and he's choosing not to use it and arsenal it so that his high octane turn will be that much better. So it makes sense not to utilize it here, I think.
Man, I think I would just fire it off.
It makes sense, yeah.
It's kind of, so whenever you get into like a really low life total, I think it becomes less important of how strong of a turn you construct, and it becomes more important is like whether or not you just get to play all the cards. If you end the game with like a card in your arsenal, you're, I think, really going to kick yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
For not having played it. The fact that the Nitro Mechanoid has overpower, I think, also threatens, quite a lot. Like, you can't, like, Levi, he has 2 armor block, but it's going to do at least, like, 1 damage chip, right?
Right. I think Alex also didn't think the value was there to play a 0 for 3 when you're taking 1 life as well, so I think that's...
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's another reason.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so staying at 8 rather than going to 7 and swinging 3 more damage, because now if he draws High Octane or just another attack that he can play, maybe another free attack, which he doesn't have, unfortunately.
Yeah, so you see a lot of big power attacks. It does have a blue Big Bertha, so it can pay for at least one of them.
Yeah, so it could be something like Twin Drive Arsenal into Mechanoid if he's able to keep that many cards, but Levi is going to threaten a lot of damage here, I think, with this E-Strike.
Yeah, the question is, like, what are you trying to opt into?
Right.
I think you want to opt into pumps or like Ravels.
Yep.
Because it's likely that.
Oh,
we're just going blind. We hit a pump.
Okay, that's really good if we have an arrow in hand. So play this, use Death Dealer. We do have Tunic for Death Dealer, if that's something we want to do.
Yeah.
That is what we're going to do. So we're going to load our arrow. We're going to draw a card. It's a blue Bolton Shot. Not the best arrow. Okay, but our hand is all pumps. And this does have Dominate. So is this enough? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Dominate.
Yeah, 11 Dominate isn't enough to rip his whole...
Does it not?
Yeah, it's not Dominate because he played it off the Death Dealer. Yeah, this shouldn't be enough to rip Alex's hand. Alex probably gives 2 cards here, so you get to block 8 on 11, take 3.
Yeah, and your Mechanoid blocks for 3.
You can block... So there's 2 lines. You can block 3 cards plus the Mechanoid, and then just go 0 to 60 attack.
Yeah.
Or you can give him a Ponder token, but then you get to throw 6, 3, 6.
6, 3, 6 is a lot, and that might be game winning. At least take enough cards to be game winning, if not even on the next turn. So we're going to see the 3 card block though, like you mentioned, plus that. So that blocks everything that is a block for 12. Mechanoid now blocks for 2.
Yeah, I think Alex is thinking if I go 3 into 6, Levi's going to have to block 2 cards.
Right.
And then so really all you have access to is going to be activating Death Dealer.
Pitch for arrow.
And then get a random pump and pitch for arrow, and then I get to 2 card block again. This is like a winning combination. The only exception is if Levi could potentially go for is if he chooses to block with armor and then keep an extra card at some point during this exchange.
It's so crazy that this game went from what it was to what it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very fortunate for Alex that he saw his Mechanoid so quickly. I think 1 turn later to see the Mechanoid, this would be a very different game.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think being unfavored for Alex, he did see the right combination of cards in the right order. So this is probably going to be just an E-Strike draw card. And I don't know that this is... Like, Alex could take this and just win the game, I think.
Yeah, he has a high octane in his hand, but I think his hand's all reds.
Even if so, you draw a card off of high octane, so I think you still just hold the hand and take 5 here.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you can get punished by if you just pitch the recharge. You can block 3.
Yeah.
You block 3, take 2.
Arsenal is twin drive, but
yeah.
You're gonna take Levi's armor this turn because it's overpowered.
So you attack for 3. No, I think you just don't block.
Right.
If you don't block, you get to. So here, if he draws into a blue, it doesn't matter. But if you take the line where you don't block, then you can go. You can go high octane, 0 to 60, pitch whatever card that you draw plus another red to twin drive.
Oh.
And then you get to attack with the Mechanoid. 3 times.
And it's just game, right? Levi's at 3 and it has overpower. The first one gets armor, and the second time it attacks, it just...
Yeah.
So I think as long as he can high octane...
I think either, yeah, it's a moot point. He's going to high octane and, 0 to 60.
Yeah.
We're splitting hairs.
High octane, 0 to 6. Okay, recharge, sure. Wait, what is this play line? It's buffs, right?
Whatever. I think we're mincing.
This is interesting, though, because I think Levi can survive if...
Yeah, Levi can survive. He has to block his whole hand.
So I think the other play line where you pitch for high octane, boost once, get 2 action points, swing twice is game winning. So, he has a Rain Razors. It doesn't matter.
That's why Alex is up there and we're in the casting booth.
So great game, very unexpected. I did not think Alex was going to win that game, to be honest. Really cool to see how when you just stick to a game plan, you can be rewarded for just playing patiently towards that, and also just drawing really well.
Yeah, I think knowing that you have to be going for the Nitro Mechanoid, even despite the fact that you saw 2 in the early game, whatever, that's unlucky.
Yep.
In order for you to win, you have to get a little bit lucky, and that's what Alex is playing to.
Yeah, and he did get lucky. I mean, seeing that third Mechanoid on that specific turn where he had the pitch value, was not taxed enough to where he couldn't play it. I mean, that just really went in his favor. But really cool game. Love to see decks that are less played. Maxx, I think there's only 5 out of 110-ish players. So really cool to see one doing well. Now 5-1, so definitely in contention for a top 8 spot. And our next round will be the final round of Swiss. And we're going to see some players probably with fighting for their way into that top 8. And then, of course, we'll have our 3 rounds of top 8 as well.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how it shakes down. I believe we're probably going to get an Uzuri and a Kano in top 8. I think the last thing that I saw was there was 2 Uzuris that were 5-0 and 2 Kanos that were 5-0, I believe. So, you know, one's 4-1 and one's 5-0. So most likely we're going to see an Uzuri and a Kano in top 8. We have a bunch of people still fighting. Mara, Brodie didn't get to appear on feature match, but they were both 4-1 going into the past round, you know, fighting for a top 8 spot. You basically have to go 6-1 in this tournament in order to make top 8. So Alex still alive. Maybe we'll see a Maxx if he wins his next round.
Yeah, I think our top 8 is probably going to be some mixture of Dromai, Bravo, Kano, Uzuri, and maybe a surprise deck in there. But it's been really cool to see the mixture.
Chiming in here, from when I was walking around the top tables, there was a Phi and a Katsu also at X1. I believe only 1 Dromai at X1.
Oh, wow.
Like a Dorinthia at X1, 2 Uzuris, 2 Uzuris undefeated, the Kano at X1, the Kano at XO. The only repeat hero is like Uzuri and Kano, which is crazy.
So we're back to Dromai's having high-ish representation and having difficulty converting.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
Feels
thought
just like home.
I'm glad we're back to how things were. I think a lot of people thought Dromai was going to be LLing really soon, but I think how the meta shifted.
There was a lot of hot takes on Twitter. I think after Lexi LL, and they're like, "How come you guys didn't ban Tome of Imperial Flame?" And you know,
and we can see why. I think Dromai is a deck that, if you have the deck space, can be countered, and if you're just playing an aggressive deck, you also have an advantage. So I think that's why we're seeing Katsus and Phis and even Uzuris. Now they have more space, they can play these going and attacks to clear boards.
Yeah.
And while also shredding your blocks and things like that. So really cool to see Uzuri rise when it's not really been talked about very much, I don't think.
Yeah. So that's what we have for this round. I think the players are kind of congregating around. I am not sure how much time we have in the total round, but we do have a giveaway that we are about to get into. So Ethan, take it away.
Sweet. Hello, everyone. We have about, my timer says 13 minutes, which means the real timer probably is about 10 minutes before round 7. And these rounds have the chance to actually pick up and be faster just because a bunch of people did drop who just aren't contention, right? They're playing side events now. So from what I can see, there's maybe like 3 rounds still ongoing. Mara's round, Brodie's round, and then, 4 rounds, whatever. But in the meantime, let's do a giveaway for another Savage Feats shirt. These ones were made, by Andy Portillo, who is the merch master behind the LSS official merch, like the ones that were on sale at Worlds, like the water bottles, like the Shitty Christmas Present socks. He does all that, and he also donated these shirts to Savage Feats. I don't have too many, but we are giving some away today, because why not? So last time we had like 150 entrants on this one. Let's go ahead and double that number, folks. I want to see at least 300 entries, which that's a lot. That's a lot to ask. The keyword is savage. Okay, the keyword is savage. So SAV. Wait, don't type it yet. Hold up. I'm getting ahead of myself. The keyword is savage. There we go. Now you can type it. Savage. SAVAGE. There we go, to be entered in to win one of these Savage Feats t-shirts. So the record, I think, on entries was at Pittsburgh. We had almost 300. I think it was like 275 or something for entries, and it was like either like a box or a Dragon Shield giveaway. Huh? The Welcome to Wraith. I think it was for the Welcome to Wraith Unlimited box donated by Green Tree. And we had 275 entries, which is like crazy engagement. but we can break that number, because who doesn't want a Savage Feats t-shirt made by the literal LSS merch master himself, Andy Portillo? Why not? Why wouldn't you want that? I'll ship it to you anywhere you are, even international. We'll eat that sucker. To help by the way, here's a plug, segue, to help cover the shipping costs of shirts like these too. Even our friends, if they win in freaking Timbuktu, wherever you are, right? You can now become, you should see it pinned in the chat as well, you can now become a channel member. That recently was enabled on the Savage Feats channel here, where for $5 you unlock emotes, you unlock the badge, your name is highlighted, all that stuff. You get my eternal gratitude, you get Nathan's eternal gratitude, and you get to put a nice dinner in these casters' tummies, because I'm going to take them out, and we're going to do something nice tonight. Orlando has some great food, and they've done a great job. Although, our day is probably going to end at 2 a.m., isn't it? So maybe we'll get the dinner tomorrow night. Yeah, maybe a nice lunch tomorrow, because today is still going to go for quite some time. So the keyword is savage, folks. Everyone's spamming it in the chat. We are at 135 entries. Can we actually hit 300? We have 800 viewers. Just type savage in the chat. Just type savage in the chat. That's all you got to do. We can easily hit 300, right? Granted, some people are on a delay, probably. Like Michael Fang, that entire game was about a solid minute behind. So he looked kind of funny. He's like, Levi's going to go for like the blind flip here or whatever was going on. And it's like, we already saw that happen. But, good on you, Michael. We appreciate the viewership. So we got to wait for people like that, old men like Michael Fang in the chat, who are watching it on delay. Now, reminder, if you are a channel member, we plugged it already, but if you're a channel member, you're 2 times more likely to win a t-shirt in this giveaway, whereas if you're just a viewer, you have 1 normal entry versus 2 entries if you're a channel member. So apparently, the channel member button isn't on everyone's YouTube. I've seen some people, they brought me their phones and showed me. I don't know where the button is. I couldn't tell you, but it should be there for most people. I think it just says join. So if you're so inclined, that would... really, I mean, it's above and beyond. You definitely don't have to do it. The model that Savage Feats run on is, we're fine. With the TO help, with the sponsor help, we are able to just kind of keep on trucking. The entire year of 2023 was funded by sponsors, by TOs, but this is an extra way for you to basically throw us some money if you'd like, and that will help me treat these guys to. What do you even want? What's like your dream food, Yanji? What's your dream food, Yanji? Yeah. Oh, okay. So his dream food is his dream food is just be hired full time as a caster. That doesn't sound quite edible. It barely sounds livable, to be honest. But that's his dream. That's his dream. So with that, let's check in on the amount of entries. We've got 200 entries. 200 entries, and we also had Nathaniel Hunt, a longtime viewer, recognized the name tenfold over, who has just become a Savage fan, I believe is the name of that. All right, so you know what? We're not going to fire it on 300 because I don't actually know if we'll get there. I feel like the numbers are there to get to 300, but maybe some people are on mute. Maybe some people are driving. If you're driving, don't type in the chat. Maybe ask Siri to type in the chat for you. I definitely do that. So let's fire it at 222, a nice clean number, 222. All right, so that'll be pretty soon here, pretty soon. Churchless has also become a Savage fan. Savage fan. Sounds like a fever dream, says Slipstream. No, we hit some insane numbers. The Pittsburgh stream, even though the viewership was like kind of low comparatively, the engagement on that stream was nuts. I feel like everyone was just talking in chat. Everyone was having fun. So there we go. We have everyone spamming in the chat. OMG, it said live for me. I don't know, Michael. Just hit refresh or something. Here's a fun stat, by the way. Because we're hardwired, this cord is the Ethernet right here. We're hardwired into like the store's official internet. The stream health log had at 12:08. We dropped about 70 frames at 12:08. There was some YouTube server-wide error. At 12:08, right? That was 6 hours ago, more than 6 hours ago. Other than that, dropped 0 frames. You believe that? That's quite a stat. Which bodes really well for hopefully the viewer experience of this stream. Dropping frames sucks because everyone always gets so confused. Like, is it your internet that's having an issue? Is it my internet? Is it like the YouTube server and everyone's just refreshing and like everyone desyncs? It's so lame. So we haven't really had to deal with that, which is pretty awesome. Pretty freaking cool. All right, let's check in. We have the giveaway entry that I was going to fire it off for. We're at 222. We are at 222. All right, should I do it? I should just roll it. It's what I said. I said I was going to do it. We only have probably about 4 minutes anyway until the last round of Swiss takes off. So in an effort to give everyone a break, we are going to roll it. Let's see. Roll it. The winner is, okay, that definitely sounds like a European name. All right, shipping budget is going to need some help here. Pavel Kosminski. Yeah, Pavel Kosminski has won the giveaway. So there you go. That is our winner of the second Savage Feats t-shirt giveaway. That's only the third one in circulation. I have one. Then the winner from earlier, whose name I don't remember, but they should have emailed me, won one. And now Pavel has won one. Nathan doesn't even have his yet because I haven't met up with him in person since receiving these. Maybe Andy kept a couple. He might have some. But there we go. That is the third Savage Feats t-shirt in circulation, won by Pavel. So congrats. Let me tell you how to get this. Email me your address at ethan@savagefeats.com. Ethan@savagefeats. I typoed that. Email me your address at ethan@savagefeats. Yep, there we go. Congrats, Pavel. Zach is saying you'd literally give up your child for a shirt. And Blasphemous saying you'd buy a Savage Feats t-shirt. Well, considering these were gifts from Andy, this was not a plan to actually like launch any kind of merch. These just showed up at my doorstep one day because Andy is such a homie. So there were no plans yet to like really make this, a kind of like a merch piece. That is something that Nathan and I have talked about. And truly, the season's been pretty nonstop to kind of get ahead on this. So now that we have about a month-long break, we'll come back in 2024 with some cool ideas. I'm thinking Savage Socks, Savage Sweats. Not bad. Rolls off the tongue. And we'll get something going there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the last round of Swiss. Last round of Swiss in this Battle Hardened into top 8. We're looking at an 8-hour stream already. So I highly doubt that we can keep this stream live for all of top 8. I'll probably cut it before top 8. But we'll get there when we get there. Maybe this round is like super quick and maybe they don't deck check for like an hour into top 8. How's that sound? All right, with that sponsor break real quick because we have some wonderful sponsors. This is the ad reel for them all and then we'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your flesh and blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Orlando round 7. We have made it through now all rounds of Swiss, and we are about to see a winning in, losing out for our local fan favorite, or not local, but a fan favorite, Brodie Spurlock, and I believe a competitor from Georgia who's playing a Kano deck that is playing 9 D-Reacts.
Yeah, Justin, I think, has been a long-time figure in the Kano community. I remember watching one of his videos a long time ago, like around Monarch format, where he was playing like Yellow Aether Flares or like something. I can't quite remember. It's like a ProQuest top 4 YouTube video. It exists out there. So he's been playing Kano for quite a long time. This is a Kano. I don't want to call him one trick because I have no idea like what he plays, but he's been a Kano player for since, I don't know, at least 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I've never seen him play anything else. I've seen him in like the ProQuest circuit because he lives in Georgia, so like I'll see him in some of the ones like in North Florida and stuff. So yeah, I've only ever seen him play Kano for the life of Flesh and Blood. So he seems to be a very big fan of only that deck.
Yeah, and so normally I think when we have the Kano versus Bravo matchup, most Kanos probably opt into going for kind of like a pitch stack, Aether Wildfire based game plan, which, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think it usually is Kano favored, but the game, that's like what the game kind of revolves around. This matchup, apparently, Justin's playing like Rainbow Emeritus Scolding and defense reactions, and what is going on over here. So I think probably throwing Brodie for a little bit of a curveball. I don't know how prepared Brodie is for this particular strategy. I know Brodie probably knows a thing or two about Kano, as he has also played Kano himself at least at a locals level.
Yeah, I have played a version of Kano before that played like 1 Nourishing Emptiness and 3 Sink Belows to shore up this matchup. And I do think that some amount of Fates and Sinks are useful, and especially if pitch stacking is your game plan, it lets you get there a little bit faster, especially when you know you're going to be blocking until you're counting your deck. So we actually might see this game go quite long if that's the game plan, is to block out, arsenal some D-Reacts, and pitch stack some combination of cards that you know you're going to win the game when it gets to that point. But I believe our players are ready, so we can go ahead and head into round 7.
Yeah, Justin seemed very excited about playing this match when the pairings were announced. So now we'll see if his preparation has come to fruition in this match. Brodie has been a long time, you know, kind of boogeyman of the Battle Hardened circuit. If there's a Battle Hardened, Brodie's knocking on the door of top 8.
100%, yeah. I know Justin's really excited about this version of the deck that he's built. Being 5-1 is definitely impressive with a hero that starts at 30 life.
Yeah, take a look at that look on his face. That's pure bliss.
Pure bliss. He is so happy to be where he's at and to be playing this hero that he loves so much.
Justin is a fan of the square. The
Armor Cube.
I'm a fan.
Armor Cube is also one of my favorite things as well. We're going to see, I assume, Justin's version of this deck that he built it to possibly be better into Bravo. So this actually might be what he was looking for his last round.
Yeah, interesting that he has gone into the match with his armor face up. There is a Spellfire Cloak, which is not standard.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's something that I would normally play against like ninjas, but to play into a game where I assume he's going to be pitch stacking, interesting to see that over Tunic.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he just doesn't have Tunic in his list. We have no idea.
Yeah.
We have no idea what his list looks like.
No idea what this looks like. We also see Waning Moon, also not standard. So maybe instead of a pitch stack game plan, we're just going arcane value.
Yeah, like value oriented. Brodie has the full AB3. I guess it's not the full because he could play AB5 if he wanted to.
Technically, yeah. But I know Justin said he beat like a Vynnset that was on AB4 or something. So
yeah, AB4 Spell Void 4, whatever. The case is kind of crazy.
That's pretty wild. So for a deck to be prepared and still lose, I mean, Justin's version of this deck must be kitted out to be something we haven't seen before. So this will be really interesting to see on stream.
I'm excited. At the beginning,
we have an Emeritus Red for 4. Not played on his opponent's turn, so it's not 6.
Yeah, Brodie should, I think, already be kind of clued in. Mostly because Emeritus Red is not really a card that most Kanos play.
No, not at all. This is like typically a blitz card, really. Red Emeritus. Blue has been played in Iyslander and Kano for a long time, but Red Emeritus really has been seen in blitz just to win the game faster, but really interesting to see it in Kano. So yeah, I think Brodie seeing Waning Moon and Emeritus Red is understanding this is a little bit different.
Yeah, I've seen Waning Moon into matchups that have AB. Like, you, for example, you play Waning Moon into like Iyslander,
right?
When you used to play Kano. So Waning Moon is quite a good value-based card.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Waning Moon. I think typically you see the Crucible of Aetherwave because it lets you get over Arcane Barrier and get your hit effects for things like potentially a Sonic Boom or something like that. But I think being able to turn a card into 3 Arcane Image is also really valuable.
Yeah, I think value-wise on a turn-by-turn basis, Waning Moon probably comes out slightly ahead.
Yeah. So it makes sense here. Bravo's only going to have so many cards he can pitch for Arcane Barrier, so being able to 3 Arcane possibly most turns is going to be really strong as we see E-Strike with Go again here.
Yeah. The Bravo's game plan into Kano, I think, is fairly straightforward. It's I'm just going to throw attacks at you and show me what you got.
Right. Yeah, I think historically Bravo has been not great into Kano because of the inevitability of pitch stack. I think with Bravo having more threats now, maybe it's a little bit better, but because Justin's deck seems kitted against this, we'll see what Justin's game plan looks like as we get rid of a Blazing Aether, which is typically a card you want to like maybe put in Arsenal or something.
Yeah, although depending on his strategy, maybe you'll only need like 1 or 2 Blazing Aethers.
Sure. So if you see one this early, maybe not super useful.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back to Justin's turn. He has a Lesson in Lava in hand, and we're going to see a Sonic Boom.
Yeah, Sonic Boom for 3, not as great when the opponent has AB3. This is a situation, I think, where the Crucible of Aetherweave would have been, pretty good.
Right. This is also a place where I think Tunic would have been good because you can do plays like this and then Waning Moon afterwards with your Tunic counter.
Yep.
So I do think it's interesting Justin is not playing Tunic, or maybe it's not in his list. But
yeah, I think my intuition is saying that he just does not have one in his 80.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, it gives you an extra spot to.
It lets you play all the defense reactions.
That's true.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple of takes on Kano. We were recently at Realm Rumble where Peter Budensieg and Majin Bey were telling us all about how their list has 63 cards and they play like 9 random cards. And I think Justin is taking the opposite approach where he's only playing the equipments that he has to play.
Yeah.
And then just stacking his sideboard with, I guess defense reactions.
Yeah, a bunch of tech cards. We do see one of the D-Reacts in his hand right now, which is Absorb in Aether.
Yeah, and this is pretty big because he Kano'd into a Sonic Boom, I believe.
And Absorb in Aether does buff the next Arcane spell by 2. So this will actually come in for 5.
Yeah.
Which is really huge. I don't think Justin has any more cards in hand, but
Brodie is, I think, starting to realize that this is not quite like the other Kanos.
Yeah. This is not your Kano that you would typically see. This is something else. This is a new beast. So Sonic Boom for 5, threatening the on-hit of...
Yeah, we have blocked another Red Emeritus. Red Emeritus is probably one of his most powerful.
Wow.
And into the Aether Wildfire.
And Brodie says, yeah, sure, that makes sense. So a free Aether Wildfire here for 4 Arcane. It's not going to threaten anything else, I don't believe, but 4 free damage is great.
Yeah. Who needs to get a buff when you just do 4?
So we see that we know that Brodie's hand was a crippling and then that Macho Grande. So we know that it's a crippling in Arsenal at the moment.
Yeah, Brodie has to feel that since Justin is showing him these defense reactions, it's quite unlikely that Justin is going to combo kill him.
Right.
And so I think you just go for pure value. And throwing Anathos for 6, just better than blocking 3.
Yeah, absolutely. The life totals are getting closer. They have both lost 10 life, but Storm Striders essentially means Justin has an extra turn. So as these life totals get closer, Brodie is certainly in more danger.
I wonder if Brodie just goes for a Dominator Crippling Crush.
It looks like that's...
Oh, right on cue.
So we're going to see if Justin wants to respond. He does not. And Brodie's actually keeping a CNC in his hand at the moment. So.
Yeah. This is one of the cases where because of the way that, Brodie has chosen to construct his Bravo deck, having access to stuff like Findle Spring Tunic, cards like CNC get a lot better in value compared to
Then I will hold priority.
Wow, he's going to hold priority here, and we're going to pitch for Kano. And Ragamuffins on his opponent's turn. What is happening?
Yeah, so we are going to see.
Blazing. What other attack do we have? What other spell do we have?
Yeah. Are we going to Kano again?
We're going to use Storm Striders? I mean, Justin doesn't know that Brodie's holding a red, which just makes it so much better for him here.
Yeah.
And Spellfire. This seems so early to do all this. Lesson for 6?
Oh, but if Justin gets he can get another Blazing Aether. So you go Lesson in Lava for 6, Blazing.
6, 12, 6 and 6 and 12,
+2.
right?
Yeah,
6,
yeah.
6, 12, so it'd be 24 damage this turn.
Yeah, and
That
Brodie
seems-
would. I think you should at least use the tunic to. I think showing the Blazing Aether, you must know that something is up.
24 damage turn off of nothing, essentially.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
if Brodie pitches the red and uses the Findel Spring Tunic to prevent 2 damage on this Lesson in Lava, though, it's effectively blocking a lot more than 2. So you block 2, and then you block another 2, and then that blocks 4.
Yep. So then it would be 4, 4, 8. So it'd be 16 damage instead of 20.
Yeah.
I was about to say, if you actually do all top.
So, blocking quite a lot of damage if he chooses to block the red. Let's see if he goes for that line, or if he's like,
I was hoping
you know what? Whatever.
I think Brodie is just beside himself because what is happening right now?
Yeah.
I think he's trying to, because I think the scary part about playing against Kano is, do I die here? Like, is this actually going to kill me? Yeah, Brodie's face is, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, you don't die here, but,
Yeah, I think he knows that this isn't death, especially we have only 1 card in hand on the Kano side.
Yeah. Like, he's representing Blazing.
Right, that has to be what this play is. I mean, it could be something like Home on the top, and then you draw 2 cards, but I don't think that's worth it.
But you have to think if you want to use it here or.
So, at the beginning when you said that we were in for a longer game, I think that is out of play.
Yeah, I guess I assumed when he said D-Reacts that the D-Reacts were Sinks and Fates. It seems like the D-Reacts are just like Rainbow Absorbent Aether. This card has put in some work already, and if Brodie does end up taking the 16, I think it will be, if he does AB 2 here, he's out 14, which is scary against Kano, but Kano is out of like gas, so to speak.
Yeah, he is at 14, but Kano is going to be out of his Storm Striders. Yeah, so choosing to block 2. Not having a blue, if Brodie has a blue, this turn is ridiculously worse for Justin.
Yeah, this is like really interesting that Justin chose to do this line when Bravo was holding a card still.
I mean, Kano players, they just have the soul read. You in order to truly become a Kano player, you have to understand the human condition.
Right.
You look into Brodie's eyes and you're like, this guy doesn't have a blue.
He's holding CNC. He knew it.
Yeah.
So 4, 4, 8, and
yeah, so 16 damage, putting Brodie to 14.
It's still a lot to get through when you're
It's
playing
a lot,
against AB3.
but Justin also is taking 7. So we're gonna be on Brodie's turn basically with a brand new hand, with Justin at 13, Brodie at 14, but Justin does not have a Storm Striders available to him anymore. So they're just playing straight up.
Yeah. I think it seems like it would be Brodie favored moving forward. I don't know what other tricks Justin has, but typically moving forward, if Kano has gotten rid of their armor, everything that you're doing with Kano is just blind. You could be on cards that like the Opt 3 card that you can play as an instant, and then lets you do 1 extra arcane damage. So there could be cards like that we're on, but really for the most part, I think most things are going to be blind.
Will Justin actually use his Waning Moon during this game?
Find out.
Find out next time.
So
Brodie's counting his pitch stack, and it's like, well, I might get to this.
Yeah, I don't know that the pitch stack matters too much here. We're going to see Brodie pass.
I always knew the pitch stack was fake.
It does not. I have an obsession with putting it back the way that's like technically correct, but it really is not.
Can you do it faster? No, not the order. Can you shuffle faster than that? I'm just curious.
Well, here, let me do it with the discard because.
All right, so now we're spending some game time to see how fast Brodie can shuffle cards.
So putting a show on this, Brodie, he's really getting
oh yeah.
He's building a reputation for himself where he's just showing callousness, really.
Yeah.
Just complete disregard for the.
So we have Justin who understands the human condition, Brodie who disrespects the human condition.
Yeah, who just
completely.
Yeah, does not care about
Onto that thing, I can't
the game.
No. He'll take 15 minutes with a turn and also shuffle his hand faster than the speed of light.
Good job of keeping it pretty clear.
So Brodie drew back up, and we are back on Justin's turn.
Yeah, he has East. Oh, we're on Brodie's turn. I think Justin doesn't have any cards in his hand.
Oh, so he passed, and now it's back to Brodie's turn.
Yeah.
Yep, that makes sense. So Bravo doing 13 through no armor is not going to be that difficult. We'll see if Absorb and Aether comes up again.
What do you think of these so far?
Great comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that the players are just enjoying the game. I think that's another thing to love about this game so much is like, even in a high stakes place where this is a win and in for a top 8 of a Battle Hardened, players are still just enjoying playing the game.
You can't really like tell me what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I wonder what Brodie's line is going to be here. He doesn't have a lot of great options. The best option would most likely be E-Strike Go again into like bottoming the Spinal Crush, and then you get to keep a blue in your hand.
So it's E-Strike into Hammer?
Yeah.
Did you watch any video?
So it's 9 damage this turn?
Yeah, but then if Justin tries to go off like before, then you can maybe buff the Anothos.
That's true.
Assuming that he doesn't, then you're just like, because either way you do 9. The other line would be you just like play Spinal and you save E-Strike.
Yeah. I think both. I think E-Strike here makes sense to me. You could also E-Strike 7 and hold more cards, but I think you want to bottom one of the reds.
Yeah.
So this is turn 4. That is
E-Strike 7 bottoming the Spinal is not too bad. Yeah, I forgot he has 2 reds in his hand.
Yeah, so I think this being 7 makes sense. You have 4 resources in hand now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So takes 5.
So Brodie picked Go again.
So we are going to see Hammer.
Yeah. I kind of like this. Just make him have it.
Yeah. Oh, so we do have 2 blues in hand now. Yeah. Okay. We bottomed the other red. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I broke him with that one play.
So Hammer for 4. And Kano's not going to do anything other than take 1. So Justin has a 3-card hand. Kano can do some great stuff on their own turn. So pitch a blue, float 2, Aether Flare for 3 arcane. This buffs the next spell by however much it does.
I personally advise it. I think it's a really
Yeah. Aether Flare for 3. Not representing a lot, but you get to do like a 2-card 5
with the waning moon.
With the waning moon. I think Justin is trying to put Brodie low enough so that you can go for like a Meritus plus waning moon finish.
Yeah, I mean that's 9 damage on your opponent's turn, which is very strong. So I assume Brodie just has to give up a blue here. You really can't let the Kano chip you down that low.
Yeah.
I think
Justin showed the card that he has in his hand. It is an Absorbent Aether.
I believe it was red. So we pitch an Absorb and get to Arsenal a red Absorb, which is certainly very strong. This deck is pretty absurd.
A lot of them end up showing me their hand because I have a fairly long torso and I normally sit up. That makes sense.
The real question is, did Justin show Brodie his hand?
I think he only flashed the camera.
Okay.
Hopefully he didn't show that I have a D-React in Arsenal. So we see a couple of boulder drops, I think.
I think Brodie's hand is 4 blues.
Yep. All right. So he is going to take the 2. So Waning Moon actually doing something.
How do you know my every move?
So we are 12-7 now, and we have a red D-React in Arsenal, the Absorbent Aether, which could lead to something crazy, except all the Kano triggers are going to be random. And if you do Kano into an Absorbent Aether, it is not playable.
Yeah, no bueno.
So I think Brodie here is probably just going to, swing Hammer? Or do you swing with an attack in hand?
Dominate.
Oh.
For that 5-cost attack from your arsenal at me. You'll have, yep. It is a 4-cost.
Oh, it's a red debilitate.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will respond to the attack.
8 Dominate is pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, he has eye, so it won't be a blind Kano. This is so good.
My arsenal slightly under him because I don't want to put the op where the cards are.
Justin just laughing.
Opting to.
I'm going to draw 2 cards.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then
So
I guess he liked what he was going to draw.
Got a redraw. I think you put a blue on top.
Yep. Okay.
So we're gonna.
Just so you're aware.
So this is in response to the card being played, I assume. We get a blue Aether Dart.
Yep.
Activate Kano.
Kano for the third time this turn. Gaze is so strong here. We have played a non-attack already in the tome, so this does come back to hand. We're going to opt to
Oh,
here.
there's Sonic Boom.
Oh my goodness. Sonic Boom for 5 could be so strong here. Okay. Now we allow the attack to resolve and move to reactions.
Do this, and do this for this, and this, and this, and that, and this. And I will declare block for 3, move to reactions. No reactions.
And pitch your card to do the D-reacts.
There we go. And then I will play Sonic Boom
For 5. We get a free attack off the top, and then we have an Aether Dart for 1 arcane. And then if our card in hand is a blue, we can also Waning Moon for 3.
Yeah. Pretty strong. Doing a lot of damage for Brodie on this turn.
This is 9 plus damage, if depending on what's on top of the deck from the Sonic Boom. So really strong, just out of nowhere. I don't understand this deck. Like
show us the Meredith scolding.
Yeah, red Emeritus off the top just wins the game for sure.
Why is this 7?
The Absorbent Aether, it's 4 block.
7 block.
Yeah.
This is why I played this.
I mean, being able to cover up basically all this damage and do all this is pretty impressive, to be honest.
Making Brodie feel pretty silly about the Dominate at this point.
Yeah. Paying for the Dominate, I mean, might not have been worth the fact that you could have Arcane Barrier.
Brodie didn't realize that Bravo just does not have hero power.
Yeah, you just play Bravo so you can play Guardian cards, that's all.
Yeah.
As the only Guardian left in the meta, you just play it.
Yeah, but next set coming out, Heavy Hitters.
Yeah.
There's going to be at least one Guardian that it will be CC playable, I presume.
Hopefully we'll see Rhinar star of the show, too.
Oh!
So
Rhinar, show like a non-attack, an attack, and a defense reaction.
And you intimidate 4. He got Aether Wildfire off the top, which is going to buff the dart. I think this is just game.
Oh, no. The Wildfire's coming in for 3. The dart is going to come in
for 4.
For 4.
And then if his card in hand is a blue, he can Waning Moon for 3 more.
Waning Moon.
That is game.
Oh.
That is absolutely absurd. I cannot believe this game just happened. That was so fun to watch.
Doing the Lord's work and saving us and on coverage at least 30 minutes of our lives.
Thank you. That was such a fun game. I did not expect anything that happened that game to happen whatsoever. Like what we were expecting was pitch stacking, sinks, fates. Not what we got whatsoever. And I can't believe Justin was able to spin together these webs that did 40 damage through Arcane Barrier 3.
Yeah, Justin, I was saying that he had, kind of a wild take on Kano even 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And we've seen that over time, experience has not kind of dampened his craziness. He has gone even farther beyond.
He has achieved enlightenment with Kano. One thing that I love about the game that just happened is I think a lot of players will see a deck that was played in an event and they'll be like, oh, this is how you play this deck. I'm going to play this version of this deck. Maybe I'll change 3 to 5 cards. But what's great about players like Justin is just I want to play Kano, and I'm going to completely rethink what people think about the deck.
Yeah. And you get a lot of advantages, I think, from playing so you get some advantages from playing a hero that people are unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
So you kind of get that already with Kano. But playing an unfamiliar hero in an unfamiliar way, you're compounding these advantages. Yeah, I'm sure Brodie had no idea what was going to happen.
Yeah, because I think Brodie thought all the plays that he was making were super safe. Against normal Kano, they're not ready to go off yet, so I have plenty of time to be aggressive with my attacks.
I'm not convinced that Justin knew 100% what was going to happen either. But kind of quite the beneficiary of how the deck ended up being ordered. Finding the Sonic Boom into a good.
Wasn't it Wildfire twice? Wasn't it?
Yeah,
Sonic
it
Boom
was both
Wildfire
times. The
twice?
first time the Wildfire, only doing 4 damage, but letting the Sonic Boom be 5 plus 4, 9, already good. Having the Sonic Boom be 9 plus a Wildfire plus another spell
plus Moon, yeah,
ridiculous.
That was the most absurd thing. I mean, the fact that he didn't whiff on his Kanos at all was definitely very beneficial for Justin. Hitting an Absorbent Aether off the Kano, which means you can't play it, would have been unfortunate, but it did
Yeah, and Justin, I think, is playing Rainbow Absorbent Aether, so he has at least 10 misses in his deck. He has the 9 Absorbent Aethers plus Eye of Ophidia.
Yep.
And, you just look for opportunities.
That's why he's there and we're here. Yeah,
that's why he's up there.
You just know sometimes.
Yeah, so congratulations to Justin for making the top 8. He's guaranteed at 6-1. It'll be, I think, very exciting to see how far he gets with this build of Kano, which is something that is completely different from what people are mostly used to. I expect that he will probably post a YouTube video about this deck at the very least. So I'm looking forward to watching that.
There will definitely be a deck tech about this and probably multiple videos of people analyzing how this deck did this well in a field that is so competitive. Like we see players like Brodie Spurlock who might have just been knocked out of top 8, who is such a contender, and this deck was able to get there through AB3 and through a field of other very competitive players. So we're definitely going to see at least one Kano in the top 8. So maybe we'll be on stream at least 2 now. Okay. And we're going to see some Uzuri for sure, because we had an undefeated Uzuri last round, and probably some amount of Bravo and Ninja mixed in there too.
Maybe Kano was the pick. Maybe Kano was the pick. And so I think what we're going to move to now, we have the technology. We have a mobile camera, and Ethan is going to take us to the top tables to kind of see what on the foot on the streets, feet on the streets. What do you call it? Pedal to the pavement.
Man on the ground.
More
feet on the ground, yeah.
Keep your feet on the ground.
In the community, yeah. We're going to see Papa Ethan walking through the top tables and giving us an overview of the top tables. And there it is. So you can see that even though we are getting to these last rounds, still a lot of players here. They are firing some side events, but this top table here is where a lot of players are still battling out. There are still about 30 minutes in the round, so we can see players like Mara on Dromai in the top tables. We see...
Yeah, Alex is playing Gi, so Maxx versus Uzuri.
Oh, interesting. So we definitely have a Maxx fighting for contention along with another Uzuri fighting for contention. He lost to his only loss has been to a Kano.
Yep.
I love it.
We see at...
Kano is honestly looking more and more like a great pick for the tournament.
Honestly,
I think the primary weakness for Kano is playing into decks like Boost Dash, and playing into, I think Phi can be kind of difficult if they play Pouncing Links. Just like the amount of damage that you can just like dump.
Right. Yeah, if you do like a 25 damage turn, Kano has like very little time. We do see a Phi at the top tables. That was probably a harder matchup for Mara, so not sure who won that. But Mara did win. Okay. Very impressive to beat a Phi. So we will definitely see at least one Dromai in our top 8 then. We do see this was an Azalea versus a Dromai. That game just ended.
The fist bump is
another Dromai. So I think our top 8 is going to have 2 Dromai.
I wanted to also give kind of a shout out to how smooth the entire tournament has been running. Really a great job by both the judge staff and the tournament organizer, Haven Games, to kind of make everything run really fast. At first when I was told that this event was going to start at 11, I was a little skeptical about the finish time, but this event as a whole has been run really well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we started around 11 a little bit before, and it's 7 o'clock right now, and we just finished 7 rounds of Switch, essentially.
With a lunch break.
With a lunch break, which was an hour, is really impressive. I'm a little biased because the Haven Games is my local shop, and I've been coming here since it opened, but I think they run events so smoothly. I think to be able to host a 110-person event in a store and run it like this is definitely impressive. So we see a Dash.io on the top tables as well against another Uzuri, so it looks like our top 8 could be a mixture of Bravos, Uzuris, Dromais, Kanos.
Yeah, depending how this matchup goes, I think Dash.io versus Uzuri should be favored for Uzuri.
Yep, agreed. I think you have a lot of tools to disrupt enough the big hands that they want, and also to block breakpoints with a lot of the different D-React that they play.
Go ahead and take it.
So that game is still going on, but those are our top tables. I think those are all the people who would be in contention for our top 8.
Yeah, and we have some guys who are still battling it out. There's some people playing draft in the background. We got George with the Hulk, Hulk hand. We got Evan.
Evan Herndon, who potentially won't be in contention for our top 8, but definitely a great player. Picking Dash.io for this event, which I think with the number of Uzuri maybe just wasn't the pick, but who could have expected, I think, 10% Uzuri?
Oh, yeah, definitely for sure. I think we're in an interesting spot. If Kano starts to pick up in popularity, then I think we could see a bigger uptick in decks like Katsu, in decks like Fi, and decks like Boost Dash to try to deal with these wizards. But it takes a certain kind of personality to want to play Kano.
Yeah, I think even if Kano was like tier 1 best deck, it's just probably not going to appeal to as many people to like learn that deck and pilot it at a 7-8 round event.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like you were mentioning, also Tree Frog Dash could be a deck that ticks up, playing things like Oasis Respites and having a lot of Arcane Barrier available to them.
Yeah, not a lot of people were playing, or if any people were playing that version. I think it's colloquially known as Slab Dash.
Slab Dash, yeah.
Even though no slabs, but it is what it is. But I think that version of Dash is very difficult for all of these more value-oriented decks to deal with.
Yep.
So you have like the Azaleas, the Bravos, just have a really hard time fighting through all the defense reactions. That being said, one of the bad matchups for Slap Dash in the past was Iyslander doing like Frost Hex combo.
Sure.
Kano, even though doesn't do like a Frost Hex combo type of game plan, has the ability to
pitch stack
to pitch stack towards a combo kill. Also, we saw this Absorbent Aether has the ability to push through through AB, through Spell Void.
Yeah, that was really impressive. We have our winner.
You want to do a little interview? You want to take this?
Sure, I can take it.
Yeah, you take it. I gave you a shout. I shouted out. I think you had a ProQuest video a long time ago, and I was I watched that video when I was learning how to play Kano at first.
I'll come around.
Here, come around.
Now I'll get this screw off on screen.
All right, hopefully they don't trip over everything and unplug stuff. We were going so well.
All right, we did it.
But Justin's a safety hazard.
Hello.
No one saw that, right?
You're going to want to make sure those are on your ears. Perfect. So we have Justin joining us, the winner of that last round.
Hey, that's Team Sonic Doom for me. Like, Ethan, I'm on a team. You put Sonic Doom up there.
Awesome. So congratulations, first of all.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
First of all, that was so impressive to watch.
I built this list to try to get value off numbers into aggro deck. So interrupt the chain and throw 7 back at them. But it happens to be a lot better into Bravo too, because we get to go block 7, throw 8 on their 8 to 11 attacks.
Yeah, 4-card 15 is pretty good.
And and I'm doing better math than him at that point, and you don't want to be on the downside of math for Kano.
Interesting. So would you consider this a value-driven Kano then?
Yes, it is. It is purely value. I remember the question that I asked you. Why no seismic surge chess piece? Why?
Wait, Justin,
I hate you.
stay on topic.
Sorry.
Stay on topic. Reel it in, Zoomer.
So one question I want to ask you is, why no Tunic?
Because I assumed he was on AB1.
You assumed Bravo would have been on AB1?
I've played all of the testing I've done in the past 2 weeks with this deck.
Yeah.
Every Bravo I played against has been on AB1, and I've seen 4 here today on AB1.
Huh. So you just weren't expecting the AB3?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at the same time, I'm realistically never going to use it more than once in a game.
Okay.
Just because I typically need the value of when my cards cost 2 and the D-Rat costs 1.
Yep.
And the last card is going to moon or block.
Yep.
So I always have the spare resource, so I don't really need the Tunic to do it.
I see.
And the Spellfire Cloak means that if I natty draw the combo on turns 0, 1, or 2, then I have the ability to do it, and I'm not missing that one resource.
When you say draw the combo, can you explain that to us? Because I have no idea what that means.
So draw the combo is Arsenal, a Wildfire, and then draw 3 blues and a Lesson in Lava.
So
or 3 blues and a Blazing Aether.
That didn't happen that game?
No, that did not happen that game.
Okay. So you won that game without even drawing the combo.
Yeah, I did not combo him at all. I did play 2 Wildfires. One of them was on my turn, which dealt... Or no, one was on his turn, but I had no cards left, so it didn't matter. And then the last one, I had a blue Aether Dart Banish.
You got 2 Aether Wildfires off of 2 Sonic Booms.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. And they were both off of D-Rat at Sonic Boom, so they both came in for 5, so he couldn't stop it.
That was the most absurd thing. When you said you were on Rainbow D-React, or when you were on 9 D-Reacts, I assumed like Sinks,
Yes,
Fates, and stuff like that.
everyone assumes that. I was originally on 12 in the main and 2 on sideboard.
Okay.
I was on Sigil of Parapets in the main.
Oh, interesting.
And 2 Fate for Scenes on sideboard for the opt ability. Technically, I was originally on 15 because I tried Rise Above because you can put a card on top.
And then banish it and play it.
And I could, if I draw like Red Emeritus, I can put it block 4, put it on top, absorb, block 8 total on the thing, and then throw an 8 attack at them. It didn't work. It was really bad.
So in testing this deck, were you just like building versions that you were trying to force Kano to have more value than other decks? Was that the goal?
I was strictly trying to go, my value's better than yours.
Okay.
So like I want to block 7 and throw more damage than you're dealing me, or I want to block 4 and Waning Moon with more damage than you're dealing me. Depending on the matchup, depends on which one I do.
So against decks like Azalea, right, which Azalea is very much like a value-driven deck, how does this matchup compare?
So for Azalea, I don't play Waning Moon.
Okay.
I play Crucible because spindles are really important in that matchup. I need them to come in for 5, so I get to look at 3 cards. Do we have any Azaleas in contention for top 8?
I know there's some at the top tables. They might have lost, though.
Okay.
2 may be in contention right now.
Okay, I don't want to say how I side against them in case.
Sure.
But I don't play the exact number with them because they get to do dominate and on hits. So like the inertia triggers are really bad for us.
Right.
So like I pretty much like slim down a little bit to a more standard combo line.
Okay.
And we go who's better at coin flipping, and we see who's better at coin flipping.
So can you still like pivot this deck into the typical like wildfire combo?
I have with my sideboard, I can side out all of the D-Rats if needed and play a normal list. It is still slightly different because I'm on Rainbow Emerituses and the normal list isn't on any.
Oh, so you're on Yellow Emeritus too. I didn't notice that.
And I'm on Cindering Foresight, red, to opt.
The opt
I
3.
can play it on their turn as an instant, opt 3, and it gives my next thing +1.
That's the card I was trying to remember during that matchup because I was wondering if the rest of the game would just be random Kanos. It didn't end up being that way because you had I, which was sick, but it's good to know you play.
Yeah, I do play Cinderings because I run 10 dead cards.
Right.
Oh, no, so I run 10 no-hits, and then I run what I call 4 dead cards, or 6 dead cards. Dead cards are cards that I can still banish off of Kano, but they don't do damage.
And what cards are those?
3 Epots and 3 Cinderings.
Oh, okay.
Theoretically, you could count Tome as dead cards, or dead cards, because they don't deal damage, but they draw 2, so they deal damage.
That makes sense.
And then the 10 dead cards are the Rainbow Absorbs and the 1 Eye.
Yeah, right.
So all of my math on like when I should activate and when I shouldn't is based off of how many dead cards I've seen and how many no hits I've seen. That way I have a better gauge of is the top card valuable or do I just block out and Arsenal pass. It didn't happen to any in his game because I saw a good string of them in the right order, so I didn't have to worry about like hitting them off the top.
Yeah.
Oh, are we supposed to be reading those?
I'll read this one to you. So if you knew that he was going to be on AB3, would you have done Crucible over Waning Moon?
No.
You would not?
No, I would not. The on-hit to me isn't important against Bravo. I want the consistent damage. On the typical combo line, Waning Moon represents 5 damage. Or Crucible represents 5 damage.
Okay.
Because Wildfire Spell Blazing, every 1 point block is 5.
Sure.
Waning Moon says deal 3. And that gives Blazing Aether +3. So it says 6 damage instead of 5. So on my combo turn, I think it's slightly better if I only have a card or Wildfire card Blazing. And then on my normal turns, I can go play 1 drop, moon him on my turn, and try to take 2 cards from him or get chip damage in, which chip damage is really important.
Sure. One question that's in chat, which I also want to ask this question. The turn that you basically blew your hat and your boots, Brodie happened to have a red in hand.
Yeah.
Did you suspect that, or would you have still done the same thing even knowing
Could
that?
y'all not hear us? I told him he had a red in hand.
Oh, you said that to him?
Yeah, I told him. I was like, you have a red in hand, and it's not Oasis because you would have already played it. And he looks at me, and he spent 4 more minutes trying to think it out.
So you soul read him. You were just
I was really sure he had a red in hand because the reason I thought it was red, because if it's blue, he auto pitches. If it's like a yellow Starstruck, it's debatable. The reason I thought it was, because it blocks 2, the reason I thought it was red is because he gets a lot of value out of arsenaling a red.
Sure.
And blocking 1 isn't value.
Yeah.
So that's why I was really sure it was a red, and I was really sure it wasn't Oasis because he had Tunic up. And you're not going to sit there and stare at me with a lesson for 4 and a Blazing and Banish and not Oasis it.
Yeah.
Also, if it was Oasis, I don't get Blazing Aether there. I get Tome.
To draw 2 cards.
To draw 2 cards, because if I hit blue, I can do stuff. If I hit blue-red, I can Moon, Arsenal, Red, have Blazing.
Okay. So normally in Kano, it's like I'm saving my equipment to kill my opponent. In this version, you're just like, I'm just doing it when it looks good.
If I have a turn that I know I can go off and at least get some value of damage, if I can put them with whatever attack they have on the side, like against stats that only have 1 attack normally, if I look at the attack and I go with what I'm going to block or not block, if my turn puts us both to within 5 points of damage and both of those numbers are above 10 life, I will blow those boots immediately.
Wow. Yeah, it was surprising to see.
Because if we're at even life, I'm winning.
That's true.
Because I kill you in response. And since I'm on the D-reacts with Rainbow Emeritus, like if you go 7 at me and I go, or if you go like 8 dominate me and I go block 7, play red Emeritus off the top, you said deal 1, take 8. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, no?
So, especially like Bravo, if I can get us to within 5 points of life, I will immediately pop it. I don't care. But we have to be like, it has to be like, I'm not going to do it if I'm putting him to 30 and I'm at 30. No, that's not worth it anymore, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
But like if I'm putting us both to like 10 to 17, it's free. It's free value.
Do you think if you were Brodie in that matchup and it was reversed and you're playing Bravo, do you not pitch for Dominate? Do you think saving those resources is more valuable?
Nope. I think he did the correct play.
Oh, he did,
because
okay.
If you don't pitch for Dominate, right, you're giving me the option of pitch stacking. And that's how Bravo loses that matchup. Like as soon as he stops dominating or throwing go-again attacks at me, I will start full pitch stacking him, and then we'll get to see like triple Wildfire, double Blazing, and it doesn't matter what he does anymore. Because we actually did on the team, they did the math on a game because it happened. Triple Wildfire beats triple Oasis.
Interesting.
Because you go Oasis or you play Wildfire for 5 off meta. And they go Oasis, you go Respond, play Wildfire for 5 with meta. They go Respond, you go Crucible Wildfire for 6. When it prevents 4, they take 2. Your next Wildfire goes to 7. So now they're taking 3. And your next one goes to 10. Now they're taking 6. So everything gets plus 11 now. So any spells you have get plus 11 and they die.
So on the pitch deck, you're playing all 3 Wildfires?
Yep. You play one and you see what they do. If you soul read them and know they have an Oasis, then you play it for 5 and you see what they do. Because if they play it, you play the second one for 5. If they play another, you play the third one for 6 and win. And if they don't play the second or third one, then you win anyway because you have 3 Wildfires.
I think you said your last round was a Vynnset that had like a bunch of Spell Void.
AB4, Spell Void 4.
How did you end up winning that match? Was it Wildfire combo? Or?
No, I had to actively waste the Wildfire combo. I had a Lesson in Banish, a Blazing in Banish, and 4 resources up after playing Wildfire if I chose to play it. I chose to play Wildfire for 5, knowing that he could full block it. Because he's playing what are the boots called? The Darkness set.
That they banish themselves, Shroud in Darkness or whatever?
Yeah, he had the boots.
Okay.
I had to get that in his banish zone. Because if he no block, if he doesn't and he takes it, then Lesson gets another Blazing and then he dies. So he has to block it. And getting it in his banish zone, he lost like 6 or 7 life that game off of it. And if I would have done that 3 turns later, when I went to kill him, he would have lived.
Interesting.
So I popped it on 2 intentionally to get that in his banish because I need them gone so he can't like ever threaten it.
So do you think the way to beat this version of Kano is to outvalue it, not necessarily Arcane Barrier it?
So it's actually hilarious. I'm really happy Peter did good last weekend because I've seen more Arcane Barrier because I do better into Arcane Barrier than I do not.
Interesting.
Because, again, I'm just trying to throw value hand. So if they keep a card back with AB3, I can go block 7, throw 8, and they can only block 3 of it.
Sure.
So I'm going to take 1 or 2 from whatever their big attack is. They're going to take 5.
5, sure.
I'm winning that number.
Yeah, that's true.
Fine with me.
You are definitely 5 is bigger than 1.
And if they keep 2 cards, I don't block with the 1 card, and I moon them, so I get to throw 3 again. So I can take a card again. That's all I need to do. As long as I'm keeping them stripped, it's fine.
You had 1 loss today.
I did.
What was the loss to?
Mara on Empress Drama, or on Red Line Drama.
Yeah.
I actually realized I misplayed the matchup after, and I had lethal, and I ignored it.
Did you just think, oh, I've lost, and you just stopped
No,
thinking? No,
I got missed the line. So I had a 5-card hand because of Pursuit of Knowledge.
Nice.
On Chromai. And my hand was...
You're playing Pursuit of Knowledge?
I'm playing 2 Pursuits and a Nourishing Emptiness for that matchup.
So sick. Okay.
So I had a Lesson in 4 blues in hand, a Wildfire and Arsenal, and an E-Pod up. And I said activate Kano, and then saw Pursuit off the top. I'm not supposed to resolve. The play there is triple activate, break boots, Ragamuffins cap.
Ragamuffins, yeah.
Since I have the extra E-Pod, I can draw red and it not matter. And then it's Wildfire for 6. Banish the Lesson with 2 activations on that. Play Lesson, fetch Lesson, banish Lesson, play Lesson, fetch Blazing. And I just missed it because I was thinking Wildfire, Lesson, spell, Blazing.
I see.
And then I ignored the fact that I could go Wildfire, Lesson, Blazing. And so I was like, oh, okay. I won't screw it up again.
Yeah. So is the bad matchup for the deck, or the bad matchups seems to be Illusionist and Azalea?
Prism's awful. Azalea's not bad. It's a if they know what I'm doing, it's probably 55-45 in their favor. If they don't, it's 50-50. I actually played my second worst matchup, round 1, and then I just hit the Godness and killed them. It's Rhinar. Rhinar's awful. I hate that.
The Rhinar is the worst matchup.
Right, no, Prism. Prism is the worst matchup.
Oh, okay.
Rhinar's the second worst. Rhinar's the only relevant matchup right now
Yeah,
until
sure.
Numenar's 3.0 comes out and I can't play Kano
That card
anymore.
is wild, for sure.
I'm sad. I'm so sad. Yeah, he won the dice roll. I won one, and he said Arsenal pass because he didn't want to give me the chance to do stuff in response. And my hand was Wildfire, blue, E-Pot. And I was like, yep, Arsenal pass. Sounds good to me. I went to my turn. I looked at the top, saw Spindle. I played Spindle for 5, played E-Pot, Arsenal, Wildfire, and then drew 3 blues and a Cindering. He played CNC. I said Cindering, C Blazing, and 2 blues.
Oh, my gosh.
The blues.
Yep.
And then the second card was Sonic Boom. So I said Wildfire for 7, Sonic Boom.
Blazing.
Emeritus off the top from Sonic Boom. It was yellow, but,
Still.
and then the in response was CNC. He threatened my arsenal, and I didn't like that.
What's crazy is like hit effects don't matter to you because you can just avoid them.
Yeah, he said, discard their hand. I said,
What hand?
I'll pitch it.
Yeah, what hand? What do you mean?
So it hasn't been relevant for a while. I actually beat one of my old Prism friends on it. Do you remember Phantasmaclasm? The
Love
3
that
drop?
card. Yeah, 3 for 9.
Did you know that if your opponent doesn't have a hand, it says draw a card?
Oh, because they have to put a card back and draw?
You target them, and you resolve as much of the effect of the card as possible. So if they don't have a card in hand,
still
they
draw a
just draw a card. So he played one against me, and I
Interesting.
pitched out my hand and then drew a card.
Whoa.
And then killed him with the extra card I
No
drew.
way. That is absolutely hilarious.
He was really upset about it. I was like, he's like, I didn't know that's how that worked. I was like, I did.
We have another question from chat. Basically, do you feel like playing Stir would be a good...
All right, who asked that? Because they know I play Stir in my normal list.
Oh, Frozen Menage?
I don't know that. So my non-Deriat list, I play Stir.
So it's in the list, just it's in
Not,
the 80.
it's not in this list.
Oh, it's in a different list.
It's in my normal Kano list. I play Stir. The problem with Stir is you're always trying to block and Deriat. And if you have a Stir in hand, you can't block or Deriat. Red Stir blocks 2.
Yeah.
And you can't activate Crucible with it. Or not Crucible, Waning Moon with it. So it's really good if you had a no Deriat hand and you're just going to your turn. But you don't want no Deriat hands. You're probably going to block a lot on a no Deriat hand unless you just have gas.
Sure.
Or unless you're at the early game and you just want to trade evensies on life totals. I'm fine with trading evensies. It works out in the end.
So if Light Illusionist didn't exist, you think this deck would be amazing?
Yes. If they didn't just spoil this new Prism card, I would probably be playing this until something really bad happens.
So you're really only scared of
I think with
Rhinar?
I think with the new Prism card, she's unbeatable for Kano. Not for everyone else. I'm sure Brutes and Guardians still just bully her to oblivion.
Sure.
Rhinar's really sketchy because I have to side out all 9 cards, and some of the cards I'm siding in aren't great into Rhinar because I can't play 1-cost Deriats against Rhinar. Intimidate doesn't work that way. Dromai is always a 50-50, and I have to side them out against her as well.
So it's not unfavored even though they have all those allies?
Yeah, I don't.
You don't care?
They have 72 reds.
That's true.
What are they going to do with the 87?
They're just eating everything, yeah.
That matchup is, did I draw Thamai or did you draw Wildfire? Or did I draw Sand Cover and get you with it?
Do you think Dromais are taking out Thamais more often because...
No. If they if they go first and they go play Thamai, I now have to either have a kill for it right now or on my next turn, or I lose. Or I have to kill them right then, which is possible. I have turn 0 killed people before.
Do you have a way of taking out a Thamai in the deck?
I have.
Oh, Pursuit, right?
3, 4, 5. The current list I have 5 ways? No, 8 ways.
8
of
cards
killing.
in the deck.
Yes.
Okay.
I play 2 red Aether Darts.
I see.
I play Pursuit, Nourishing. No, 1 Nourishing, 2 Pursuits, which is 5. And then you have to set it, but you can Aether Flare into blue Aether Darts, which I'm on.
Do you play Crucible into Dromai?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I side out all the D-Rats and play a normal list into Dromai.
Okay.
I actually play Mind Warp into Dromai as well.
Oh, I love that
Usually
card.
flips no AB, and I'm like, I like you to not have a 4-card hand, please.
Oh, interesting. This is so cool. I was talking to Yuanji about this, but it's so cool to see people who play a deck that they didn't just like look at a list and change a few cards. You like know Kano so well that you're like, I know how to make this deck shoot for more value.
Ronan hates all of my Kano decks. He's blazing for lethal in chat because I play a very, very different list than them. My normal list plays 24 blues, and they've been agitated with me about it.
I think you probably get some advantage too for people just not understanding what you're doing.
Yes, so that was one of the reasons I originally wanted to play this variant of Kano, because I missed the good olden days of people going, what does that card do?
Yeah.
Every person I played Absorban stopped.
What is that card? Yeah.
And read it. I played AB3 Katsu.
Oh, interesting.
And absorbed him when he had 1 card in hand, and he was at 5 and I was at 2, and he was scared to play his last attack because if I hit any card off the top, he dies.
He just loses, yeah.
So he's like, I'll pass priority. And I was like, I accept your passive priority. my hand was blue lessened. So I was like, lessen you for 3, you have to block it. Waiting moon for 2, you have to block it.
Wow.
He's staring at. He's like, if I attack you, I die. But if I blind look and miss, I die.
Sure.
So like, I have to let him pass priority, and he has to pass priority.
Yeah. That's so interesting. It was so cool to see. One of the comments was like, it's cool to see Kano players just like talk about things, and I'm just like nodding, and I don't understand. That's 100% what's happening. I'm understanding some little bits here, but it's so crazy that you can not only understand how Kano works so well and build this version of it, but do it for 7 rounds straight and go 6-1.
I'm so happy. We had a bunch of Kanos in round 3 at 3-0. There was 3 of us. And then they had the mirror match, which wasn't great. I dodged that for 7 rounds, and I'm so happy because I ought to lose the mirror match. So I'm terrified of my teammate in top 8. Because D-Reacts are notoriously bad against Kano. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, it's hard to defense react to spell, for sure.
Yeah. If Absorb could block arcane damage, that'd be amazing.
Dampen, bro. You don't have Dampen in your list?
No.
Not Rainbow Dampen, bro? What's up?
A lot of players, a lot of Kanos are playing Red Dampen in sideboard because it says kill target to my.
Yeah, that's true.
But so does Aether Dart.
Yeah.
And it costs 0. Well, it costs 1.
Sure, to buff it, yeah.
All right, guys. Wrap it up and send it over my way. And then, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you getting on. Congratulations.
Yes, I appreciate it.
And we will see you in top 8.
Oh, God, I'm ready.
And I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Ethan now. Thanks for everyone who's still watching. We will be back with top 8.
Oh, shoot. I wasn't ready. Wait, I'm in charge of the stream. I wasn't even ready. I'm up here. I was trying to stretch because it's been a lot to sit in these chairs all day. But there we go. So here's the update. Oh, God. Here's the update. We're going to keep this stream live until top 8 is announced, which should be pretty soon. There's one game going until top 8. And then we'll announce the top 8, and then I will cut the stream with the new top 8 round going pretty much like within the minute of ending this stream. Because we're at about 9 hours. Top 8, I would assume, probably takes around 3.5 to 4, right? And the problem with that is the YouTube VOD will only save up to 12 hours. And yeah, I could do like some manual stuff around it, like record, upload later, whatever. We're not going to do that. I'd rather just keep the live stream up. So within maybe 10 minutes, we'll know the top 8. And then we'll do all of the swap rounds. So I wanted to give you some updates from what I do know from the floor. The Kano versus Uzuri game, they were both the undefeateds. So it didn't really matter who won, but in that walk around, maybe you saw it. The Kano was like basically about to lose at 3, and then they did actually clutch it and had lethal on that last turn. So that means Kano's the undefeated seed going in right top of the bracket, and that means that he's going to be in the weaker, then paired with like the weaker side of the bracket, right? It goes like 1-8, and then he plays the 4-5. It's like 1-8, 4-5 is like the top side. So Justin, since he won, is like probably maybe second or third seed. No, not second, maybe third seed. So there's a chance that the Kanos are like not in the same side of the bracket because Justin's only loss was round 5. So that's probably like third seed for him. And then that puts the two Kanos on either side of the bracket, and then there could literally be a Kano finals, which would be nuts. Because apparently the two Kano players, I don't know if Justin talked about it, they came to a gentleman's agreement that if they played against each other, then they would not sub equipment or weapons. That was their gentleman's agreement between Justin and I forget the other Kano's name. It was said in the chat at some point. But truly, they have said, if we play into each other at this event, we're not subbing equipment, we're not subbing weapons. So what a final that would be if it is the Kanos. If it is the Kanos playing that way. That would be freaking hilarious. But regardless, the top 8 is looking to be incredibly varied. The only repeat hero is like maybe Kano and Uzuri. How crazy is that? And there were even matches up there to determine win-ins with a Dash.io I didn't even know was live. Totally missed that. There's the Maxx that's live. Actually, I wonder how that match ended because that'd be pretty exciting to know that there is a Maxx in top 8. Then Mara is playing for, I believe, her win-in right now. And that's the last match we're waiting on. There were 2 Dromais that were potentially playing for win-in. One of them lost, so that's a Dromai out. Oh, actually, Mara's over here. Mara, did you win? Oh, actually, no, we saw Mara win. We did see Mara win. So Mara is in top 8. Cool, Mara's made top 8. I believe Brodie has it. So there's like, there's like 4 slots that we still don't know. But we're going to keep the stream on until we do know that top 8. And then, like I said, port it over to the top 8 games. I really hope there's not like a deck check period or something. Because it's been a long day. All right, so that was time in the round called. We're going to cut to a sponsor break real quick. Hopefully by the time we're back, we have the top 8 graphic, and then that's it. We'll port over to the top 8 stream, and we'll just keep on trucking. See you guys in a second.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
Welcome back, everyone, to Orlando Battle Hardened. Here to announce the top 8 for you. They are currently doing their courtesy deck checks at the moment, but then we're going to hop into the top 8, and I just want to announce that for you. So here we have the grid on stream. We have Kano in 1st seed, Azalea in 8th seed, a Dromai in 4th, Kano in 5th seed, an Uzuri in 2nd, a Dromai in 7th, an Uzuri in 3rd, and a Dori in 6th.
Yeah, kind of an interesting breakdown. Both of the Kanos are on the same side of the bracket, so we won't have the possibility of seeing a Kano finals.
Right. We could see a Kano semifinals potentially, which would be interesting because they are on different variants of the deck. We know Justin's version very different. Would you have guessed at the start of today that we would see 2 Kano, 2 Uzuri, 2 Dromai in this top 8?
So I think Kano, honestly, was a pretty good choice, both at Realm Rumble and at this tournament.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people are cutting Arcane Barrier, or they don't have as much power to kind of push the Kano into being forced to combo. You know, one of the worst matchups for Kano in the past was Lexi, just like the amount of damage that Lexi could output. So I'm not 100% surprised that there is at least one Kano. The fact that there's 2 on 2 really different lists, that is surprising.
Yeah, I also think it's interesting that we do have a Dori up here in the top 8. And unfortunately playing against a Uzuri in the first round, which, as we saw earlier, might be a hard matchup depending on what Dori's game plan is.
Yeah, it depends. I honestly think that Dorinthia going Dawnblade and trying to get, you know, like a lucky turn at the beginning of the game is going to end up being a little bit more likely to win.
Yep.
I think either way you could potentially win, but, you know, I think trying to fatigue Uzuri out, not necessarily the move. Although in the game that we saw played, if the Dori had taken like much more conservative lines, you know, he was almost there.
Yeah, it is true. This isn't the same Dori that we saw earlier, correct? This is a different Dori. This is the Axe one? Oh, no, this is the one that we saw.
This is the Dawnblade.
The Dawnblade one we saw earlier. Okay. So, yeah. Also, farming Dawnblade counters, if they do get to semis off of Brandon, potentially, could be a winning strategy, but also can historically be a harder matchup, not being able to pop any attacks from Dromai.
Yeah, I think Uzuri Dromai, depending on how Brandon has his deck oriented, traditionally thought of as really bad for Uzuri. I think the new, more go-again heavy redline-based Uzuri decks still have a fighting chance into Dromai.
Yeah, this is not the top 8 I expected. I expected some amounts of Bravo. So we see the most represented deck in Bravo being 12, converting 0% to our top 8s.
Yeah, I will go on record for being a habitual Bravo hater, and I think that Bravo is unplayable and that nobody should play Bravo ever. And if you like Bravo, then I'm sorry that I have to be the one to deliver the hard truths.
Bravo, done. We have 1 Azalea, 2 Dromai, 2 Uzuri.
Oh, no Levi.
No Levi.
No, that's sad. That's actually so sad. I had faith.
No Dash IO. Phi was close, but no Phi. 2 Kano, 1 Dori, and we can just...
Yep, everything else bit the dust. I think this goes to show you that some of these like tier 2 represented decks really being able in Flesh and Blood to capitalize on the fact that so much of the game revolves around game knowledge and understanding of how to play the matchups.
Yeah.
If you come with something that people aren't necessarily hyper-focused on, you know, that can work out in your favor.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, the benefit of an open format is you can just play what you're good at and probably convert well. The benefit of a tier 1 format where there is a deck like Lexi that you can target means that you can kind of tech your deck towards that and maybe just convert because you are prepared. But it's hard to be prepared when you don't know what to prepare for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think this is a really cool top 8. I think we're going to have some great matches, and I think we're going to have some guest streamers as well casting at least one of the upcoming rounds. So it should be a fun top 8 and some really cool matchups to see. We'll probably see more Kano, some more Uzuris, which historically haven't gotten much love during competitions. And with that, we're going to pass it over to Ethan.
All right, no crotch shot this time. All right, so here's what's going to happen. Cutting the stream because we're going to go over the 12-hour mark. So I'm going to restart a top 8 stream specifically on the same channel. The link I'm going to share on Twitter, and just refresh within like 2 minutes. You're going to find it on the YouTube, okay? But I can't actually start a new stream while this one's live. So we're definitely going to, unfortunately, lose probably like 200 viewers. That's just like the way it goes. So tell your friends, make sure they tune in, share it everywhere you can to the top 8 stream. We'll be right back in like 2 seconds. More giveaways. We've got Brodie and Evan Herndon, the Zoomers, taking over for at least the top 8 game, plus maybe some other guests throughout the top 8. And then we also have the ability with that mobile cam to cover any game that's still ongoing. Even if the feature ends, we can hop over and do something else. So great top 8 coverage coming. 2 seconds. We're going to restart that stream. It'll be on Twitter, yada, yada. See ya in 1 sec.